But Yeon-woo was not so happy. The guy came to the window. He was all in his thoughts. Meanwhile, the girls were discussing what had happened to Kim Min-ju. Seo-young was crying because she was still painfully experiencing the loss of her friend. Jeonwoo was eavesdropping on their conversation. Soyon said that everything seemed too unrealistic and cruel to her. The teenager suddenly remembered his friend Kim Jubin. Yeonwoo also could not get over the loss and is unlikely to ever do so. Jubin was always so weird and strange. But that's why they were friends, because they accepted all the cockroaches in each other. Yeonwoo imagined his friend standing next to him, wishing so much that Jubin was here now, rejoicing that this nightmare was over. Suddenly someone called Yeonva. It was Kiju who stood there apologizing to the boy. The teenager did not understand at first. Then Kiju explained that he thought Yeonwoo was angry because they wouldn't open the door for them. After that, the guy looked out the window and apologized again, as if for all his friends. He explained that they had barely found this safe place themselves, so they were afraid of being noticed. Yeonwoo interrupted Kiju and told him not to worry because the teenager had survived on the streets on his own, so he was no stranger to it. The guy admired Yeonwoo and said that he would never have been able to survive on his own. The girls overheard their conversation from behind. The lipped classmate perked up her ears, as if she didn't like it. Then she interrupted the guys and said that was enough. They didn't understand what was happening. So a classmate told Kid that they needed to talk and he had to follow her. The guy said goodbye to Jeonwoo and promised to talk to him again. A lip-syncing classmate caught this phrase as well. Meanwhile, the girls asked Soyon if she had been in that chat, but it was clear from her reaction that she had not. A classmate started screaming and said that something terrible and disgusting had happened and that it was all Hannah's fault. The girl said she took a photo of Hanmi falling. Soyeon was shocked and returned to find Hannah, but my classmate was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in the dark room below. Someone could be heard crying on the stairs. It was Kang Hana, crying and saying how much she hated her classmate. She was shaking, curled up in a ball. She could see the displeased face of her classmate, who was condemning Hannah. The girl cried bitterly and did not understand why they all did this to her. It made her fiercely angry. And then, Hannah remembered Hanmi. She was her close friend, so she was also upset. Hannah did not mean Hanma any harm. Meanwhile, the events moved to the kitchen. At the bottom of the table were cans of oil. Kang Ji-hoon was rummaging around and looking for something. He raked up everything he saw in front of him and wondered what else he could take with him. A classmate in a purple suit approached him and asked what he was doing here. She added that there was not much variety in the food. Kang Ji-hoon turned to her and looked down at her, threatening her not to annoy him. But the girl just calmly drank some water and said that she could not be intimidated that easily. And then she just turned around and left. But Kang Ji-hoon stopped her. The guy asked where the soju was. He was sure that the girl must have known about it. My classmate stopped. She was interested in Kang Ji-hoon's question. Then she opened her briefcase and started looking for something. Then the girl took out a bottle of alcohol and asked if that was what Kang Ji-hoon meant. The guy was shocked that his classmate was carrying alcohol in her briefcase. It turned out that there was more than one bottle. Kang Ji-hoon asked why she was carrying them in her bag. She said that these were all the bottles of soju she found in Park Min's briefcase. And then, the girl asked if these were all the bottles they used for the raffle. Kang Ji-hoon confirmed this information. Then, the girl became animated and asked the boy if he drank them to stay awake, and then asked him to teach her how to do the same. But Kang Ji-hoon asked her not to disturb him. But his classmate stood her ground and said that they were her bottles. So Kang Ji-hoon had to tell her who taught him how to do it. The teenager said briefly that it was an acquaintance, but the girl wanted to know more. Then Kang Ji-hoon remembered his friend Jihan Hyun, who had passed away. The teenager said again that it was an acquaintance. He did not want to talk about it because the wound was too fresh. Meanwhile, the soldier who came with them ordered everyone to get ready because they had to leave before sunset. Jeonwoo suddenly felt something strange. He was again visited by that strange feeling in his hand that spread throughout his body. Soyon, meanwhile, was alarmed and screaming. Of course, the soldier noticed this and asked what happened. His face showed that he cared about Soyon and was happy to help. The girl came back and said that one was missing. She was talking about Kang Hana and added that it seemed that her classmate had gone somewhere. This was not the kind of help the military wanted to provide, so he was shocked. He started a search engine and told everyone to find it because they were about to leave. So-young noticed Yeonwoo standing sadly by the window. The guy said that it didn't look like he was burning alive when Soyon approached him. The girl did not understand what the teenager was talking about. Yeonwoo didn't know how to put the words together without sounding strange coming from him. Meanwhile, Hannah was still sitting on the stairs. She got to her feet. The girl seemed to see something in front of her that frightened her. Yeonwoo said Soyon that it seemed that the monster Gale was still alive. It turned out that it was he who was standing in front of Kang Han. The girl was in a stupor because she was one step away from death. She screamed loudly, which was all Hannah could do at that moment. Meanwhile, the events moved to the shopping center where the company was located. The soldier and Kang Ji-hoon loudly recoiled and hid behind the wall. They looked around. Her husband said she wasn't there. It turned out they were looking for Kang Hannah. A classmate said she was there. Soyon was also worried about her friend, even though she was doing bad things. The soldier said they had no choice but to go without her. Then Yeonwoo came to them and also confirmed that his search was in vain because he had not found Hannah. The soldier then said that everyone should wait for him, and he would go to the basement to look for him. After that, he turned to everyone and told them not to worry too much, and then called out Soyeon's name. The girl was confused and did not know how to react and what to say in such cases. Then a loud-mouthed classmate yelled at everyone and told them to act quickly to get out of here. But someone interrupted her. She didn't have time to finish her humiliation about Hannah. It was Kang Ji-hoon, and he asked if his classmate was sure. He came back and asked if Kang Hannah's picture on the phone was definitely of Hanmi, but her classmate asked her if she had ever cheated on them. Ji-hoon asked her to answer normally. The soldier interrupted them and said that there was enough talk, they had to go. Then he called Jonah. The guy was even glad to be noticed, but lately he'd been getting too much attention from the military. The events moved to the basement. Yeonwoo and the man hid behind the door and carefully examined the room to make sure there were no monsters. Then the guy noticed the eggs and told the soldier to be careful. Yeonwoo asked if they had been here since the beginning of the virus. After that, the soldier asked him if he was afraid. Yeonwoo was puzzled by this question, so he asked the man again. The soldier came back and said that the boy agreed to go with him without argument. Yeonwoo said it wasn't like that. The man was just helping them, so the boy was grateful to him. A strange smile appeared on the soldier's face, indicating a lack of understanding. Then he laughed and said that Yeonwoo was funny, and then advised him to watch out. Otherwise, he would be finished. The man seemed to want to know something from the boy, so he asked why Yeonwoo wasn't afraid of her eggs, to which the boy replied that he was just dealing with them. And then, the teenager's tone became quieter and sadder, and he said that he just wanted to save his friend. The soldier laughed again and said that although the probability was not high, he thought that their friend had died long ago. The man did not even return to Yeonwoo, saying that he wanted to be honest with him. He added that only the strongest survived, and the boy had to understand that. But Yeonwoo did not fully understand the meaning of the man's words, so he asked him again, to which the soldier turned and said Soyeon's name. Then the teenager got nervous and asked what she was doing here. That strange smile reappeared on the man's face, and he looked the boy straight in the eye. Then he asked if Yeonwoo liked her, to which the guy reacted with a strong shock. The teenager looked down and said that it was not even close. Then the soldier asked why the boy blushed. Yeonwoo shouted that it was just hot. He suddenly remembered her, how beautiful she had been at the beginning of the tour. Soyoung was Yeonwoo's first love. Now he wasn't sure if he wanted to date her again. The teenager realized that he had been deceiving himself, that he did not like Soyeon, and then asked the soldier not to ask such strange questions anymore. A lot has changed now. The man said he understood the boy. Then he turned away and looked down, as if he was still worried about something. The soldier looked at Yeonwoo again and asked him again if he would answer his question. Yeonwoo looked into the man's eyes and realized that his behavior was strange and at times dangerous. The soldier's eyes narrowed, as if he were angry, and the man said that Soyoung liked Yeonwoo. The guy didn't know how to react, but he knew he had to speak carefully. Suddenly, someone else approached them. It was Kang Ji-hoon, who said he thought they were looking for Hannah, not talking. The soldier asked him why he had come. The guy looked down at his forehead and said that they were waiting too long. And then he added that he had found another staircase upstairs. Meanwhile, the events moved upstairs, where everyone else was. The girls looked at what was happening outside. They noticed that the Kan River was full of these eggs, which had grown to incredible sizes. Her classmate was more outraged than anyone else, and asked when they managed to get so big. Soyeon thought she didn't understand anything. She wondered why the authorities suddenly stopped taking people out. After all, they could have evacuated everyone and burned everything. Or did they just want to leave everything as it was and start acting? Meanwhile, Another classmate asked what Hannah was like in middle school. The lipped girl began a story about what high school was like for her. There were only boys in her class back then, and they stole Hannah's personal diary. When she found out about it, she was furious. In fact, she can be understood because it is her personal diary. They had no right. My classmate said that there were strange and horrible things written in that diary. Hannah wanted someone to push her down the stairs or to drink poisoned milk. The girls were shocked by this information. A loud-mouthed classmate said that because of this, Kang Hana became friends with Homie, perhaps trying to live a normal life. Then, she asked if Hannah was weird and commented that she was trying to make a victim out of herself. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by screams. It was Kiju, who was out of breath and running to the girls and looking around. It turned out that the boy had seen a monster and was running away from it. They all hid behind the wall and panicked because they didn't know what to do next. Then a girl in a purple suit told everyone to wait and reached into her briefcase. She then pulled out a Molotov cocktail. Soyon knew what it was and said it was supposed to help because the monsters were afraid of fire. The girls started to say that they didn't have a lighter, but another classmate was already lighting the cocktail. Soyon did not know everything about her classmates. A few minutes later, the monster was already on fire. My other classmates screamed and complained about the terrible smell. Other monsters came running to these sounds. The company heard this and realized that they had to leave immediately. The monsters ran after them. A classmate took out her phone while running. It seemed she wanted to call for help. Meanwhile, the boys continued to search for Kang Han. They went down to the floor below. It was called 2F, and for some reason was marked with a special color. The guys entered the room through a glass door. The soldier said there was nothing there. Everything really looked clean. Yeon-woo said to be careful, and Kang Ji-hoon looked out from behind him to see what he was doing. Then they went down the stairs even further. At that moment, Jeon-woo felt a sharp pain in his arm. The guy decided to look up, but there was nothing there. The room was surprisingly clean, and that was what scared me. Then he looked at what was happening on the street. It seems that the teenager has noticed something. Behind the glass, he saw a large number of monsters. Kang Ji-hoon also noticed them and was aggressive. When they entered another door, they were met by monsters. One of them immediately spotted his victims and headed for them. Meanwhile, Kang Hana held onto the door with her hands and yelled for them to leave. There were monsters outside the door and the girl was trying to escape. Kang Hana shouted to the monsters and thought they understood her. The girl was shaking with fear. The monster even seemed to answer her. Hannah tried to remind Gale of herself, but the zombie didn't want to listen to her and slipped through the crack in the door. Her paws were very close to Kang Hana's. The girl quickly took her hands away and screamed. She stood in a stupor and just screamed for Gale to leave her. The monster tried to get out of the door because it was pinned when Hannah let go. When the mucus that was used as skin receded from the body, the skeleton of the monster was visible. It looked very scary. The boys heard Hannah and ran to her. Kang Ji-hoon did not understand how the monster got here because they were not supposed to be here. Gale noticed the boys right away and found new victims. Kang Ji-hoon immediately threw a Molotov cocktail at her before she could attack first. Gale growled. The soldier readied his weapon and aimed at the monster. But something strange was happening to the monster. Its skin began to melt. The guys were shocked by what they saw. The monster simply took its head away from the fire, sacrificing part of its slime skin. It did not burn any further, although other monsters were afraid of fire, but Gale was not. The guys opened their mouths wide and could not believe what they were seeing. The monster simply put out all the fire with himself. Gale was smarter than the other monsters. After that, she just ran away from them. The soldier pointed his weapon and said that she had to be destroyed. He ordered the other guys to run away immediately. Then the monster stopped and turned to them. She changed her route and decided to attack the boys. The teenagers were scared and screamed. The monster screamed even louder. Yeon-woo covered his ears with his hands. He felt sick for some reason. The men fled to a safe place. They stood there and recoiled, not realizing what was happening. When others discussed that the monsters had learned to regenerate, Yeon-woo was in his own thoughts. Suddenly he realized something shocking. And then his arm got sore again. The phrase about the regeneration of monsters puzzled him. Yeon-woo also noticed something strange when the military pointed their weapons at him. He was shocked because it seems that monsters have become smarter. Meanwhile, Jeon-woo looked around and realized that they were not alone. Behind the glass, Kang Hana was shaking. She stood and said how glad she was that they had come for her. Kang Ji-hoon approached the glass and asked if Hannah had asked them for help, and asked if the girl had a conscience. Hannah started to say that it was all because of Seo-young, because she was close to Park Min and asked her not to help him. She swore that she really wanted to help. It looks like she was lying. After all, if Seo-young was close to Park Min, she would have been in the chat room as well. Then Kang Ji-hoon asked what happened to Hunmi. He asked why Hannah had taken her picture and then suggested that she could have done the same to Soyon. Kang Hana began to stutter. She was nervous and didn't know what to say. Kang Ji-hoon noticed that the soldier was pointing a rifle at her. He asked the man what was going on. The soldier ordered the girl to stay where she was. He threatened to shoot Hannah if she came out. Kang Ji-hoon was outraged and shouted at the soldier because his actions were strange. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo noticed something. He began to look closely and examine everything. Kang Ji-hoon and the soldier continued to argue. The guy asked why he was aiming if they had come to save her. The soldier asked what Kang Ji-hoon was doing now. He said directly that they had to save Hannah before she came into contact with the monster. The soldier said they did not know whether the girl was infected or not. Otherwise, they risked losing everyone. He added that the safety of the majority came first. Kang Ji-hoon did not like these words. Hannah started screaming and proving that she was not infected. The girl suddenly began to tell the truth. She said that what happened to Hunmi was her fault. Hannah said she was sorry for what she had done and that she had also sent the photo to get help. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo was looking at the girl, as if he could see right through her. And he noticed something in her hands. He agreed with the military that they did not know for sure whether the girl was infected. Then Yeon-woo said that Hannah had touched the monster. He thought that he should have accepted it. Hannah stood in a stupor and did not understand anything. She tried to shout and challenge Yeon-woo's words but was interrupted. The boy said he saw the monster touch her. He didn't actually see it, but he had to protect everyone somehow. He added that when Hannah tried to close the door, the monster touched her. The boy realized that this was the only way to save the others. Yeon-woo said they could not take the girl with them. Hannah started screaming and crying for them to believe her. Kang Ji-hoon yelled at the guy and asked him when he had seen her. Then, the soldier also asked Yeon-woo if he was sure of his words. The man said that if it was true, they had to get rid of her. Yeon-woo looked down and said he was completely sure of it. He turned around and said that they had to leave her here and leave, because it was dangerous to stay here. Suddenly, he heard a loud sound behind him. Yeon-woo turned around and saw a horrific scene. He could not believe his eyes and what had happened. Kan Hannah was lying on the floor with a lot of broken glass near her. Kang Ji-hoon ran at the soldier, called him a scumbag and asked him to stop. The man asked if the boy was serious. A conflict was brewing between them. Kang Ji-hoon looked at him with great aggression. The soldier said that the teenager spoke directly. He explained that it was better to die from a bullet than to be infected. Yeon-woo kept looking at Kang Hannah in shock. His eyes widened. He was scared, just like the time a homeless man was shot in front of him. The soldier pushed Kang Ji-hoon and ordered him not to stand still because he had to leave. Suddenly, the man heard something strange. There was a monster in the doorway running at them. The man started to run away. Kang Hannah was still lying there, dripping with fluid. Suddenly, her eyes opened and she wished for Yeon-woo's death. Meanwhile, the boys were climbing up the stairs. They were laughing loudly when the man noticed something. The room where the others were supposed to wait was completely on fire. The man started shouting and calling everyone to come out. The soldier moved forward, giving the others the opportunity to be alone. There was a lot of tension between the guys. Kang Ji-hoon called out to Yeon-woo. He grabbed the boy by his t-shirt and called him a bastard, saying that no matter how strong he was, Yeon-woo was acting like a monster. Kang Ji-hoon asked if he was even a human being, because Yeon-woo did the same thing to Park Min. Maybe he liked killing others. Yeon-woo simply pulled away rudely and ordered him to let go. The teenager explained that Kang Hannah was infected and he could not keep silent about it. Kang Ji-hoon started screaming and asked him not to lie because Yeon-woo couldn't see anything. He couldn't decide who was infected and who wasn't. The teenager called Yeonwoo a murderer. Then, a military man interrupted the conversation and said that it was not the time for talks. Others were running behind the company. They shouted and rejoiced that they had finally found the boys. Soyon noticed something strange going on between the boys. Yeon-woo told Kang Ji-hoon that it didn't solve anything, that he looked like a monster. The teenager looked at him with surprise, even fear. Yeon-woo said calmly that Kang Ji-hoon already knew everything, and he asked how long the boy would pretend that he didn't understand. Meanwhile, Kang Hannah was still in the basement. She whined that she was hurt. Suddenly the girl noticed something. In front of her was Gale, who was yelling at Hannah, as if she didn't feel the virus in her. Suddenly, Hannah felt something strange in herself. Her hand trembled and eventually her whole body. Gale threw her tentacles at Kang Hana. The monster opened its huge mouth and roared. Kang Hana's face was covered with blisters, as if Gale was devouring the girl. Hana told the monster to eat everyone else. Meanwhile, tensions between Yeonwoo and Kang Ji-hoon were growing. Kang Ji-hoon asked him what he knew, and his eyes showed fear. The teenager was afraid of what he knew. At that moment, others ran up to them. Yeon-woo said that everyone here was in great danger, and then he added that Kang Ji-hoon could have pretended to know nothing, and then suggested that we end it there. But the guy's patience ran out and he exploded. Kang Ji-hoon grabbed Yeon-woo's shirt again and came at him with accusations that he couldn't see that Hana was infected. Ki-ju intervened in the fight and began to break it up. The other girls asked where Kang Hana was. Soyon began to worry and guess something and asked where her classmate was. Yeon-woo looked at the girl with a cold and glassy gaze. Soyon began to get even more nervous. Her questions seemed rhetorical, because it was already clear what had happened. The soldier began to say that he was sorry. He returned to Soyon and said that Hana was infected and they had no other choice. Kang Ji-hoon exploded and asked him to tell the truth. The teenager turned to everyone and said that Hana was not infected. They just took her life, and it was all because of Yeonwoo. Ki-ju asked the boy to explain everything. The soldier shouted and ordered Kang Ji-hoon to close up because everything was clear. The man said that Kang Hana was in close contact with one of the animals, and Yeonwoo saw it. The others looked at the boys with suspicion. Then the soldier asked which of them wanted to walk next to the time bomb. Ki-ju turned to the man and asked if it was true. He could not believe what had happened, and could not say the word. Yeonwoo was silent and looked at the floor. The teenager understood how it sounded, but the lives of the majority were the priority. Ki-ju's eyes widened, and he looked at the teenager with fear. Then, a loud-mouthed classmate ended the conversation and said that they had to run away, and added that she did not miss Hana. Kang Ji-hoon asked that even if the girl was just expressing her opinion, did Hana deserve such a fate? Then her classmate attacked her with accusations that she was already infected, so she would have died sooner or later. Kang Ji-hoon continued to argue that this was not the case, when suddenly, Yeonwoo felt something. He turned back to see what made him feel pain and was horrified. A monster came out of the room behind them. He was not yet visible, but Yeonwoo could still feel it. He ordered the others to run away. The teenager could even hear the monster growling. Yeonwoo ordered everyone to flee once again, but this time louder. But everyone was in a stupor and did not understand why they had to run away. So the teenager shouted in an unnatural voice that they should run away immediately. At the time, they listened to him, but Kang Ji-hoon began to resent why they had to listen to him. But the teenager didn't have time to finish because he saw something. The monster Gale, who was very close to the company, came out of the stairs. Everyone started running away as fast as they could and didn't look back. The newcomers were lagging behind because it was their first experience. The soldier shouted that they needed fire. A classmate with dark hair was far behind the others. She stopped to rest, but there was a monster behind her. Gale screamed at the girl. Death was inevitable. This was noticed by another classmate in a tracksuit. The poor woman was shaking and started crying because she realized what was about to happen. She noticed that next to the monster's face was another, completely fresh one. It resembled Hana's face. Then her classmate screamed even louder because she saw her future. Suddenly, a friend ran to her rescue with a cocktail. She threw it at the monster. Gale screamed. Her skin began to melt. Unfortunately, her classmate was already infected because the monster had already eaten her. Then, Park Choa wanted to light another cocktail to save her friend, but was stopped by Yeonwoo. He dragged the girl away, saying that there was no point in setting this monster on fire because it was putting out the fire. Even though Gale was melting down and busy with her sacrifice, it was still dangerous. The teenagers ran on. Yeonwoo turned back to see what was happening. He seemed to feel the monster's emotions and compassion. The first to run was a soldier and Soyon. The man complained that this madness had started again. There was a big pile of monsters in front of them, and the man said there was no point in saving anyone. A monster suddenly appeared near Soyon, as if out of nowhere, but the soldier was able to stand up for her and opened fire on the monster. The man shouted that they could not be stopped with weapons. They needed fire. Ki-ju saw what happened to the others and started looking around for a fire. He noticed an object that was on fire. At that moment, another monster attacked him. Ki-ju grabbed the burning object and managed to fight off the monster. The boy acted confidently and bravely. Then he heard his girlfriend screaming. The lipped girl, Seon-young, was also attacked by a monster. She screamed loudly and stood in a stupor. Ki-ju bravely stood up for her. pushed her away, and threw the burning object at the monster. It worked, and the monster fell to the ground. Kiju did not even have time to realize what was happening. The teenager was acting on automatic. He turned to Seon-young and asked if she was okay. And then, when I helped her up, she even thanked me for saving her. Kiju shouted that they had to leave because it was extremely dangerous to stay. And at that moment, the monster attacked him with its tentacles. Sung-yeon quickly started running away when she saw this. Monster Gale and Hannah pounced on poor Kiju and laughed at his expression. It was the first time the monster had ever spoken. They wished Kij death and ate his face. The teenager screamed in pain, but there was no saving him. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon asked Park Choa how many Molotov cocktails she had left. The teenager suggested blowing everyone up by tying up their weapons and throwing them at the monsters at once. Yeon-woo overheard the conversation and shouted out that he had an idea. Kang Ji-hoon came back and asked what the idea was. The teenager suggested luring them all to one place together, especially that monster Gale. His eyes were blank and cold as he said that after that, they would blow up all the monsters. Meanwhile, the monsters were growing like cockroaches. Everyone was hiding behind the soldier who was fighting back with his weapon, but it didn't help much. It only provoked the monsters even more. Suddenly, Soyon noticed something. There were bags of garbage near the tank. The girl brought one package, and Sung-yeon asked what it was for. Soyon screamed for them to give her a lighter quickly. Others were shocked by the girl's desperation. A few minutes later, there was a massive fire. Everything was on fire. The company was hiding behind glass doors. Seon-young yelled and called Soyon crazy for setting fire to the garbage. And now the company is stuck outside the door for a long time. But the soldier denied this and called Soyon a good man. He turned to the girl and said that she had made sure that the monsters could not enter the room. Then, Gale came to the other burning monsters and growled, as if she was telling them something. At the bottom of her body was Kiju's head. Sung-yeon and the others noticed this, and she asked what they should do now. Monster Gale and the others roared at the door to the room. She was not afraid of fire. The company was shocked that the monster started talking to them. Kang Hana said in a strange voice that they could not hide from her. The monster put its tentacles through the door, and Hannah said that for some reason the company was not happy to see her. This monster was incredibly clever and let its tentacles out from the top to get inside. The soldier pointed his weapon while others screamed in panic. That's what happened. And the monster leaked through the crack from above. Soyon looked around and she was getting good at coming up with some plans. She saw that there was a kitchen behind them. Suddenly, Soyon gathered her courage and ordered the monster to leave. She took a lighted stick and stood boldly in front of the door. Soyon began to threaten and said that there was a kitchen with cylinders behind them. After such an explosion, no monster would have survived. Soyon looked confident. There was no fear in her eyes, and she invited the monster to take a chance if he was not afraid. Kang Hana said that So-young was very annoying. She repeated it several times. The case did not move forward. The monster just stood there and thought about what to do next. Suddenly, someone called him from above. It was Yeon-woo coming down the stairs. The boy was loudly recoiling because he was afraid and nervous, waiting for the monster's reaction. But it was not long in coming. So Yeon-woo quickly ran back, and Gale caught up with him. It was more attractive prey than company. The guy quickly ran away and looked back with his side vision. The monster ran after him and called his name. Kang Hana was very angry with the teenager and wished for the same fate. Soyeon looked at this with shock because they had escaped and could breathe. Through the glass, she saw a monster catching up with Yeonwoo. Suddenly, she remembered something. When they were on the cable car, Jeonwoo did exactly the same thing. The boy lured the monster to save Soyeon and the others. Even after everything that happened, Jeonwoo saved her again. Meanwhile, the teenager ran away as fast as he could. The monster was literally on his heels and catching up with him. Gale roared. She wanted to grab Yeonwoo and take revenge so badly. The teenager lured her into the room. The monster ran after him without hesitation. It is not clear who exactly controlled the mind of this animal. Jeonwoo turned a corner. The teenager was panting loudly. His strength was leaving his body. He could not run so long and fast. The monster noticed this and gave him even more strength and adrenaline. Hannah started shouting and calling Jonah to her. But the teenager did not give up and kept running, even though it was very difficult. He turned back, laughing loudly to see how far behind the monster he was. Before that, they had agreed with Kang Ji-hoon and Park Choa about the plan. The guy told Yeon-woo that it was just a suicide, but the teenager did not listen to him and said that they would put a bomb here. Yeonwoo looked around the room carefully to understand its design. The guy said that if he lured the monster to the other side of the door, they could attack him from behind. And so, Yeonwoo was a few meters away from the goal, running on his last legs. Others were supposed to wait for him there. Kang Ji-hoon saw the teenager and shouted at him to run faster. The monster was already catching up behind him, and the guy said they were ready. Gale growled. She was extremely close to the guy. Kang Ji-hoon shouted, as if he was genuinely worried about Yeonwoo, and asked him to run faster. Yeonwoo was trying so hard he could barely hold on. And then the teenager overstarts the fire, and Gale manages to release his tentacles into it. Yeonwoo lands on the floor, falling and recoiling loudly. The monster growled because it could not cross the fire. At that moment, she heard someone's voice behind her and turned around. It was Park Choa who brought the fire. Gale was trapped. The girl told the monster that it was revenge for her classmates. Gale growled because she realized her helplessness. Kang Ji-hoon threw a trap of fire at it, and the monster flew away several meters. The monster roared and burned, and their plan worked. The boys gasped loudly and looked at the burning monster. They decided to move on because it looked like they were done with Gale. The boys ran to Park Choa. She asked Yeonwoo if he was done with the monster, and he said that it was possible because no one could know for sure. The girl looked at him with respect and said that he was now the former Yeonwoo. And then she added that he was an incredible genius and praised the guy. Kang Ji-hoon heard this. Yeonwoo thanked us and said that he had been through a lot when he got off the cable car, so he was no stranger to it. Kang Ji-hoon was dissatisfied with these words and returned to them. He asked how Yeonwoo managed to survive the fire, and the boy started talking. But he didn't finish his sentence because he felt something. Suddenly, water began to flow from the ceiling because the fire detectors were triggered. The entire room was flooded with water. This meant only one thing. The fire went out, so Gale was able to survive, and Yeonwoo even heard her. The monster got to his feet. Then he growled loudly. The teenagers screamed. Their cool plan failed, even though they had high hopes for it. Then, suddenly, Soyon appeared out of nowhere, holding a stick of fire. She threw him into the Gallic Sea, thus saving the others. It was as if Soyon herself did not believe in what she was doing and was scared, although she was holding up well. The monster fell to the floor. Everyone else standing behind Soyon was shocked by what had happened. The monster growled and then started talking to the teenagers. Soyeon noticed Yeonwoo looking at her out of the corner of her eye, and she thanked him for saving her. Yeonwoo looked at the girl with shock and admiration. Park Choa reached into her briefcase, saying that the monster was too stubborn and needed to be killed. The monster denied everything and asked him to stop. The teenagers were shocked that he was talking. It was disgusting. Kang Hana said that they all betrayed her, and then she added that she couldn't move and asked not to be disturbed. Kang Ji-hoon said that the monster's legs were regenerating, and the monster was not going to die. But the monster began to deny his words. It all looked very ugly and strange. Monsters had never spoken to them before. Kang Ji-hoon turned his attention to the monster's head, which spoke. The other heads were silent. Suddenly, he began to notice and understand something. It was as if the monster was trying to pronounce Honmi's name. Kang Hana recalled how she and Honmi ran away from the monsters. The girl became very ill and could not run any further. Kang Hana grabbed her friend's hand. But Honmi said she couldn't do it anymore. It was too hard for her. She was also very scared, and her strength was leaving her. Kang Ji-hoon told the others that the voice sounded like Hana. Everyone else also looked at her, and her hairstyle was similar to her classmates. So Young said that the monster also called her name, and Park Choa asked what it meant. The girl told her that there was no time to think. They had to come up with something and burn this monster. The monster was listening to this and saw the fire in Soyeon's hands, which was dangerous for her. The monster's leg could move a little and began to recover. Yeonwoo thought about what the others were saying. Suddenly, the puzzles in his head began to come together, and he quickly tried to come up with a plan to escape. Then the monster spoke to them again. It was very bad and incomprehensible. Kang Hana mentioned Soyoung's name. The girl was confused by this and stalled. Suddenly, the monster attacked her, saying that Hana had trusted Soyeon. Yeonwoo could not let this happen. The monster was about to get the girl. There were only seconds. A teenager has never been so worried even about himself. He stretched out his hand to protect Soyeon. Yeonwoo was deceiving himself, because such actions are only done for people you love. Meanwhile, a soldier approached them. He was watching everything and noticed that Soyeon was attacked by a monster. The girl was shaking and covered herself with her hands, closing her eyes in anticipation of death. But nothing happened. Soyeon opened her eyes to see what had happened. The monster just screamed at her, opening its mouth. And in front of the monster was Yeon-woo's hand, trembling. The monster stalled, attracted by the teenager's hand. Yeon-woo closed his eyes in fear, and in his head he called himself crazy. But everything happened too quickly. His actions were faster than his thoughts. A strange sensation gripped the teenager's arm and body. He felt as if the nerves and blood vessels of the monster and his were connected, and he was scared. But Yeon-woo remembered what Lee Tae had once told him. The teenager felt the force and ordered Soyon to run away quickly. The girl was in a stupor and did not understand what was happening. But Soyon didn't listen. She looked around for something useful. She noticed a mop on fire. Meanwhile, the monster was trembling just like Yeon-woo. Kang Hana told the teenager that she felt he was as infected as she was. Yeon-woo was afraid and trembling. He did not know what these experiments could lead to. Suddenly, Soyon attacked the monster with a mop and words of apology. Everything went up in flames and smoke. Yeon-woo sat down and held his hand while the monster burned. He was in pain. It looks like the teenager got a burn on his hands. The monster was burning, but Kang Hana kept talking and called everyone stupid. She said that Yeon-woo was also infected, and the monster repeated this over and over again until she finally died. Her last words to Yeon-woo were that it was inevitable. Yeon-woo looked at the others. He understood what was about to happen because this situation had already happened. Others looked at him with condemnation and incomprehension. They were understandable because no one wanted to die. Yeon-woo knew the feeling. He looked at the burning monster, afraid to look up at the others. Kang Hana remembered Hanmi before she died. She had her back to her, and she will take the secret of her friend's death with her to the next world. Although she was a monster on the outside, inside Hana loved Hanmi and was very sorry. Kang Ji-hoon ordered everyone to leave. Suddenly he stopped because he saw something in front of him. It was a soldier who pointed his weapon at them, or rather to Yeonwoo. The teenager realized what was going on and began to panic. There was a loud sound. The soldier did not even move. It seemed he wanted to get rid of the teenager. Yeon-woo was lying on the floor. No one had time to react. Kang Ji-hoon and Park Choa could not believe what had happened. The teenager's mouth was bleeding. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. A soldier stood in front of him, holding an assault rifle over the teenager's body. Kang Ji-hoon ran at the man, screaming. The events moved indoors, and there was a fire in the Namsan Tower. Isuri came to the window. She asked the others if they had heard the sound as well. Kang Min asked if she was talking about a gunshot. Isuri said that they should have been concerned as well, because the fire was in Namsan, and the sound was coming from there as well. The girl was outraged by what was happening there. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon knocked the soldier down with his body and his shot flew past. The teenager was screaming and asking to stop shooting. The soldier could only threaten with his weapon. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo was still lying on the floor and did not move. Soyon approached him. She called out to Yeonwoo. Her voice was full of worry. The girl started shouting and asked the teenager to wake up or give a sign that he heard her. But Yeon-woo was lying there without any signs of life, and Soyoung continued to beg him. The teenager seemed to be unconscious because he felt something very strange in his hands. They were all trembling, and Yeon-woo felt some kind of power in them. Meanwhile, the military man and Kang Ji-hoon continued to fight. The man defeated the teenager, but there was no reason to be proud. Kang Ji-hoon looked up and was startled, his heart beating faster. The soldier also pointed a gun at him, saying that he did not like him from the very beginning. After that, the man took aim and said that Kang Ji-hoon was also close to Yeon-woo, so he decided that he had the right to shoot him as well. Suddenly, everyone was paying attention to something else. Kang Ji-hoon also looked to the side and could not believe his eyes. Yeon-woo just stood up. The teenager raised his strangely trembling hand. After that, he directed it at a military man. Soyeon was shocked by what she saw. Yeon-woo said that was enough. The soldier also did not understand what was happening. Yeon-woo said he was going to die and he could have killed him. Then, at that moment, the sounds of monsters roaring were heard and the soldier turned back. A pack of monsters was running behind. The soldier began to shoot back because the monsters attacked him. Seo-young approached Yeon-woo and wanted to touch him to ask what happened. But she noticed that his face was strange and covered with spots. The Soyon stopped for their own safety. After that, Yeon-woo simply collapsed. The girl screamed again, and it looked like the teenager had lost consciousness. Yeon-woo just lay there and showed no signs of life. Soyeon screamed and almost cried, begging the teenager not to lose consciousness. Yeon-woo heard her, but he couldn't help but think about how he ended up here. Then the guy started to remember something. He remembered school and his friend Kim Joo-bin. At that moment, Yeonwoo remembered that all this happened because he came to Seoul. Meanwhile, the events moved indoors. There were other soldiers and my grandmother waiting for the company, which should have returned long ago. They took the old woman out of the room. The soldier reported to the others that they had burned all the monsters in the area. He was asked if there were any survivors. The man said that there was supposed to be a group of high school students somewhere, and they were in Namsan. He added that part of their group went there and they had to pick them up and bring them back to the base. Another soldier entered the room. There was a homeless man sitting there, and the man told him that it was dangerous to stay here alone. The man looked at him silently. The soldier understood everything without words. He went out and told the others that they were coming back. The homeless man also left the room and went further down the hall. He had difficulty walking because he was wounded. In front of him was a clean basement with a bunch of pipes and strange rooms. Choi said he was already at his home, so he had nowhere else to go. He will be lucky if he survives. The man was walking and thinking that it would be nice to drink soju. Suddenly he saw something and stopped. A man with a monster was lying on the floor. Choi came closer. It was Ji-han-hyun and the monster he killed by sacrificing himself. The homeless man recognized his friend. There was sadness in his eyes because he knew what had happened, but it was harder to see it with his own eyes. Choi buried the body. After that, he stood there and shook his head. The man looked at the grave and thought that no one would have buried these people if it hadn't been for him. And then the homeless man remembered something else. He looked at the room where the teenagers were looking for Hanmi. The man went down to the same room and the door creaked. He carefully opened them and looked inside. Lee Hong-mi was lying on the floor and she also had to be buried. Meanwhile, others were running up the stairs. Kang Ji-hoon was carrying Yeon-woo on his shoulders, and Soyon was running behind him. The teenager asked the girl if anyone was chasing them. Song-yeon said that Kang Ji-hoon was originally supposed to tell her what happened to Yeon-woo, but the teenager ordered her to keep quiet and watch him. Soyon also said that now it was better to just leave the place and leave all the talk for later. Kang Ji-hoon told the bastard to stay there. If they follow him, they'll all die. But the company still did not understand what had happened. No one did. Kang Ji-hoon said that he was sure that all this happened because of Yeon-woo. There was silence. Even though the teenager was angry with the boy, he was still saving his friend. Seo-young asked what Kang Ji-hoon's words meant. Suddenly, someone from behind asked me to wait. It was Park Choa, and she stopped and said that she didn't care what was going on between them all. And then she added that she heard what that monster said. Then she said that everyone else had heard it too. Lee Young-woo was infected. The girl said it would be easier to just leave him there. Meanwhile, the events moved back to the place where the graves were. Choi was digging another hole. Hanmi was lying next to me. The homeless man complained about how hard the work was. His whole body ached, and he was not young. But the man had a goal to bury all the bodies. They deserved to rest in peace. Choi kept digging. He wanted to help these poor souls somehow. The man believed that they were getting peace then. Suddenly, Choi heard some sounds. He couldn't believe his eyes and was afraid to return, but someone was calling for help. Nevertheless, Choi gathered the courage to return. He could not believe what he was seeing. Meanwhile, the teenagers argued about what to do with Lee Yeon-woo. Kang Ji-hoon was outraged by Park Choa's words. The girl said it was pointless to bring him with her. Park Choa explained that she had cooperated with him because she wanted to save her friends. But now the game was up. She ordered them to leave Yeonwoo. Someone suddenly approached the teenagers, but they did not notice them. Someone said that he could not leave him here because Jeonwoo had saved them all from death. Suddenly everyone turned toward the sound and was shocked. But there were Isuri and Kang Min. The girl told everyone to follow them if they wanted to be saved. Soyeon was sincerely happy to see Isuri. The girl was as calm as ever and did not show any emotion, saying that it was enough to waste time. Meanwhile, the teenagers had already gone down the stairs. Sung-yeon was indignant that she did not know where they had all been taken. The teenagers were facing monsters. Kang Min said he wanted to burn them and asked for help. The guy started a fire and Kang Ji-hoon asked if it was a fire extinguisher. Kang Min turned to everyone and ordered them to flee quickly. He asked everyone to go inside immediately. Soyeon only had time to look at what was happening. Kang Min closed the door with something special, apparently to keep the monsters out. Isuri breathed a sigh of relief and took off her cloak. The other teenagers laughed loudly and were glad that it was finally over. Kang Ji-hoon was still holding Yeon-woo. Isuri noticed this and was surprised. The girl saw a large wound on the teenager's body. Everyone was sitting in the kitchen. Someone said that Yeon-woo was bleeding. Kang Ji-hoon was silent at first. And then he looked up. It was Isuri. And Kang Ji-hoon asked how they all survived. To which the girl said that she was just like them. And then she added that it didn't matter how they all survived. They needed fire. The girl said that there was a big fire in Namsan, and then she asked why they went there in the first place. Kang Ji-hoon didn't like the tone with which Isuri spoke. Kang Min interrupted this argument and asked where the others were, and if they could not save Honmi after all. Kang Ji-hoon put his head down and remained silent. He started to speak, interrupting himself, and you could hear how hard it was for him. He paused again to collect his thoughts. Soyon said that when they found her, it was too late, and added that Hana and Yihan Hyun were not with them either. Kang Min was sympathetic and did not know what to say. Everyone was silent, and the tension was palpable. But the greatest sadness came from Kang Ji-hoon, who knew what Honmi meant to him. Suddenly, Song-yeon told everyone to stop. She was selfish, sitting on the phone and saying she didn't want to remember them. She explained that she was already feeling bad. And then she added that they had to get out before it was too late because Seoul was about to be closed. She was interrupted by Isuri, who asked if Seon-young was that worried about her life. As usual, she didn't even look at the other person. And then she said that they theoretically had time to get to the exit. She added that since Seon-young had a phone, she had to find the place on a map. They saw that Dongseol Station was located on the banks of the Han River, and they had to cross the river anyway. So to get there, the teenagers had to go through a lot of problems. Isuri added that it would be difficult for them to be Yeon-woo. Sung-yeon just laughed and said she didn't understand. The girl said that there would be soldiers there, so they didn't need Yeon-woo. Isuri agreed with Sung-yeon's words, and then added that if she could handle the fire extinguisher herself, she could leave. And then she said that it was dangerous for them. Park Choa interrupted the conversation and asked why no one wanted to leave him if he was infected. So-young exhaled and listened to the girl talk about the danger to Yeon-woo. And then she started talking. So-yeon suggested that everyone prepare for this moment, when Yeon-woo could theoretically pose a threat to everyone. Everyone looked into the room where Yeon-woo was sleeping. Meanwhile, Kang Min, Kang Ji-hoon, and Isuri were looking at their laptops and searching for something. Kang Min said that he followed the news from time to time. And then I opened an article with photos of monsters. Kang Ji-hoon said how disgusting these monsters were. Kang Min said that the infection occurred without visible symptoms, but the monsters could merge together. Simply put, this meant that the infection rate was decreasing. Isuri added that more of the monsters they encountered were fused into one. This implied that when cells divided inside the body tried to survive and fight the cells. Kang Ji-hoon then asked if this meant that there were no problems. Isuri said that these were all just theories, and Kang Min asked her about the monster that merged with the man she had seen. The girl turned around and seemed to be heading for the exit, and the guys kept asking her about it. The girl thought that one of the options was the evolution of monsters, and it seemed that the military near the Han River did not even suspect this, so what kind of salvation could we talk about? Meanwhile, So-young sat next to Yeon-woo and watched. Isuri came up and asked how things were going, but it was obvious. So-young sighed sadly and said that Yeon-woo never woke up. Isuri said it was not even possible to cure him. They were in danger with Yeon-woo. And then she added that if he ended up in a military camp, he would be killed and buried somewhere. She said she was sure that all those infected were killed. And then Isuri left, saying that all we had to do was believe in a miracle and talk to him when he woke up. Soyon was shocked by this speech and tried to digest everything in her head. She looked at Yeonva. The phrase that the teenager was infected kept running through my head, and everyone believed it. But for some reason, they were not afraid. So-young remembered Yeon-woo's face before he fainted. Even then, the girl was very scared when she saw the teenager. So-yeon was tired and thought that it all sounded unreal. She wanted so much for it to be just a dream. The girl did not want to believe it. She wondered if she was regretting something. Meanwhile, Kang Min and Kang Ji-hoon were thinking of an escape plan. If they can't cross the bridge, the road will get a lot longer. And then Kang Min added that we should stock up on oil before we go. Sung-yeon was thinking about something and looking around. Then she saw Park Choa and asked him to wait for her. Sung-yeon suggested that she leave separately from everyone else, but Park Choa refused because it was too dangerous, to which Seon-young replied that there would be soldiers there. Park Choa said that if they were infected, she would be killed anyway. Sung-yeon was angry that everything was so difficult because of Yeon-woo, and then asked that if they took the infected person out of Seoul, then the whole world would be in danger. Park Choa was silent and thinking, and then she asked what Seong-yeon was hinting at. Meanwhile, So-young was still sitting next to Yeon-woo. She was just checking her phone to kill time. Suddenly, Yeon-woo woke up. So-yeon jumped out of her seat. The teenager was scared and did not know where he was, so he was breathing loudly. So-yeon tried to calm him down. She said they were coming home. Yeon-woo tried to get up. The teenager was shivering and completely exhausted. Soyon looked on in silence and could not believe how he had survived all that. Isuri was standing in the doorway. She was watching what was happening. So-young came closer to Yeon-woo. His body was shaking. He could barely stand. She leaned over to the teenager to see if he was okay. So-yeon said she thought he was dead and was glad he wasn't. Yeon-woo started to cry. The teenager asked her not to leave him and offered to walk home together, saying that he was sorry for what had happened. So-yeon said that everything was fine and he just needed to rest a bit. Others entered the teenager's room, and they were all shocked, to say the least. Kang-min openly expressed his shock and said that it was incredible that Yeon-woo had woken up. But the teenager remained silent and tried to realize everything. Kang Ji-hoon asked how Yeon-woo was feeling, as he had been unconscious for a long time. He added that the bastard had shot him, so Yeon-woo probably couldn't get up now. Yeon-woo simply nodded. And then he said that Kang Ji-hoon must have brought it from Namsan and thanked him for saving him. Kang Ji-hoon didn't know how to react, because he and Yeon-woo had been almost enemies before. And then, the teenager just turned around and asked me to stop talking nonsense. Then the others entered the room. Park Choa said that now they had to have a serious talk. Yeon-woo sat by the wall and waited for the attack. Park Choa told the teenager to answer them honestly. And then she asked if Yeon-woo was infected. Sung-yeon exploded and told him not to even dare to deceive them or deny the obvious. Isuri intervened in the conversation and pushed Park Choa away, telling Yeon-woo in a calm voice not to be afraid of them, but to tell the truth. Isuri asked him to be honest with them because they were in the same boat, and Yeon-woo started to speak. But the girl interrupted him and said she had only one question. She paused so that her words did not sound strange. And then she asked if Yeon-woo was immune to the infection. Meanwhile, the events moved to the marketplace. There was nothing on the shelves. Everything had been taken apart. Kang Ming was indignant that there was nothing useful and suggested looking elsewhere. Kang Ji-hoon said that he was also empty. Yeon-woo followed the crowd. They were going to check another warehouse. Suddenly, the teenager felt something. He told the others to be careful. There really was a monster behind the door. He would growl at the others and hide in the warehouse. The guys were scared. A few minutes later, everything was on fire. The teenagers took everything they could carry from the warehouse. But they did not burn the monster completely because there was no time. Kang Ji-hoon called out to So-young, and she seemed a little scared. He asked why the girl was frozen and ordered her to walk faster. So-yeon looked at Yeonwoo and Isuri. Isuri asked the boy what else he knew about the characteristics of monster cells. So-yeon recalled the conversation when Yeonwoo talked about immunity. The teenager then realized that he had to tell the truth. Otherwise, he would be left behind or killed. Isuri then asked if Yeonwoo had some kind of substance in his body or if it was really immunity. She remembered the conversation she had with the guy in the shelter when he said he had met someone who was immune to infection. She reminded the teenager about her and added that she immediately guessed everything when she saw the wounded Yeonwoo. Because just because a person had immunity did not mean that he was not infected. The mutation was just not so obvious. Yeonwoo said that he did not understand exactly what it was and was not sure about it, but he added that maybe it was just as Isuri said. Yeonwoo said he didn't know if they would believe him or not, but he was immune to infection and couldn't have become such a monster. The teenager finally admitted it. The events moved back to reality. Sung-young asked Kang Ji-hoon if he believed in all of this, but he said he didn't know. The girl was very indignant and asked if anyone else had heard of immunity to infection, saying that it was all a hoax to survive. She called on everyone to look at Yeonwoo and said that the teenager was planning something against them. Soyon listened to her words in silence and looked at the teenager. Meanwhile, the company was ready to go. They took supplies with them and walked carefully. Kang Min said to take the oil and run forward, when suddenly they noticed something. In front of them was a gang of robbers who were beating a man. The company hid behind a car and watched everything. Several guys beat the man and threatened him. Kang Min asked if they were supposed to help the man. The events moved back in time when the teenagers learned about Yeonwoo's immunity. Kang Min stood up and said that they all looked very funny now. After all, if such people really existed, it was salvation for them. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo was in the other room. He was standing in the bathtub by the mirror. The guy lifted his t-shirt to look at his wound. It was delayed, and his body regenerated quickly. He did not understand why he was so anxious, even though there was no danger. Yeonwoo felt as if everything was unreal and his cells were simply collapsing. He wondered what would happen to him if he continued to exist like this. Yeonwoo realized that he had to find Lee Tae to find out what was happening to him. Isuri entered the room. She asked Yeonwoo to show her early to know the teenager's condition. The guy looked at her silently. Meanwhile, the table was discussing Han Song-yu. Kang Min said he thought he was using them as bait when he arrived from Namsan. He added that there was something unclean here. After all, when everyone is in a panic, there is a riot going on around them and no one notices anything. Kang Min remembered Han Song-yu. Meanwhile, Soyon was walking down the hall. She heard a conversation outside the door and Yeon-woo's voice. She came closer. Isuri listened to the teenager. Yeon-woo talked about Lee Tae and said that the man knew more and he had come all the way to Namsan to meet him. The teenager added that it was difficult to understand what was happening to him. Isuri listened intently to Yeonwoo in silence. Suddenly she said he was not alone. Soyon was listening to their conversation and did not dare to come in. Isuri said that without them, Yeonwoo would not be able to cope. And then she said that in truth, they needed him too. Soyon felt something strange inside. These two were close. Isuri told Yeonwoo that she had promised him that they would return together. The guy was pleased to hear this. Isuri looked directly into his eyes as he looked into hers. The girl told Yeonwoo not to worry about anything. Meanwhile, the events moved to the Namsan Tower. Everything around it caught fire. A man loudly shook his head and ran. And then he stopped and cursed someone. It was a military man whom Yeonwoo had set monsters on. The man threatened to find the teenagers. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with anger and he promised to kill Yeonwoo. Meanwhile, Soyon overheard an unpleasant conversation between Yeonwoo and Isuri. She looked down, as if something inside her was clenched in pain. Soyon thought about how long it had been since the two had talked like this. She was clearly an extra, and that was hard. Suddenly, their conversation changed its tone. Yeonwoo said he didn't think it was possible what Isuri was talking about. He said he could not betray his friends. They had already risked their lives to save him. Yeonwoo told Isuri that they had to cross the Han River, and then they could leave Seoul. Soyon listened carefully to the boy's words. He didn't seem interested in supporting Isuri. Yeonwoo turned away from the girl and asked her not to say that anymore. Isuri's eyes narrowed and she looked angry. After that, the girl rudely replied and turned around and walked away. Yeonwoo just stood there silently looking down. Isuri concluded by saying that the boy seemed to be smart, but he acted so stupidly. Suddenly, the girl noticed something. She turned her head to look at him and came closer. Meanwhile, other teenagers were looking out the window at a gang of robbers riding motorcycles. Kang Ming asked if the company wanted to just watch them, given the speed of monster mergers. Soyon came into the room. The teenagers were discussing how they could get to the river and cross it without being seen. Kang Min noticed Seo Young and asked about Yeonwoo, where he was. The girl was a little nervous, but she didn't let on and said that he was in the bathroom. The company immediately switched to something else and discussed something of their own. Soyon listened to them out of the corner of her eye, but she was deep in thought. She wondered if she could trust Yeonwoo, or if she still couldn't. These thoughts weighed too heavily on her, and she decided it was better to stop thinking about it. Meanwhile, the gang made it to the store, which was set on fire and almost burned down. One of the members said that they did not set fire to the building. They came to the conclusion that they were not alone. Someone else was setting the monsters on fire. The gang leader said they had to find these scum who were on their territory. The events moved to the room where the homeless man Choi was staying. It was not far from the tower and from teenagers. The man was sitting next to him, looking out the window, with a covered Hanmi lying next to him. He looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye and said that she would soon begin to rot. Choi was thinking about where it would be best to bury Hanmi, but he couldn't find a place. After all, whether she was dead or not, Hanmi was still infected, and there was nothing you could do about it. Choi could not make up his mind and make a choice. After all, it was not clear what had happened to the girl. Suddenly, someone asked the man why he was burying everyone, and added that Choi risked death if he left things as they were. The homeless man was wary because the soldiers had all left. Then two guys came into the room, not expecting to see a homeless man. Choi stood up and ordered everyone to leave immediately. He said he was not expecting anyone and had nothing for them to take. One of the men said that the smell in the room was rotten. Then the guys looked at Hanmi. Her motionless body resembled something, so everyone could have misunderstood. The guys called her, but she was silent. Then one of the teenagers smiled and asked if Choi needed help, and another made a bad joke. The homeless man abruptly interrupted them and ordered them to leave. Then the guys just laughed. The man was afraid that he could not protect Hanmi. He could not let anything happen to her. The guy told his partner that the man looked suspicious and called him a pervert, and the other supported this opinion. Choi was thinking about getting them to leave as soon as possible, because he couldn't handle two of them. He didn't have the strength. Then, a soldier entered the room and asked the guy if he was still alive. The man pointed the finger at the boys. Then he said that they annoyed him. A few seconds later, the gang was lying on the floor. Choi looked at the poor boys in shock. It had all happened so fast that he didn't have time to react. He looked at the soldier's face. He looked very strange and sick. The man asked Choi how he was feeling, but the homeless man did not know how to behave and simply said that the soldier had just killed the guys. Choi realized that the soldier had gone crazy, but asked why he had done it and whether they were with these guys. The man skipped these questions and simply said that he had observed that Choi was alone. The homeless man realized that something had happened, but simply replied that no one had come to see him. He added that this was the only reason he was sitting here waiting. The soldier turned to the man and asked why he couldn't contact him, to which Choi said he didn't know his number. The homeless man decided to change the conversation and asked what kind of shelter they were talking about. Choi said that the soldier seemed to have brothers and that he would be better off going to them, but the man seemed to be angry, and he turned and looked at Choi sternly, repeating the word brothers. The homeless man said that there was a shelter at Seoul Station, and if the soldier came from there, he would have been better off going back there. The man repeated the word shelter and said he would go there and check if it was true. Choi looked at the soldier and called him over. The man's eyes were crazy, and he said that it was unlikely that a homeless person would be allowed to go with this girl because she was most likely infected. Choi stood up and said that the soldier was right and it was dangerous to be around her. And then he shouted as if he remembered something. He told the soldier that he heard the sound of a car. The man said that someone had parked it and it was standing alone with the keys inside. And then he asked if the soldier had seen anyone when he came here. The man looked at him with his crazed gaze and asked if the homeless man was sure of his words. The soldier left the room and went outside. Choi barely got rid of him, cold sweat dripping down his face. The homeless man came out of the room carrying Yeon-mi. Choi said out loud that his instincts told him that the soldier was very dangerous. He asked Yeon-mi to be patient a little longer because it was hard for him to carry her. Suddenly, someone called Choi and asked him where he was going. A soldier stood in front of the exit and told the homeless man that the parking lot was on the other side. The man looked at Choi with his crazed gaze and said that he was not a fool and had looked around the parking lot on his way to this place. Meanwhile, someone was video blogging near the Kan River. It was a guy wearing a mask, glasses, and gloves. He was filmed by a friend. The blogger talked about what was happening near the Kan River. Either the bridge was being blocked or there was a new uprising of survivors. He showed me around Seoul and said that the city was in an emergency situation and it was scary to even enter. Then he showed the soldiers and said that they worked hard to find the survivors. And then the blogger pointed the camera at the houses with huge eggs on them. The guy promised to show everything to his subscribers. The blogger told us where they were going and what they were going to see, and also told us about the flamethrower's instructions. The guy's partner was not so brave. He pointed the camera at what was under the bridge and said that there were a lot of virus cells there. The blogger continued that the cells had no nucleus, but the size of the eggs had grown very much. The guys came very close. His partner was so afraid that cold sweat was running down his face. But the blogger didn't think about the consequences and continued to blog. Content was more important to him than life. His partner asked if Hyun was really going to go there. But the blogger said it was all a hoax. He would just undermine the content with this video. They will believe that there were no monsters anywhere, only monster cells and eggs. The blogger asked the viewers if they were now convinced. He said that there was no one but them and the cells, and then asked if the audience was waiting for them to go to the other side. Suddenly, a huge monster that looked like an exoskeleton emerged from the water. Its head resembled a crocodile's face. It seemed to be a new kind of monster that could live underwater. Meanwhile, the blogger said he was a little scared and asked if any of his followers wanted to join them. Suddenly, in the chat, subscribers began to write that someone was moving behind them. The guy took it as a joke and that his followers were playing a prank. Suddenly, the boys heard monsters roaring, and when they turned around, they saw terrible monsters. They were in a stupor and did not know what to do. Followers wrote that these monsters were different from the others. Then the guys came to their senses and ran as fast as they could. Their followers laughed at them in the comments. The blogger continued to blog and said that the shape of the monster was different. It had slime on its body, but its arms and legs were solid. The limbs were covered with bones, like exoskeletons. The guy showed me that more and more monsters were coming out of the water, they just kept coming. Then the blogger's partner opened fire on the monsters. The guys were already tired of running. Suddenly my partner's face changed a lot. She was scared. The monster did not die from the fire. It seems that the mucus on its body made it fireproof. The guys started screaming and begging for rescue, and the military nearby heard them and took notice. Meanwhile, the events moved to the room where Choi and the soldier were. The homeless man was lying on the floor and being kicked by a soldier. The man was yelling and calling the poor man names. Then he hit Choi with his heavy boot on the homeless man's face. After that, he fell to the ground exhausted, barely breathing. The soldier grabbed Choi by the hair and lifted his head, ordering him to answer honestly whether anyone had come to see him. The homeless man barely spoke, making long pauses between words, but said that no one came. Then the soldier threw the man's head away as if it were a thing. He got up and said that Choi stank terribly. Then his eyes fell on something behind him. He turned his attention to Hanmi, who was still lying on the floor. The soldier then told Choi that he had to take care of himself first. The man came out of the room and said that he was just furious. He turned and looked at the homeless man again with his crazy look, saying that a little more, and his patience would just burst. Choi remained in that room, barely breathing and bleeding. The soldier went outside. He looked around the area and had to think carefully. The man climbed higher to get a better look at where the bastards could have gone. Meanwhile, the teenagers were looking at the map program and searching for routes. Kang Ming said that the shortest way would be to walk in a circle and that there would be special bases at the place of arrival. He added that they were then able to return home and asked if everyone was ready to go. His classmates stared at him in silence, waiting for him to act. Kang Min said that the motorcyclists had stopped walking around, and they could only hope that they would not meet on the road. Kang Ji-hoon said they didn't have time and ordered them to pack for the road. Isuri said that she would take the food, but that they would not share it with those girls who did not want to take anything. 2 girls attacked the food on the table. It was Isuri and Soyon. There was an awkwardness between them, and the 2 of them stalled. Soyon started to speak first, but stuttered. In the end, she said she would take half. The teenagers set out on the road. Park Choa and Song Yeon were walking behind me, and they were discussing Isuri, saying that she was very arrogant. Xiong Young said that at school, Isuri acted like a queen and the other girls hated her for it. Park Choa asked if her classmates still held grudges from the past, and she answered in the affirmative. Meanwhile, the teenagers reached the bridge. Kang Min said that they all got a little closer to the Han River. The guy added that he hadn't seen any monsters, so he didn't know if it was possible to cross the bridge very quickly. Park Choa stopped for a second, as if she had noticed something. Kang Min saw this and asked the girl what she noticed. At first, Park Cho didn't want to share and simply brushed it off. And then she said that these cells, she felt as if they were watching them all. Kang Min didn't take these words seriously and said that Park Choa was just making herself up, but she didn't want to believe it. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo felt sick again and started breathing loudly and deeply. He looked around but saw no danger. But his arm started to hurt and tremble, and he thought it was just a reaction to the cells. Isuri was walking behind us, and she noticed that Jeon-woo was trembling and acting strangely. The girl came closer and asked him how he was feeling. At first, Yeon-woo did not realize who had approached him, but it distracted him from the pain. Soyon was walking behind them and overheard the teenagers' conversation. She seemed to be angry, and Isuri demanded from Jeon-woo that he share with her what happened to him. The girl seemed to be kind and caring, as much as she could be, and asked him to share with her everything that Jeon-woo was feeling. Soyon could not understand what was going on between the two. Then, Kang Min suggested taking a break because he was hungry. The others supported the idea, and Jeon-woo turned his attention to Soyon. The girl was also looking at him, and they met her eyes. After that, Soyon simply turned around and left. Jeon-woo followed her and asked her not to go alone. The soybean stopped, and so did the boy. They stood still and looked forward. There was a fire in front. Something must have happened on the riverbank because there was dark smoke coming from there. Sung-yeon was chatting with someone on her phone. She found something interesting because the cut of her face had changed. Then the girl called Park Choa. She told her classmate that she had found out something, but first she had to find out where they were. Isuri overheard their conversation, even though they were trying to be quiet. She asked the girls about it. I asked who they had just spoken to. Sung-yeon exploded and asked if Isuri was mocking them, or if she had to report all her phone conversations to her. But Isuri replied that Seon Young was only talking in vain and wasting her time and Isuri's. And then the girl added that if Seong-yeon had been paying attention to the map on her phone, she would have known where they were. Then she turned and looked at Seon-young. She called her stupid and said that it was hard to keep up with her. Isuri turned around and left, finally asking Seon-young to be quiet for a while. Otherwise, her patience would not last long. But Seon-young fell for the provocation and called Isuri names in response. Meanwhile, 2 people were running to the company. They shouted that they were in a terrible situation. It was a blogger and his partner. They were calling the company for help and could barely run. The guy in disguise was happy to see the teenagers. He hugged Kang Min and said that they had come to help them. But the teenager did not understand who he was. The blogger told them to be serious because the teenagers came here because they had seen his broadcast. Isuri stood there with a stony face and did not understand what was happening. The blogger opened his arms, hinting at a hug, and said that everything happened too fast. But he would hug everyone as he promised. Then a fire extinguisher was put in his face, which served as a flamethrower. Isuri asked with a serious face what this guy was doing. Meanwhile, the events moved to the basement where Choi and Honmi were. The homeless man tried to open the door, but the bastard locked him in. He was worried about Honmi, because by the time the soldier returned, she would be dead. Suddenly, Honmi coughed. The girl opened her eyes and began to show signs of life. Then she looked around and asked where she was. Choi was so excited when Honmi woke up that he pounced on her with questions about how she was feeling. The homeless man came closer and said that her friends had come to see her, but because of her severe wound, they all assumed the worst. Choi said he checked her wound and it wasn't very serious. Hong-mi looked down at him and didn't look at her husband. The girl could barely speak, but Choi's words struck her. Hong-mi asked if he had saved her, and then the girl said she was deceived and betrayed. She spoke very slowly, pausing between words. Choi listened attentively to the poor woman and did not interrupt. He asked Hong-mi to tell him what happened. The girl began to remember, and her head lifted. After a short pause, she said that a friend had betrayed her. Hong-mi began her story. They ran into this room. It seemed safe. In fact, the girls were running away from Kim Min-ju, who had become infected and was chasing them. My classmates ran down the stairs. They didn't look where they were going. They just ran. The girls ran into the hiding place. Hong-mi sat quietly but cried because she was afraid for her life. Next to her was Kang Hana, who was also trembling with fear. Hong-mi asked her classmate where the others were, but she replied with a cold voice that now was not the time to think about others. Hana acted strangely, saying that only the 2 of them were left, and they had a chance to get out of here. Hong-mi was frightened by her friend's behavior, and she emphasized several times that only the 2 of them would survive. The monster, Kim Min-ju, walked down the hallway looking for her victims. Kang Hana peered through the crack in the door. Hong-mi sat there shivering. Hana said it was time to run and get out, but Hong-mi refused. She said she couldn't walk anymore. Hong-mi was crying and suggested that we wait here until the others came. She asked Hana to call her classmates because she still had her phone. Hana turned around and she was angry. Her face looked frantic, and she asked why Hong-mi kept waiting for the others if she was with her now. Hong-mi was scared because she had never seen her friend like this before. Kang Hana became angrier and spoke with long pauses. She said that she was now risking her life to protect Hong-mi. Choi listened to the girl carefully. He was shocked by this story. Hong-mi cried and said that she understood how Hana felt, and she should have noticed it earlier. Choi apologized and said he didn't know how to help her. He just asked if all her classmates were here. Suddenly, Hong-mi remembered something about her classmates. Kang Hana walked by her side at school and asked if she had read the comments. There were more than 50 of them. Hong-mi was excited. She didn't follow her channel as much as Hana. Then my friend promised that after the exam, she would edit Hong-mi's videos every day. Park Min came down the stairs and offered to buy something for Hanma, even a gift. Hong-mi gladly accepted the invitation to buy pizzas and colas and sit somewhere. The teenagers cheerfully discussed their plans, but Kang Hana didn't want to, and her mood immediately disappeared. Lee Hong-mi noticed this and looked at her friend out of the corner of her eye. Every time Hong-mi talked to Park Min, Kang Hana just walked away from them. The atmosphere then became uncomfortable. Hong-mi told Park Min about it, but now she regretted it a little. In the end, Hana couldn't take it anymore. Then another monster came into their room. The girls were scared, but they had to run. The monster opened the door from the other side and entered, blocking the passage. The girls screamed in fear. They quickly ran through another exit without looking ahead. Suddenly, they noticed something in front of them. Then an exoskeleton came out of the corner. He noticed the victims immediately, and there was no point in fighting such a giant. The monster immediately attacked the girls. He was very fast. My classmates froze for a second. Then Kang Hana grabbed Lee Hongmi's hand. She ordered the girl to distract the monster, and Hanmi could not understand what was happening. Kang Hana told Hanma to stay here and she would go look for help. She wanted to say that her friend had also dumped her, but she didn't have time because Hanmi had escaped from her arms. Before she knew it, a huge monster growled in front of her. Hanmi's eyes showed fear and despair. She realized that it was the end. The exoskeleton cut through the girl's body with its bone paw like a skewer. That was the end of the story. Choi tried to calm Hongmi down and said that her friend was having a hard time at school. The homeless man said that Hannah did not kill Hanmi, but saved him because she used herself as bait. But Hanmi didn't understand what Choi was getting at. He explained that Hannah had lured the monster to her friends, but left her behind. It seems that her friend loved her too much to betray her. The homeless man stood up and said that the person Hanmi considered an enemy had sacrificed himself in the end. But Hanmi still had a hard time understanding this. She had never looked at the situation from this angle. Then Hanmi started calling the homeless man. He seemed to open her eyes to everything. Suddenly the girl started crying a lot. She said she would really like to meet Kang Hana and apologize to her. Choi said there was no time to be sad. Hanmi did not understand. She missed so much because she was unconscious. Choi said that Hongmi's friends were in danger and that the man who locked them in here was looking for the teenagers. The homeless man looked at the only window in the room. He said they had to get out of here somehow. He turned to Hanmi and asked if she could get up by stepping on him. Meanwhile, the teenagers watched the channel of a blogger who came to them. The guy could not believe that they did not know him and were seeing him for the first time. He said that they were cheating because he was facing the hottest blogger in Seoul. The blogger's partner whispered in his ear that the teenagers really didn't know him, but he ordered him to shut up. Isuri asked what the bloggers had forgotten in such a dangerous place and reminded them that they were running from someone. The blogger said with a smile that there were underwater monsters and they were running away from them, and then asked what they were doing here. Isuri didn't answer because she was the first to speak, and then she asked what they were filming. But the blogger said it was too many questions. Isuri was angry at this childish behavior. She asked him to tell her what the situation was on the Khan River. For some reason, the blogger kept smiling and asked if the teenagers were going to that particular river. Then, behind the blogger, his partner shouted that he would not go there again. The guy told him to shut up and speak in a whisper. The blogger said that if the teenagers were going to the river, they should have told him in advance, because it was the perfect time to go for a walk there. He offered to help, but the expressions on the teenagers' faces spoke for themselves. Meanwhile, the events moved to another street. The soldier was riding a motorcycle and holding a weapon. The events moved to Hanmi and Choi. They got out of the basement, and the homeless man opened the door to the room where he had been before. The sight made my blood run cold. There were innocent boys lying on the floor. They showed no signs of life at all. The soldier did not even burn them, but left them like that. Choi could barely move after the beatings, but he went inside. The homeless man only assured him once again that the soldier was not in his right mind, and that the teenagers were in danger. It turned out that one of the motorcyclists could still speak, and he asked Choi to listen to his request. The guy asked whom the soldier was looking for, because he told them he wanted to kill someone and take revenge. He asked Choi to avenge the motorcyclist, and then they could meet him in hell. It was the poor man's last request. Then Choi asked to borrow a motorcycle to find this crazy man. Meanwhile, the teenagers were in trouble. Someone called out to them, and when they turned around, they saw him. A soldier was following them on a motorcycle. Even from a distance, I could see his angry face. Kang Ji-hoon and Park Choa were the first to see the soldier and immediately reacted by running. The guy ordered the others to run as well. He realized that they were in trouble now. Yeonwoo was running on orders, but came back to see what was happening. When he realized, his heart beat faster because he saw the face of a military man. The man's eyes became crazy when he saw Jonah. The teenagers ran as fast as they could and went down under the bridge. Kang Min asked Kang Ji-hoon why they were running and what happened. The guy said that this crazy man was here and that he killed Hannah with a machine gun. Meanwhile, the soldier drove by the bridge and looked around. He had the advantage of transportation. It seemed that the man had noticed something. Park Choa hypothesized that this soldier started the fire because she saw that everything was in smoke. And then I asked him how he knew they were here. Isuri looked at Yeonwoo, who was barely breathing. It was obvious that he was not feeling well. The girl tried to find out the truth from him, but he was silent. Isuri decided to try again and went over to ask how Jeonwoo was feeling. Kang Ji-hoon yelled at them for stopping and ordered them to run faster. Soyon noticed this. Isuri didn't run and asked why they had to run if they were outnumbered. She told everyone to close up because she was thinking. She looked away and muttered something under her breath, and then said that they could have gotten rid of the crazy man. Meanwhile, a soldier climbed to the top of the bridge and held a weapon in his hands. The teenagers did not run away. They just stood there and looked at him. The man was sure they were up to something. The soldier was talking to himself like a psychopath. He talked about how defenseless the teenagers were now, and next to the infected Yeon-woo. The teenagers did not leave and stood silently in front of the soldier. The man said he wanted to resolve the issue. He told the teenagers that if they all continued to behave like this, they would not survive. The soldier assured me that he was trying to help them now. He looked directly at Yeonwoo, and the boy looked back at him. Kang Ji-hoon said it was coming. The others were worried and afraid that they would be killed, but no one ran away. The Isuri stood silently with stony faces that showed no fear. The soldier laughed. The teenagers did not understand what had happened. The man said that they had seen everything themselves, how quickly Yeon-woo regenerated, so there was nothing to talk about. He asked if the teenagers still believed his nonsense. The soldier said that he was the only one who knew the way out of Seoul and also knew where their friend was. He said that if they cooperated with him, he would help them. Park Choa asked if the soldier had mentioned Hanmi, because the teenagers said she had passed away. Kang Ji-hoon could not believe what he was hearing. His heart was racing, and he was ready to give up everything for Hanmi. The teenager said that it was clear that the soldier was deceiving them. He was crazy. Kang Ji-hoon said that it couldn't be true, and the man was deceiving them. They didn't believe him. The soldier just laughed in response and then asked who he had seen. Kang Ji-hoon was shocked again. He was playing to his feelings. He wanted it to be true, but it wasn't. Then the soldier stood up. After that, he jumped off the bridge. The man landed right in front of the teenagers. Yeon-woo and Isuri were ahead. The man said the choice was theirs. The teenagers were scared but did not leave. The soldier ordered them to turn away from the infected Yeon-woo and go to his side, and then they would also save their friend. Suddenly something moved in the water. Yeon-woo felt it immediately, his arm stabbed. He looked at the river, and there was nothing there. But Yeon-woo had a brilliant idea. Isuri noticed his interest in water. She asked the teenager what had happened. But when I saw the river, I understood everything without words. It seems they had the same plan. Meanwhile, the soldier tried to prove to them that Yeon-woo was infected. He added that they had to get rid of him. Then Isuri stood up to the company and set the fire. She said she suspected Yeonwoo from the very beginning. The teenager was a little scared of what he heard. Everyone was in shock. Isuri spoke seriously, so it was easy to believe her. She supported the fact that they had to get rid of Yeon-woo. Kang Min and Kang Ji-hoon were shocked and told Isuri to calm down. The girl told the teenagers to come to their senses, because Yeon-woo would infect them and turn them into monsters. Isuri said that if they stood up for Yeonwoo, they would die for violating the quarantine rules. And then she pointed a gun at them and ordered them to decide whether they wanted to choose life or death. Isuri added that everyone who came into contact with Yeon-woo would also be considered infected. The teenagers were outraged by the girl's words. The soldier was just silent, but he seemed to like what was happening. Behind Yeon-woo stood So-young. She was very worried about her friend and herself. She did not want to betray him again. Isuri told her classmates not to doubt her because she had stayed away from Yeon-woo from the beginning. She asked if they would be safe if they isolated the infected person. Isuri didn't look at Yeonwoo at all, but the boy kept looking at her and tried not to show any emotion. The soldier looked at Isuri as if he felt proud. The girl shouted at the teenagers to decide quickly and added that as long as there was an infected person among them, there would be no way home. So-young was thinking about what had happened to Isuri, because when the two of them were talking in the bathroom, she had said that she would not leave Yeonwoo. Was it possible that all her words were just a lie? Soyon then asked the soldier if he would really help them and return Hanmi. The girl asked carefully and did not move. She did not want to choose a side. Suddenly, she remembered that the military had promised to return them all to the base, and she reminded her husband of this. The soldier did not know what to say, and said he was not sure. Then Kang Ji-hoon asked if Hanmi was really alive. The guy could not believe it himself, and his words were paused, and his sentences were incoherent. The soldier looked at him out of the corner of his eye and said that he was not like them and did not know how to cheat. Then, the man put the muzzle of the gun very close to Yeon-woo and said that he would be the first. Kang Ji-hoon asked the soldier to allow him to meet with her. Yeon-woo was shocked and did not know how to react. The man did not listen and asked Yeon-woo if he could survive if he was shot in the head. Kang Ji-hoon shouted at them to wait. Behind the soldier, Isuri stood with a fire and looked at Kang Ji-hoon. She whispered to the boy to be ready because she was going to set the man on fire when he attacked him. Kang Ji-hoon was shocked. He didn't know what to do because he wanted to meet Hanmi. He looked at the soldier. He could not believe him, but the deception was so sweet. Then he just ran without thinking to attack the soldier. Suddenly something happened to his legs. They didn't want to move. He wondered what if Hanmi was really alive. The risks were too great. Isuri was furious that the boy had made a mistake. A soldier noticed this. He asked what Kang Ji-hoon was trying to do. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo stood there panicking, trying to think of a plan. The soldier asked if Ji-hoon wanted to save this infected man. He smiled at the teenager and asked if he really thought he could do it. Then, Soyon intervened and told the soldier to wait and not to do it. Suddenly, Park Cho ran away. She wanted to attack the soldier. Everyone was against her husband. The girl simply leaned on the soldier with her entire body and wait. And then they flew into the river. The guys were in a stupor and did not know how to react. The soldier came out and screamed. Park Choa also looked at her classmates. Yeon-woo extended his hand to her immediately. He shouted for her to give him her hand because she had to get out quickly. Yeon-woo knew there were monsters in there. Park Choa grabbed hold of the teenager. They took her out. Others also came up and asked how she was feeling. Meanwhile, the soldier was drowning behind him and cursing the teenagers. Isuri told him not to turn his head and not to scream. She came closer and asked where Hanmi was. But the man just laughed and said he wouldn't answer. Isuri asked again if Hanmi was alive and promised to help if the soldier answered. The man said he would not believe them anymore because the teenagers had just betrayed him. Isuri called him a fool and asked if he would regret it later. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo was hanging around Park Choa. He didn't expect this from the girl and wanted to know that she was safe. Suddenly something shocked Yeonwoo. Sung-gyeon was screaming near So-young because her hand was covered in blood. She screamed and called others for help because Soyon was badly injured. Others immediately ran up to the girl, asking about her condition. Yeon-woo looked at the river. The soldier asked him why he was looking at him. Suddenly, Yeon-woo became completely angry. His emotions were running high. He pointed his finger at the man again and ordered him to die. But the soldiers said that they would all die now. Suddenly, monsters appeared from under the water. The man noticed and came back. There were more and more monsters and they were getting stronger. The soldier screamed and called for help. Yeon-woo enjoyed this spectacle. The events moved back in time to a running competition. There were several girls at the start. Isuri had to run, so she prepared herself and breathed deeply at the top of her lungs. The man gave a sign and the competition began. Isuri was ready. She ran quickly. The girl was giving it her all. The coach supported them from the stands. The girl was in front, running as fast as she could. There was still a little more to go. And then when the girls reached the finish line, they could relax. They all fell to the ground to rest. Isuri was breathing loudly. Her heart was beating furiously, but even now she did not show her emotions. The scoreboard showed the best results. The events moved to the locker room. A friend was telling Isura how cool it was that their class was going to Sela because her classmates had never been there. Isuri remained silent and did not answer the question whether she would also go. And then the girl came out and said she hadn't decided yet. She added that she had no close friends anyway. The events returned to real time, where the soldier was swimming in a river with monsters. They sailed straight to him on Yeon-woo's orders. The man climbed out and shouted to the boy to help him. The guy turned and looked at this crazy man who was begging for help. The soldier said that he had saved Yeonwoo when they first met and helped him find friends. The monsters were almost near the man. He stood on the pier and begged for help. But Yeonwoo did not listen and kept walking, and Isuri ordered him to leave. The guy said that there was no need to run away because he would not do it again. He explained that he had been using monsters from the very beginning to kill this madman. And now, there was no danger, and they didn't have to run away. Soyon could barely walk, and Yeonwoo looked at her. He had done all this for her. The guy tried to say something else to Asura, but did not finish. The girl stood there in disbelief, waiting for an explanation. But it turned out that Yeonwoo had sensed the monsters again, and they were not the ones he had summoned. The military came, and these animals attacked them. They tried to repel them with fire. The soldiers were saviors who protected the area near the river. Isuri said to hurry up and go, but Yeonwoo was very sick. He explained that when his emotions intensified, his cells became sensitive and it was somehow transmitted to the monsters. He added that he could feel it when he pointed with his hand. It was like a kind of bond that was forming between them. Yeon-woo closed his eyes as if trying to contact the monsters. Then the water monsters felt it, and one of them reacted. The soldiers were shocked. One of them even fell to the ground. The monster turned and looked back. Yeon-woo stood before him. The monster just looked at the boy, did not go anywhere, and did nothing. Yeon-woo stretched out his hand and looked back at the monster. After that, all the monsters just went back into the water. The soldiers could not believe what they were seeing. They started shooting at them, but the monsters did not react and just went back into the water. Yeon-woo could barely stand up after that. Isuri asked him what he had done. The guy said he didn't know it, but the monsters did what he wanted. But there was one problem. When he did it, he felt as if something was wrong with him. That spot appeared on Yeon-woo's face again. The teenagers had already climbed the mountain and were waiting for them, and Kang Ji-hoon called his classmates. At the same time, they offered Soyon help with her wound. Park Choa looked at her poor classmate and took off her briefcase. She said it was all very strange. After that, she took off her shirt and said that it was she who pushed the soldier. But why did Soyon get hurt? And then, Park Choa gave them a sweatshirt, turned around, and asked them not to look at her so evilly. Soyon asked if she had done something wrong or if no one cared. Suddenly, someone honked at the teenagers and they turned to the sound. It was a van, and it slowed down when it approached the teenagers. The window went down and there were bloggers there. The guy called them all over. The company looked at each other, but there was no other way out. They all got in the car and drove to the place where the bloggers were taking them. The blogger asked if they had seen these new monsters yet, and then he said that he saw a soldier pointing a weapon at them. The teenagers were surprised by this. He smiled and asked if they hadn't gotten it yet. It turned out that a blogger had filmed them, everything that was happening on the river. Moreover, it was a broadcast for his blog and others saw it all. The blogger said that thanks to his viewers, he helped them. And then he asked if the teenagers had asked him why he was helping them. But Kang Ji-hoon said that the boy hadn't done anything special. Isuri simply thanked him for his help and asked him to take them to Cannes. The blogger asked what happened in that city and asked if they were all non-locals. But Isuri said not to ask too many questions. The guy quickly agreed. Then the blogger continued to broadcast and tell the audience something. The bridge, which was completely clogged with cells and eggs, became clean. It looks like the soldiers did their best. So-young and Yeon-woo sat next to each other and were silent. And then the guy started talking. He said that So-yeon was already recently wounded, but the girl did not let him finish and said that everything was fine. She asked us not to talk about it now and added that it would be easier to forget the incident, because they were all on equal footing now. Now Yeon-woo interrupted her. He thanked Seo-young. He recalled how the girl threw herself at the soldier so that he would not shoot Yeonva. The guy thanked us again for our help. So-yeon said that Yeon-woo had saved her many times before, so it was nothing. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. Everyone flew forward. No one held back because there were too many people. The blogger leaned out the window and asked what happened. It turned out that the entire road was covered with these cells. Then the driver got out of the car, taking a flamethrower with him, and was going to burn all the cells. Yeon-woo was wary. He didn't like what was happening. He saw that the guy had opened fire on the eggs. He stood up and shouted that there was no need to burn them. The guy with the flamethrower stalled. Monsters began to crawl out of the water. They came because their cells were being destroyed. The guy got into the car scared and screamed. But there were a lot of monsters. They came out very quickly, like ants. Soyon screamed in fear. Yeon-woo swore, and this alerted Soyon. He ordered her not to get out and stay in the car. Meanwhile, the monsters were getting closer. They were almost near the car. The blogger shouted that there were a lot of them. Suddenly, he stopped talking because he saw something. It was Yeon-woo who just got out of the car. Kang Min and Kang Ji-hoon shouted to the boy that it was very dangerous and he should go back. Soyeon sat in a stupor and did not know what to do. The blogger was filming everything for his blog, and the comments said that Yeon-woo was suicidal. The monsters attacked the boy like dogs when they saw him. Yeon-woo was worried because there were so many monsters and he was not sure he could handle them. But there was no turning back. The monsters were approaching, and there were only seconds left. Yeon-woo remained calm to avoid showing fear and collect his thoughts. It was a great opportunity for the blogger to increase his reach and gain popularity. The monsters began to beat each other. They attacked their own brothers as if they were fighting for territory. One of them simply attacked the other monster and bit off a part of its body. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo just stood there quietly watching. The teenagers inside could not believe that the monsters had suddenly decided to fight each other. Isuri looked at Yeonwoo and realized that it was all his doing. But she still didn't fully understand it, so she didn't know what was really going on. They saw that Yeon-woo was doing it with his hand. The monsters obeyed him and responded to this connection. Yeon-woo looked at the monster and felt that he was now connected to several at once. For a few seconds he felt it. The monster was moving as Yeon-woo wanted it to. Suddenly the teenager felt something behind him. The monster growled at him from behind. But Yeon-woo stopped him as well. The monster just froze in front of the boy. He was a little nervous because it was his first experience. Yeon-woo looked into the monster's eyes, and it was not so scary now. They still bowed to humans even though they could destroy the entire planet. Now Yeon-woo felt completely different. Not like before, the guy could now simply control them as he wished. And it was all just by the power of thought. Now there were many monsters, even too many. But it was enough to escape and save ourselves. Something incredible was happening in the comments section of the broadcast. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. The blogger incited viewers' reactions with his phrases. Suddenly people started writing in the comments that Yeon-woo was very suspicious. But the blogger said that it was the other way around, and that the guy just had the courage to defend them. And then he asked if the subscribers really believed that Yeon-woo controlled the monsters, because it was impossible. Isuri listened and analyzed. The monsters did not touch the car, so Yeon-woo ran out first. Meanwhile, the blogger recalled the case when Yeon-woo wanted to shoot a soldier. He said that it was also very strange. Isuri realized that this blogger was attracting too much attention and something had to be done about it. The teenagers said that Yeon-woo was an ordinary guy and not suspicious. Suddenly, Isuri spoke about immunity, and the blogger turned to her. She repeated that Yeon-woo was immune. Kang Ji-hoon was shocked that the girl had said that. Isuri explained that the boy told them this himself, that the monsters simply did not touch him and he had no control over them. The blogger was simply shocked by this information and the fact that it would be published in his blog. There was even more activity in the comments, but there were those who did not believe these words. Kang Ji-hoon asked Isuri what she was doing, but she told him to shut up. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo was already on his way back because the monsters were distracted. He opened the door and said it was clear so they could move on. Immediately, the blogger attacked the guy with questions, which surprised Yeonwoo, who did not understand what was happening. The blogger asked for an interview, but we had to hurry. Isuri thought about how Yeon-woo couldn't control the monsters from the car, so she didn't understand why he tried so hard. She couldn't understand why Yeon-woo sacrificed himself for others, since he had been betrayed from the very beginning. At this point, Soyon asked how the boy was feeling. The girl was sincerely worried about her friend and even scolded him for such an act, because he could have died. Yeon-woo apologized and said they didn't have to worry anymore. Isuri listened to their conversation carefully. Suddenly, Yeon-woo felt something again. He immediately went over to take a closer look. Then he shouted for them all to drive fast. But everyone was in a stupor, so Yeon-woo shouted again, this time louder, and ordered them to step on the gas quickly. The car sped off at full speed. Yeon-woo looked back, and meanwhile they finally crossed the Han River. Suddenly, something came out from under the water. Yeon-woo did not understand what this strange feeling was. He felt strange and scared at the same time. He felt that there were even bigger monsters there. The head of that monster was the size of an ordinary monster. Yeon-woo was very scared, and they were all lucky that everything was okay. But they will never return to the Han River again. Meanwhile, events moved to Choi and Hongmi. The man was choosing something and said he didn't know what to do. Hongmi was sitting behind him. The homeless man was hesitating to make a choice. She just looked at the floor and thought about nothing. Suddenly, Choi told her to go get a drink of water. She didn't understand at first and asked again. Then the man repeated that Hongmi's body had not yet fully recovered. In the meantime, he would go look for her friends. The girl stood up. Her body was shaking and she said that everything was fine. She could barely stand up and said she would go with him, because it was dangerous to be alone. Then they rode the motorcycle forward. Hongmi asked why the man was helping her. Choi asked if she didn't trust him, but she said she was just curious and asked how he knew her classmates. The homeless man said it was very noisy and then asked how Hongmi was feeling. The girl apologized and said that everything was fine. Choi noticed this himself, and then he asked if she could really handle it. The man explained that he was homeless and smelled bad. Hongmi exhaled and added that it really did stink. Choi exploded and told her to forget what he said. The girl just smiled and said that she hadn't bathed for a long time, and her hair was dirty, so anyone who saw them would mistake them for father and daughter. My husband missed it and said it was funny. They stopped at an intersection, and Choi asked where they should go next. He told her to wait a bit. The man got off his motorcycle and said he would go check, and if something happened, they would leave immediately. The track was clean, no monsters. Hanmi sighed sadly. She sat down by the pillar and said how much she wanted to meet her classmates. Hanmi couldn't even find her phone. Then a soldier came out from around the corner. He pointed the machine gun and said he had found a schoolgirl. Choi looked at the motorcycle. Something about it seemed strange and familiar. He looked toward the river. It seems that the man recognized the soldier's motorcycle and thought he had come downstairs. Meanwhile, Hanmi was complaining about her pain. She couldn't take it anymore. Her whole body ached. Suddenly, someone recognized her. A smile appeared on this person's face. He stretched out his hand to the girl, and then he asked what Hanmi was doing here, because it was dangerous to be alone. He touched the girl's face when she turned to him. It was Park Min, and the guy immediately asked if she was here to find her classmates. He invited Hanma to go along. Park Min smiled and said that he was going to meet them just then. Meanwhile, Choi went down to the river where the teenagers and the soldier were. He looked around cautiously to avoid running into monsters. The man could not find the soldier. He could not run far. Suddenly, the homeless man saw a body in the water and blood nearby. Choi came closer to get a better look. He noticed that it was clothing and it looked like a military uniform. Choi decided that the man was dead because he was not moving. A person could not have been underwater for that long. Suddenly, the homeless man heard monsters roaring. They were approaching the man. There were a lot of them. Choi was frightened and fell into a stupor. He realized that it was a bait. The man was angry with himself. Why did he even decide to go downstairs? Now he's going to die. Then another monster came out of the water. Choi was surrounded by monsters on all sides, and there was nowhere to run. A giant, ugly monster came out the other side. Homeless Choi realized that he had to run away immediately, when suddenly he noticed something. The monster had something strange in its mouth when it opened it. It was a human eye and a head. Choi was surrounded in a circle from all sides with nowhere to run. The homeless man realized that he was finished. He was trapped. Meanwhile, the military and a man were standing near the bridge. It was Lee Tane. He called the monsters children and said he was going to blow them all up. He asked the monsters if they had heard him. One of the monsters paid attention to him. Lee Tane pointed his hand at the monsters and ordered them to stop suffering nonsense and do a good deed before dying. The man was laughing. He was having fun with everything as usual. It was as if the monster was under hypnosis and followed all the commands. Then, all the monsters just ran away from the homeless man, and Choi was shocked. Suddenly, someone ordered the man not to make any unnecessary movements. He turned his head and saw soldiers pointing their guns at him and saying that they would have to shoot him if he did not listen to them. Hanmi shouted to him from the bridge and asked if he was okay. The man looked at the girl and it calmed him down a bit. Hanmi said she had found her friends. She tried to tell me that she had met her classmate and had to go with him because he knew where their friends were. Lee Tane listened to all this and analyzed her words. Then he turned to Hanmi. He asked the girl if she had come into contact with the monster by accident. Meanwhile, the teenagers continued to drive in the car. The blogger asked his followers if they would like to check out Yeonwoo. Suddenly, the guy got scared of something. The blogger asked him how he learned about his immunity and whether the monster had touched him. This interrogation scared Yeon-woo even more. Isuri said how stupid the teenager was for putting himself in the public eye. She seemed to be angry with the guy, and then added that he should take better care of himself and get himself examined. But Yeon-woo told the blogger that he was indeed immune. And then, the guy said that he found out about it by accident, when the monsters started avoiding him and he didn't touch the eggs. Kang Min noticed that his friend Kang Ji-hoon was sad. He asked his opinion about it and said it sounded like a bluff, but Kang Ji-hoon said he didn't know. And then he asked me to leave him alone, adding that he really didn't like it. Kang Min asked if this state was not caused by Hanmi and the fear that she was dead. The guy exploded and yelled, but the friend didn't stop. He asked if Kang Ji-hoon believed the soldier because Kang Min felt deceived. The teenager looked down and said sadly that he did not know. Suddenly, someone called out to the blogger. It was Isuri. She told them to drive faster and look ahead at the road. They drove up to a place where there was a traffic jam and a lot of cars. Soldiers stood there and inspected everyone. The teenagers were halfway through. The blogger told his followers everything, and it seemed to last for a long time because he was under control. Isuri said that this was exactly what she was afraid of. She added that she should behave as usual. She hoped that it was a regular patrol and that they would not check too much. She told everyone not to panic, to just watch what they do with the other cars. Sung-yeon asked what happened and whether they could not pass. Park Cho noticed Seo-young, who looked very bad. She asked the girl how she felt. Soyon was silent and just looked at her classmate. Her face was pale and wet. Park Choa said something about this and asked if it would have been better to give So-young medicine, but the girl said that the pain was tolerable. In fact, it was not like that. So-yeon could barely cope with it, but she was angry that she was the only one with such a problem. She thought that someone like her was destined to die a long time ago, and it really annoyed her. Meanwhile, their turn came, and the soldiers stopped the car. The bloggers opened the windows and greeted the man, saying they wanted to get to the other side. The soldier said that the road was under control and ordered them to turn the car around, as instructed. But the bloggers said they should immediately take cover. But the soldier said that there were too many people there, and then stopped talking for a second. He was shocked that there were so many people inside. The blogger said that there were only 9 of them and they were all his brothers and sisters. Then the soldier said he would check their car. More soldiers came up to them and told them that these were quarantine rules and ordered them to roll down the window. The soldiers put their guns to the windows. The teenagers behaved calmly and did not show any signs of distress. Suddenly, the man noticed something. He pointed to Soyon, who was holding her wound with her hand and looked bad. He pointed at her and said that the girl was infected. Soyon was scared and shivering. They began to defend her and prove the opposite. They swore that Soyon just broke her arm and honestly had no contact with the monsters. Then she was taken to a shelter and provided with medical assistance. Her arm was rewound. The medic said it was a gunshot wound, but he didn't see anything suspicious, so the girl should be released. The man was very nice and wished Soyon a speedy recovery. The girl was polite and thanked the doctor. She came out of the tent, but suddenly Soyon stopped. The girl turned and looked at the men who helped her. After that, Soyon decided to go back inside. She began her uncertain conversation and the men turned to her. Soyon apologized for everything that happened. She looked down and was as unhappy as possible. The girl said that it was very painful for her, so she did not want to do it. Then there was a short pause. Soyeon asked them to let them out of Seoul, adding that it was very difficult for her. She said she really wanted to get better and then she just cried. The girl looked so bad that you wanted to feel sorry for her. She begged and looked them straight in the eye. 2 grown men could not resist the child. Meanwhile, the others were still sitting in the car, and when they saw their friend, they became more animated. The girl was next to a soldier, so everyone thought something had happened. The soldier stood in front of the car and wrote something on a piece of paper. Then, he put it in the car and said it was a permit to leave and ordered me to put the piece of paper on the windshield. The soldier said that it was very difficult to leave Seoul now, but they would help them. The man said that they had to turn left in 300 meters. Meanwhile, Soyeon crept up to the car window. She knocked on the door and the girl looked very happy. The soldier radioed that a car was coming and opened the barrier. And the car with the teenagers just drove by quietly. They will finally get home and leave Seoul. Everyone in the car was shocked and became very animated, pouncing on Soyeon with questions. The girl was all smiles and said that she had just shown her tears to 2 grown men and that was it. Sung-yeon hugged Seo-young, saying it was cool. Everyone was incredibly happy. Kang Min shouted that they would finally get out of this cursed Seoul, but Kang Ji-hoon ordered him to shut up. Kang Min ignored his friend and told Seo-young that she was a great sport. Seon-young said she was going to start crying. Everyone had been waiting for this moment for so long, and it had finally come. Suddenly, she noticed something on her phone and it changed her expression. She showed the others the correspondence on her phone. Her voice sounded very excited. She pointed and shouted enthusiastically. Sung-yeon called out Lee Hong-mi's name. Kang Ji-hoon immediately turned to the girls. She showed me her correspondence with Park Min, and he sent a photo of Lee Hong-mi. It was definitely her. The military checked her. There was a lot of blood on Hong-mi's t-shirt, but the main thing was that she was alive. It was just incredible. The bloggers got out of the car and stood near the border while the teenagers were talking on the phone. Song-yeon dialed Park Min. The guy was very friendly, saying he was glad to hear from them. But there were communication problems at the base, so he couldn't talk to them there. Park Min stood by the Han River because there was a good connection there. The guy asked how they were doing and started talking about the fire situation, and they had a bad breakup. But Kang Ji-hoon interrupted him, saying that none of this mattered. He came in with questions about Lee Hong-mi. Park Min started laughing at the boy and asked why he was yelling at him. He liked to annoy Kang Ji-hoon. He said that the teenagers had left the girl alone and he accidentally found her with a homeless man. Park Min then said that he could not believe they had crossed the Han River and reached the hideout, especially in someone else's car. Sung-yeon did not understand what the boy was saying. He congratulated them on their good work. Park Min said that in any case, Lee Hong-mi was injured, and so he would stay with her. And then he asked if the teenagers wanted to go home. In the end, he told his classmates to behave. Then Isuri interrupted the conversation and asked why he was talking like that, adding that they were waiting for him. She said that there was only a little more to go and they would leave this damned Seoul. Isuri told Park Min to take Hong-mi and come to them. But the guy just laughed in response and said that it was much safer here now. And then he added that this was especially true of Yeonwoo. The guy did not expect this. Park Min asked if he needed help. Yeonwoo asked what his classmate meant. He really didn't understand what they were talking about. But Park Min just laughed and said that he knew everything, calling his classmate a bro. He added that he had a friend who could help him. Park Min spoke about Lee Tae-in and said that he was also immune. Yeonwoo's eyes widened dramatically. Park Min assumed that the teenager had been having trouble controlling himself lately. And then he suggested a meeting, because according to him, Lee Tae-in had a lot to tell. After that, Park Min simply disconnected, and only dial tones came from the phone. Sung-yeon was outraged by this act, and asked him how he knew about Yeonwoo. Kang Ji-hoon thought only about his Lee Hong-mi. He didn't listen to what others were saying. The boy came to when the teenagers told Yeonwoo to make up his mind. Isuri was outraged because she did not understand what Park Min was up to, and there was no guarantee that they would successfully cross the Han River. Sung-yeon interrupted the conversation and asked who Isuri was, who decided for them all. She said that she was thinking soberly and critically, and added that if Park Min had planned something, she was not going to go back. Isuri added that this bastard could have done something that he shouldn't have done. She told a story that she found when they were in Namsan. The survivors broke in and asked to open the door. Behind the poor people were monsters. Isuri was hiding behind a wall and breathing loudly because she was running away. People begged for help, but Park Min and Han Song-yu just stood there laughing at them. Sung-yeon stood up and said that it was not true, asking him to go back and find out everything. But Kang Min also intervened and refused. The guy said that Isuri was right and that going back was tantamount to suicide. Kang Min added that they all definitely started something, so it's not profitable for them to go back. At that moment, a blogger came in and asked if they had finished all the negotiations. And then he asked if they were going further. Then Yeon-woo spoke and shouted to me to wait. He lowered his tone a bit and asked me to politely wait a little longer. Isuri was furious at the teenager's behavior. She couldn't believe that Yeon-woo was really going to wait for him. But the guy was thinking about his own. The information that there was someone else with immunity did not give him peace of mind. He had to figure it out. Isuri looked at Yeonwoo and could not believe that he was really going to meet Park Min. The blogger pushed Yeonwoo and told him to think fast if he wanted to leave. He realized that he had no other choice. Then Soyon intervened in the conversation. She offered to follow Hanmi together if he wanted to. Isuri was now annoyed with Soyon as well. The girl said she was shocked. And then she asked Yeonwoo if he felt sorry for So-young. She added that the girl was in bad condition, very bad. And then she turned and looked at Yeonwoo, asking if he wanted to ruin everything, because So-yeon's wounds were very serious. But the girl began to defend herself and said that she was fine. The blogger started pushing them again, saying that he would leave and they had to decide. Isuri turned to Yeonwoo once again, ignoring the blogger. She asked if the teenager would torment the wounded Soyon. Meanwhile, events moved to the other side of the Khan River. The soldier pointed a thermometer at the homeless man to measure his temperature. Everything was fine. Then the man asked if Choi was sure he hadn't come into contact with the monsters. At that moment, someone called out to the man. It was Lee Hong-mi. She was given a white suit and waved to the homeless man. She stretched out her hands wearing special gloves. Han-mi was sincerely delighted with her brother. She was so positive. She told Choi that it looked great on him, and then asked why they took his temperature. But the homeless man ignored her question and ordered her to pretend that she knew everything. Han-mi didn't understand what he meant and asked him again. The man told me to stay with him and not to go anywhere else, because it was the safest place to be right now. Hong-mi agreed, because the soldiers were busy with their work anyway, and then suggested that they tell the others that Choi was her uncle. Meanwhile, the trucks arrived. The soldiers ordered people in white suits to get into them, but they were in no hurry and asked where they would be taken. Lee Hong-mi intervened and asked them to come too. She said they really needed to go to the other side. Choi told the girl to be careful because when he was there, the monsters were huge. Suddenly, the girl understood something when the homeless man said that you never know if a person has been infected. Yeon-mi agreed with this opinion. She did not know if she had ever been in contact with monsters. She recalled the conversation with Lee Tian when he asked her if she had contact with monsters. Lee Tian explained that he was a medical student and tried to help people in the shelter. He pointed to the girl's wound, asking if a monster had done this to her because it looked painful. Lee Tian smiled and added that she would be killed if she was infected and advised her to be smarter. He said that Yeon-mi could have turned to him for help. She thought about it seriously because she didn't want to become a monster. She was distracted from her bad thoughts by Choi, who asked what she was thinking about. And then, the homeless man made sure that Yeon-mi wore the costume well everywhere, so that nothing was exposed. The girl smiled at him and pretended that everything was fine. And then Yeon-mi apologized and said she had to meet her friends and went to the trucks. A soldier was watching them from around the corner. He was waiting for Choi to be alone. After that, the man crept up on him carefully from behind. And then he called out. Choi returned. The soldier ordered me to follow him. It looked quite strange and suspicious. The homeless man had no choice but to follow him. The soldier led him to a dead end, where there was no one else, just them. Choi asked where they were going and why, but the man remained silent and only turned to the homeless man. Suddenly, Choi felt a sense of danger. He didn't understand anything, but his gut told him that nothing good was going to happen. The soldier turned away, and then Choi realized that it was time for him to leave. Then, the man said he was glad that the homeless man was okay. After he took off his helmet, Choi was shocked. It turned out that it was a squad leader. The homeless man said he thought they would never meet again, and then he asked if he had found a military shelter. The man paused as if he was searching for the right words. At the time, he said he was glad that Choi hadn't gotten there yet. The homeless man was shocked and did not understand what was happening and what the soldier was trying to do. The man said that it was not just Seoul that was infected. There was no shelter, because the whole country was infected. Choi could not believe his ears. Then the soldier addressed him as a teacher. He said that he invited the homeless man here for another reason. He wanted to ask for help. The soldier spoke slowly and paused between sentences, making it clear that this conversation was very important and serious. The man said that there were people with immunity among the civilians. The soldier asked if Choi knew anything about it. Meanwhile, the events moved to the Kan River. Park Min told Lee Tae-in that he had talked to his friends. The man was interested and a smile appeared on his face. He seemed to be hoping for Yeonwoo. Park Min did not answer right away, as if he was afraid of disappointing Lee Tae-in. But in the end, he said that he thought that no one would probably come back except for one guy. It turned out that this guy was Kang Ji-hoon. He left the car and his classmates behind. But Park Choa followed him, and he asked her why she followed them, but she told him to close up. Lee Tae-in asked Park Min where everyone was or if they were deliberately late. But the guy was very calm and told me not to worry. He was sure that his classmates would come. It was because of what they wrote to him. It turned out that Park Min told Yeonwoo that his parents were here. They were dressed in special white suits and were here with everyone. They were the ones who were put in the truck and transported. Yeonwoo was shocked by what he read. His heart was racing. He realized that this was not good and his parents were in danger. Events moved back in time when Park Min received a call from Yeonwoo's parents. At first, the guy didn't realize what kind of unfamiliar number it was. But when Yeonwoo's mother introduced herself, the teenager was not very pleased. He spoke without enthusiasm and said that he could not reach his classmate either. He also added that Yeonwoo was in the hideout with him. Suddenly, the teenager's parents said something that made Park Min happy. They said they were in Seoul. Meanwhile, events returned to the present. Trucks have crossed the bridge. Yeonwoo's mother was on the floor with her father by her side. The woman was breathing loudly and moaning in pain. When my father saw what happened to his wife, he immediately went to look for a cure. It turned out that the mother had a severe wound on her leg and could not walk normally. A man scolded his wife for overdoing it and ordered her to stay still. Tears gathered in her eyes while her father continued to scold her for walking 20 kilometers without rest. Suddenly, the woman just got up and left, telling the man to stop it. She walked away from her husband and was silent, turning her back. And then, after a short pause, she turned and said that her husband had to know how important Yeonwoo was to her. He immediately changed in his face. It looked like there was some kind of secret there. After that, the woman picked up the phone and said that she was fine now. But her son didn't pick up the phone, and she couldn't find a place to go because she didn't know if he was okay. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was my mother's phone. She immediately picked up the phone and started talking very excitedly. She barely uttered a word, giving away information about their whereabouts. It turned out that she was talking to Park Min, and he was approaching these people. And so, finally, they all met. The teenager pretended to be a kind and decent guy, politely greeted and introduced himself as Yeon-woo's classmate. The parents were happy to see Park Min because they had hoped to see their son. Then, Yeon-woo's mother approached the teenager and squeezed his hands. And then she thanked Park Min for coming. The mother looked very exhausted and pitiful, screaming of grief. She said she was very happy that the boy was safe. Park Min thanked them and said they were heroes to him. After all, Yeon-woo's parents came here, but Park Min's parents would never have done that for him. He knew that. Yeon-woo's parents tried to change his mind, but he was unwilling. After that, Park Min said he had come to tell him something. He said that he had just contacted his other classmates and thought that Yeon-woo was with them. The boy added that his classmates were fine and safe. The parents were shocked by this. When the mother heard that her son was on the other side of the bridge, she was overjoyed. She threw herself into her husband's arms, and it was hard to even stand. The woman started crying and thanking Park Min, and her father calmed her down. While the parents were not looking, the teenager's expression changed and became familiar, and he just waited for the adults to speak up. Afterward, Park Min's phone rang. He pretended to be friendly and politely greeted Seung-yong. From the other end of the phone, he yelled at Yeon-woo and called him a bastard. Park Min's expression changed, as if he hadn't expected to hear it. Yeon-woo was shouting into his phone and asking him what he was up to, because it was all for a reason. Then, Park Min called out Yeon-woo's name loudly so that the parents behind him could hear him. The mother was shocked when she heard the name of her son, whom she had not been able to contact for so long. Yeon-woo told Park Min to give him a straight answer before he finished him off. He wanted to know what his classmate meant when he said that Yeon-woo's parents were there. Park Min spoke with a lot of airs, as if they were old friends. He asked Yeon-woo to calm down and wait a minute. Then the teenager's mother spoke into the phone. Yeon-woo was shocked. He did not expect his mother to be there. She and his father immediately started asking questions about how their son felt and whether he had been injured anywhere. But Yeon-woo didn't seem to like it. At one point, he exploded and rudely asked why my parents had come here. Yeon-woo scolded them for this act, because they did not think about themselves and came to a very dangerous place. The father intervened in the conversation and tried to put his son in his place because it was very rude, and the mother was worried. She began to apologize because she was worried and couldn't get through, so she called a friend's number, from which her son had called. And then the woman asked if he was angry with her. Yeon-woo was furious because it meant that they had met Park Min. The boy tried to pull himself together and asked to pass the phone to his classmate. He was looking at his mother with a sweet and friendly look. Yeon-woo immediately started yelling at him on the phone that he was a scumbag for using his parents, and then he ordered Park Min to stay put. He threatened his classmate with death if something happened to his parents. Park Min did not fall for provocations and asked me not to be angry with him because he just wanted to meet, and he had misunderstood everything. The parents were surprised by this conversation between the boys because they thought they were good friends. Then the mother decided to tell her father about her suspicions. She asked him if it didn't seem strange to him that her child was somewhere out there alone. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo continued to threaten his classmate that he would not go unpunished. He asked Park Min to stop pretending and be honest with him. Yeon-woo asked if he had abandoned them all that day. The boy told him to answer that he had to. Meanwhile, the others sat in the car and watched Yeon-woo talk on the phone. Seung-yeon was outraged because it was her phone. The others just looked at it all with a sideways glance. Soyon was worried, and Isuri looked unhappy. Meanwhile, Park Min told Yeon-woo that he was not done yet. He added that it wouldn't end when they left Seoul because then all hell would break loose. And then Park Min, so that Yeon-woo wouldn't be too wrong. After all, the teenager won't be able to avoid the soldiers for long, and soon the quarantine will become more extensive. This phrase made Yeon-woo's hair stand on end. And then Park said that they had the same goal, and he was not very happy about it either. After that, in a more serious voice reminiscent of the usual Park Min, he suggested that Yeon-woo meet and talk. It turned out that he had a plan. Meanwhile, the others gathered in a circle with Lee Tae and discussed something. Choi stood off to the side, but close by. Lee Tae reassured the newcomers that nothing terrible had happened to them, and that everything was fine. Choi eavesdropped on the conversation and analyzed it. This man seemed very suspicious and unreliable even without information about his immunity. Choi recalled the words of that soldier. He said that there was a person with immunity. The man said that he was a young medical student studying abroad, and he asked the homeless man to follow him. Lee Tae used his experience in medicine to help the survivors and medical personnel. But this man was behaving very suspiciously. The soldier recalled a time when they met in a city and half of the soldiers were killed. Even then, he thought it was very strange and could not believe it as he looked around the area. There were no external attacks on the bodies, only internal infection. Everything was obvious because the infection was massive and this could not have happened during the quarantine. Choi could not believe what he was hearing. The homeless man had never thought of such a thing before. The soldier told a story about when he arrived at the shelter and there was a young man there. They came by ambulance, and there was a man who had a heart attack. But the military man still could not understand one thing: how so many people could be infected at once. The man told Choi to be careful because it was unclear how the infection had spread. The homeless man watched Lee Tien and wondered if it was possible to get infected with the antivirus suit. Suddenly, Lee Hong-mi appeared behind him, frightening the man. She just wanted to know what he was doing. She apologized but asked again what the man was doing. Choi said it was okay and asked her to leave, but Hong-mi didn't want to. She added that he was her uncle now because she told everyone that. And then Lee Hong-mi asked him again who he was following. Once again, Choi answered indifferently. The girl realized that he was following Lee Tien and told the homeless man about it. And then she asked if Choi wanted to get medicine from him. The homeless man was shocked and asked how Hong-mi knew about him, to which she replied that he had treated her. Choi exploded with shock and anger. The man asked if Lee Hong-mi was sure that it was Lee Tae. It turned out to be true. Then Choi pounced on Hong-mi with questions to see if she was okay. The girl didn't understand what was happening, so she asked if Choi was in pain. Suddenly, the homeless man noticed something downstairs. Lee Hong-mi was holding a bottle of water, and Choi asked where she got it. She happily replied that Lee Tae had given it to her. At that moment, Choi's body shivered. He was scared of what this medical student was doing. Meanwhile, the events moved to the Khan River Bridge. Soldiers were walking along it. There were abandoned cars and smoke and fire on the road. The men were looking around for something. A woman asked why it had suddenly become so quiet, as she was not the only one who felt it. They reassured her, saying that she shouldn't panic because they were here. A huge monster began to crawl out from behind the bridge. The soldier felt a big shadow over him. It was very strange. Suddenly, a giant monster climbed above them, 10 times bigger than the ones they had slain before. One of the soldiers turned around, sensing danger, and froze in shock. A huge monster growled at them. Its head alone was the size of a soldier. Meanwhile, the events moved back in time. Isuri stood around the corner of the wall and looked somewhere. It turned out that she was looking at the door of a room where a large number of people were breaking in. Behind them was a monster that was already beginning to devour the victims, and they were all running away from it. One man was the first to be defeated and screamed, frightening the others. Han Xiongyu and Park Min just kept walking, ignoring the screams coming from Namsan Tower. People thought they were dead because the doors would not open. Suddenly, someone shouted at them to wait. It turned out that it was Isuri. She ran to these people, saying that she would help them. She sincerely wanted to help them and save them, but she froze when she saw the amount of danger in front of her. She would not be able to control who went inside. At that moment, when she stood in front of the closed door, Isuri realized everything. People were shocked because they thought they were about to be rescued and let in. But Isuri just turned around and left because it was unreasonable to take risks to save others. Her mother yelled bad words at her back and called her names, but the girl just kept walking, not paying attention. It's cruel, but it's a fact. In the meantime, the events had moved into reality. Yeon-woo finished speaking and walked back to the car. The blogger was enthusiastically filming his subscribers on his phone and saying that it was impossible. He was amazed that Yeon-woo was going to walk back to the Han River. The blogger asked him what it was all about. The teenager's mind echoed with the words of Park Min, who offered to meet and talk because he had a plan. Yeonwoo was angry at his classmates' arrogance, but he couldn't help it because the most valuable thing was at stake: his parents. Meanwhile, bloggers were discussing their channel and how they were doing. Suddenly, someone started to get out of the car and shouted at everyone to get out of the way. It turned out that it was Isuri who came out rudely. She was aggressive. Kangmin yelled after her to stop and not go anywhere. Then Yeon-woo grabbed Isuri's hand. He asked her to stay here in the car because Yeon-woo didn't want her to risk her life. Isuri only asked the same question in response: why the teenager was going to go into danger himself. Yeon-woo said it was because of his parents. and then asked if Isuri could wait for him in the car. But the girl only exhaled heavily in response. And then she turned and looked at Yeonwoo with her stony gaze. Then she asked me how this concerned her, because it wasn't even her parents. Yeonwoo started to say something, but he was interrupted by Sung-yeon, who ordered him to stop. The girl asked how long they would have to wait for everyone. Sung-yeon called Isuri a queen and added that she was impossible to please. But the girl was not in the mood and turned to her classmate who was insulting her. Isuri gave him a killer's gaze and ordered Seon-young to watch his tongue. Otherwise, she threatened to rip it out with her bare hands. Sung-yeon exploded and yelled at Isuri, threatening her, which didn't scare her at all. Kang-min intervened and told the bully to stop, because she knew that Isuri hated being called that. But she had already walked away from the car, not listening to this empty talk any longer. Then Kang-min said that he would follow her and persuade her to return, and ordered the others to go ahead. Meanwhile, events moved to the other side of the river. Kang Ji-hoon and Park Choa walked along the road to the shelter, but kept their distance from each other. Suddenly, the girl said how sorry she was to see it. She added that they were jerks who came back for nothing. Park Choa told Kang Ji-hoon to look at these poor people, because only people who were sick in the head went to the Han River. Then a classmate asked why she was following him. She replied that it would be fun to be together. Park Joa asked if he didn't like her company. But Kang Ji-hoon was thinking about something else entirely. He recalled how he first saw Hanmi's body and thought she was dead. Kang Ji-hoon could not understand anything. He had checked the girl's breathing so many times, and she definitely wasn't breathing then. Now the guy just couldn't believe it. Perhaps all these events had also affected him, because Hanmi was really alive. Meanwhile, soldiers at the border noticed the teenagers. They stopped them and ordered them to go through the control zone. The soldier added that she was on the other side, but suddenly stopped talking. Something did not allow him to finish. Park Choa shouted at Kang Ji-hoon because he did not answer her questions or even respond to the soldiers. Suddenly, the teenager realized that he was too deep in his thoughts and turned to Park Choa. The soldier pointed his weapon at the teenagers and shouted that he had ordered them to pass the control zone. The girl immediately apologized. Park Choa grabbed Kang Ji-hoon's head and told the soldier that he was just in shock and that something would be back soon. The soldier let them through and ordered them to be careful in the future, especially the boy. When the teenagers left, Park Choa turned to see if a soldier was following them. And then she hit Kang Ji-hoon and yelled at him for such irresponsible behavior. The guy apologized and then asked if he could ask Park Choa for a favor. The girl was in a stupor because the topic had changed abruptly, and she hadn't told this idiot everything yet. Meanwhile, the events moved to the other side of the bridge, where there were trucks. People in suits talked about some children they had gone to look for, but they never got in touch. At that moment, Lee Hong-mi was sitting on the ground, thinking about her own. She didn't really listen to what was going on around her. Suddenly, someone called out to her and asked what she was doing. It was Park Min. He asked the girl why she was alone. Lee Hong-mi became cheerful again. A slight smile appeared on her face. Meanwhile, Park Choa was talking to Hanmi on the phone. She said that she really wanted to see them all. Park Choa replied that they were in a safe place but would meet soon. Hanmi didn't really understand what had happened because Park Choa said she wanted to talk to her. Suddenly, she heard her name. This voice was so familiar and close, but at the same time stunning. Meanwhile, Kang Min followed the stubborn Isuri and asked how far she was going to go. The guy was indignant, and Isuri asked him back if she had taken all the fire extinguishers and food. Kang Min devalued her feelings by asking if Isuri really left because Sung-young mentioned her school nickname. At this point, the girl turned and looked at her classmate with a fierce, angry look. He started to apologize right away, but Isuri simply replied that it wasn't because of Sung-yeon. And then she turned around, saying that Park Min had shown up. Then she asked why Kang Min was following her. In response, the guy asked if it was all because of Lee Yeon-woo, and then offered to just talk. Kang Min added that nothing would happen if Yeon-woo met with Park Min. Isuri just exhaled heavily, adding that the teenager hadn't understood anything and had simply wasted his time following her all this way. Kang Min did not understand and asked if she was serious. And then he added that in the future, it would be hard for Isura to be alone. He said that as soon as the quarantine ended, many people would leave this place. And that meant only one thing. Isuri interrupted her classmate, saying that she understood everything and that the government already knew everything. None of the infected will be able to leave Seoul, and it is only a matter of time before the virus spreads outside the city. Soon the infection will be lower in Seoul, because all the defense is concentrated there and this city will become safer than others. Then the girl turned and asked me that even if the whole country was infected, how soon would there be a noise about the cleanup of Seoul? Isuri mentioned Yeonwoo, and then said that they should be prepared for future survival training. Suddenly, Kang Min interrupted her and said that it was not Isuri who was speaking. He added that he did not think so now, and then he asked if Isuri remembered what Kang Min had said earlier. He recalled the treatment of cancer with high temperatures, and then added that most viruses were simply afraid of heat. If they died at 40 degrees, then in theory they could be neutralized in hot weather. If only they knew the exact temperature that was their weak point, then everything would be easier. And then Kang Min added that they had a test subject. He meant a person with immunity. Suddenly, he changed loudly and said that if they could sting the Yeonwoo infection, they would have a chance. Meanwhile, terrible things were happening on the bridge near the Kan River. People were scared and taking pictures of everything that was happening. A huge monster was growing before our eyes on the bridge. The military shouted at civilians for taking pictures and ordered them to get in the car. Lee Tae stood behind me and talked to one of the soldiers, and then he gave him something. The guy was calm and silently watched what the soldier would do with what he gave him. The soldier just nodded and left. He went into the tent, and then the man turned abruptly because he noticed something. But the soldier just imagined it, and everything was clear. After that, he poured what Lee Tae had given him into a glass of water. Then he took the chopsticks and mixed everything up. The soldier was talking to himself and asked how long he had to do this. The commander was watching him at the time. He saw that the soldier had lifted the lid of the boiler which contained the water that everyone was drinking. Then the commander asked him what he was doing with the water. The soldier was caught red-handed. He immediately drew his weapon and wanted to attack. But the commander expected this, so he repelled the attack and threw the weapon out of the enemy's hands. The soldier fell to the ground and groaned. He turned to say that it hurt, but suddenly fell silent. The commander took his weapon and pointed it at the man, ordering him to tell what he had just done. But the soldier remained silent, so the commander asked him again what the plan was, this time in a ruder tone. The man was scared and said that the commander simply misunderstood everything. Then he just went crazy, screamed, and swung to start a fight. Then the soldier finally broke down and said that it was the senior sergeant. The commander stopped. He was shocked. The soldier repeated that it was an order from a senior sergeant. The soldier went on to say that it was a drug, and the senior sergeant ordered him to help the guy and pour it into the water. The commander was simply shocked by this information and could not believe his ears. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon was talking to Lee Hong-mi on the phone. He asked if she was okay. She still couldn't get over the fact that Kang Ji-hoon had spoken to her, and he had called her himself. The guy moved away from Park Cho a little bit because he was a little shy and said that he just wanted to know how Lee Hong-mi was feeling. Park Choa looked at the guy sideways, but it was clear that she was not happy about it. Lee Hong-mi, meanwhile, was about to cry. Tears gathered in her eyes, and she said that everything was fine. And then she asked back if Kang Ji-hoon was okay. Her voice trembled and gave away. The boy asked why Han-mi was crying, and the girl was afraid of this question. She began to quickly wipe away her tears and said she hadn't been crying. And then she said that Kang Ji-hoon could have avoided waiting for them and just moved. Lee Hong-mi added that Park Min told her that he didn't have to wait for them. After all, the military were there and they would protect them. And then Han-mi started saying something intermittently, with pauses. She was trying to say that if something happened to her, but Kang Ji-hoon interrupted her and said that was enough. And then he simply asked if Han-mi wanted anything to eat. He said that when they got home, they would eat pork, and then suggested that they go to that tteokbokki stand again. After that, Kang Ji-hoon said that he remembered the dish from the restaurant and asked if Han-mi remembered it. Of course, she remembered it. She said that Kang Ji-hoon was choosing something on purpose to please her. The guy replied that Han-mi should stop and just wait for them. At that moment, she heard a soldier order everyone to get into the cars. Suddenly, Lee Hong-mi noticed something and screamed loudly in fear. She saw a huge monster coming at them all. Fear and chaos were also created by the people themselves, who were screaming and saying that they would all be killed by the monster. Other monsters began to emerge from the water and attack the military and civilians. The military opened fire on them, giving the command to other soldiers. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon was shouting at Lee Hong-mi on the phone and asking what was going on. Park Choa realized that something was wrong and asked Kang Ji-hoon about it. But the teenager turned silently to her. His face said it all. Meanwhile, the military fought back as best they could against the monsters, which it was not clear how to defeat. They did not even understand where these monsters could have come from. The monsters did not care about fire and shooting. The spirit of the military was falling before our eyes because they did not know how to cope with these giants. Another soldier noticed that the monsters were attacking in groups and said they had to run away. Meanwhile, in the tent, the commander heard screams and sounds of shooting and returned to see what had happened. He was shocked to see everything in flames and smoke, and the soldiers were just running back, screaming. The commander came closer and did not understand what was happening. The soldier who was almost killed realized that this was his moment to save himself. He stood up and tried to escape, but the commander noticed. Then the soldier grabbed the glass with the substance he had mixed. The commander shouted at him for doing it, after which the soldier just took the whole glass and drank it. He ran up to the poor man and asked what he had just drunk. The man began to cough and make characteristic sounds. After clearing his throat, the soldier said it was an anti-cancer medicine. And then he added that the guy with the red hair said that it prevented cell proliferation. The commander said that the man had just gone crazy and asked him again why he had drunk it, to which he was told that it was better that way than to die without doing anything. Then they heard screams that were right next to them and interrupted the conversation. At the entrance to the tent, a soldier fell to the floor, and a monster was approaching him. He was not alone and was aggressive. The other two soldiers took up arms and shot at the monster. The commander asked how much more ammunition they had, and then he added that if the shots did not pierce their exterior, they should have been able to aim at their mouths. At that moment, the monster caught fire, and a soldier from below opened fire on it. It literally saved the men. The commander asked the soldier if he could stand up, and then ordered him to report the situation. The soldier stammered and said that the monsters came out of nowhere, and there was a whole flock of them on the bridge, all of them suddenly attacking them as if on command. The military fired back as best they could at the monsters. They reacted quickly and drove away from the danger, fighting off the monsters. There were fewer supplies and less hope, because these creatures were very resilient. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon and Park Choa ran as fast as they could. He wanted to see Lee Hong-mi more than anything else in the world, so he ran to protect his girlfriend. Park Choa asked why the girl hung up and tried to dial again, but Han-mi didn't answer. Kang Ji-hoon said he didn't know what happened, but he definitely heard gunshots. So nothing good happened for sure, and they were in danger. Suddenly, the teenagers stopped and stared with wide-open, surprised eyes. Park Choa froze, and all she could manage were short words. On the bridge, they saw a huge monster approaching the place where Lee Hong-mi was. At that moment, the teenagers heard the sounds of a car horn, and they returned. It turned out to be a car of bloggers, and they came back for their classmates. Kang Ji-hoon asked how they got here, but Yeon-woo told him to get in the car quickly because there was no time to explain. At that time, the blogger screamed because he saw a monster. The monster really looked terrifying and frightening because its size was impressive. The blogger said he had never seen such monsters before. Kang Ji-hoon then shouted at him to step on the gas, and then added that he himself said he wanted content. The teenager added that something was definitely happening there, as he called Lee Hong-mi and heard gunshots. Jeon-woo's blood froze in his veins because his parents were on that bridge. He cursed and covered his head with his hands. The guy was confused and did not know what to do. The feelings of fear and hopelessness took over. His thoughts were confused and he could not figure out what to do. Then, someone touched Jeon-woo. It turned out to be Soyon. She told her classmate in a sweet voice not to worry so much. The girl looked at him with her innocent gaze and assured him that his parents were fine. After all, they were with the military. Jeon-woo wondered how So-young could know that he was worried about his parents if he didn't say it out loud. Suddenly, the teenager had that strange but familiar feeling. He turned sharply to look around and understand what had triggered it. Jeon-woo was looking at the bridge, not the monster. The teenager felt déjà vu. He looked at the car rushing across the bridge, and Jeon-woo realized that it was that man. There were soldiers in the truck who were fighting off the monsters that were chasing them, and behind him was Lee Tae. He thought that he hadn't expected to meet the guy in the white cap in such circumstances. A smile appeared on his face. Lee Tae was shocked because he hadn't even thought that a cell could be enlarged to such a size. The man seemed to be talking to Yeon-woo and asked if he felt it too. This monster has evolved much more than its other species. Lee Tae's point was that if he killed this giant monster, others would be afraid of him. Then, the man said out loud to the soldiers that he wanted them to help him suddenly attack the Kan River. The commander was sitting in the truck, and he clearly understood Lee Tae's request. Meanwhile, the monsters could not get even a meter away. They were catching up and were not afraid of shots. The trucks were carrying civilians, and the military were defending them. People in the cars were screaming and panicking because the soldiers themselves could not organize themselves and were shouting at each other. Civilians did not understand what they were doing and feared that such irresponsibility would not protect them. Park Min was silent, but he was scared. In his own mind, suddenly the man at the window screamed. He told everyone to look at that animal. The monster crossed the bridge and began to swim toward them, as if it was faster that way. Park Min was even more frightened. He thought that he was completely safe with the military and Lee Tae-in. The teenager recalled being told that the developmental stages of monsters were divided into higher and lower ones. Lee Tae-in said at the time that over time the difference between the strong and the weak would be visible, and they were afraid of this division. After that, the man laughed again and asked if it was true that the strong devoured the weak. Meanwhile, Park Min received a phone call. He couldn't hear well because of the noise around him. It seemed that Lee Tae-in was talking to him and asked about Yeon-woo. Park Min didn't have time to answer because he was interrupted and called an asshole, ordering him to contact the teenager immediately. Park Min said he was going to call him, but he thought to himself that the bastard was talking to him as a subordinate. Meanwhile, the truck driver noticed something on the road. It turned out that it was a monster that seemed to have come out of nowhere on the road. The driver turned the steering wheel sharply, and people inside the car were hit. No one expected this, it was just chaos inside. Park Min looked at where they were falling and screamed. After that, there was a loud sound. It happened too fast. A second later, the car was already upside down on the bridge and smoking. Park Min was lying motionless after being hit hard. Suddenly, he heard a sound, and it made him wake up. He saw the monster open the door to the truck with its mouth. Park Min screamed because the monster was too close. It was a life-threatening situation. The monster attacked the military, and there was no one to protect them now. Then Park Min heard a growl from the other side and turned to fear. He saw another monster coming at them from the other side. The teenager was overcome with fear. He did not know what to do and just stood in a stupor. The monster seemed to sense this and growled at him. On the other hand, another monster was approaching, and it was headed for Park Min. The guy shouted for them to stay away and thought that his life would really end like that. The monster roared and opened its mouth. Park Min just stood there, falling to the floor. He was almost crying and could only shout for the monster to leave. But no one listened to him. Then, the monster opened its mouth to simply eat Park Min. Suddenly, he stopped. The teenager covered his face with his hands to avoid seeing this horror and was shaking. Suddenly, he realized that nothing had happened and opened his eyes to look. A hand was stretched out in front of him, ordering the monster to leave. It turned out to be Lee Yeon-woo. He saved Park Min. The monster returned to the teenager, but did not attack anyone. Park Min could not believe what he was seeing, and that he had survived. Yeon-woo ordered the monster again and threatened it with death. The teenager was very confident. There was no fear in his voice anymore. Then Yeon-woo punched Park Min in the face with all his might. The teenager just fell to the floor and looked miserable. Park Min said that he could see that Yeon-woo was better now, but he didn't have time to finish. He was interrupted by Yeon-woo, who ordered him to shut up and threatened to send him to monster food if something happened to his parents. Park Min said that he and Lee Hong-mi were fine, but in his mind, he was shocked that Yeon-woo could also control monsters like Lee Tae-in. Kang Ji-hoon called him an asshole and then asked where the monster was. At that time, the monster reached the bridge and roared loudly. Like Godzilla, he threw himself at cars and overpowered them with his size. It was a truck with Lee Tae-in and others, and they all started being thrown in different directions. His one finger was just tipping over the cars. The monster was critically close. The soldiers fired back, but it seemed to do no harm to the monster. Suddenly, the soldier noticed something unusual. Behind them was the same car with teenagers. The blogger filmed everything for his blog, even though everyone was scared, but the content was good. He commented that up close, the monster was even more terrifying and frightening, about 10 meters high. Kang Ji-hoon set fire to a Molotov cocktail and ordered the driver to get as close as he could. The monster was actually quite close, but it was not enough. Kang Ji-hoon shouted for the driver to just follow the plan, and then everything would work out, as long as he didn't hit anything. The passengers in the truck also noticed the car, but could not figure out who it was. Lee Tae-in looked closely, and he felt something. The man realized that it was him, the guy in the white cap, Yeon-woo. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon threw a cocktail directly at the monster. It was flying, but it was still too far away, and the monster's weapons looked small and tiny. Kang Ji-hoon shouted that it was still too far and he needed more cocktails and a closer distance. He returned to the salon and shouted to Park Seo-young. She was setting fire to the cocktails, but it was too slow. Then Park Choa ordered me to give her this. They were arguing in the car about who else wanted to quit, and the driver opened his mouth wide in fear. The monster turned to them. They were driving too close. The blogger shouted that the monster had noticed them and turned its attention to the car. His paw reached out to them all. The driver began to turn the steering wheel to save himself. It was suicide to drive straight. It all happened too suddenly and quickly, but the driver managed to turn. In the cabin, the teenagers were hit in different directions and no one had time to react. The blogger continued filming and told everyone to hold on tight. Park Min was sitting in the back and heard the orders to follow their plan and flee the place. He didn't like the fact that they just wanted to run away. The teenager recalled their conversation when they rescued him. Kang Ji-hoon called him stupid because they could not stop this giant, and their plan was simply to take the monster away from the other cars, because theirs was faster than the army's. Park Min tried to say something about this monster, but he was interrupted. Yeon-woo said that the monster could be fought with Molotov cocktails, and then he just turned around and left, telling Park Min to continue to be afraid of one monster. The teenager was thinking and seemed angry. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon asked Seo-young for more cocktails. Park Min thought about how terrible his situation was, if even his children didn't blame him for anything, but he could not do anything about it. Meanwhile, Soyon was trying to set another cocktail on fire and was being pushed. Then Park Min simply snatched the cocktail out of Seo-young's hands. He came back and said that eventually, if they don't get better now, they will. Soyon was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Park Min added that this would be tantamount to death. Then he stood up and swung the bottle forward. Yeon-woo and Kang Ji-hoon tried to stop him, and everyone shouted at the madman. The car began to brake sharply. Everything was happening too fast, and I lost control. After that, there was a loud explosion, and the car crashed into the fence of the bridge. The teenagers flew forward. No one could understand what had happened, let alone hold on. The driver hit his head on the steering wheel of the car. Yeon-woo and Kang Ji-hoon were also hit, and the teenager was shaking, but he was coming too. Suddenly, he stood up because he felt something, a very familiar feeling. There was a monster in front of their glass, screaming so loudly that everyone quickly came to their senses. Yeon-woo started shaking everyone to wake up and react quickly. The teenagers screamed because the worst thing happened at that moment. It turned out that the monster had attacked them, breaking the glass with its tentacles. Meanwhile, the truck that escaped from the monster could see what happened to the car in the rearview window. The captain was looking through this window with a chessboard. He could not believe that they were here. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to screams. They were coming from inside the truck, and civilians were screaming. One woman was screaming so hard that she almost lost her voice. It turned out that they were infected inside. A military man and one of the civilians were covered with the virus. The truck driver was suspiciously unresponsive to the shouts and his partner. The captain turned to ask him what was going on, but he didn't finish. The soldier was shaking and behaving strangely, making growling sounds. The captain did not understand and asked his partner again what had happened. Then the soldier shouted for him to help him. His entire face was covered with the virus under the protective mask. The captain saw this and immediately reacted, starting to get out of the car. He literally flew out of the cabin and onto the ground. Outside, he noticed something strange. Lee Tae-in was walking along the highway. He wasn't panicking or scared. Then the soldier called him, and the man returned. The captain pointed his weapon at him and ordered him to stand. He had long suspected this man. Lee Tae-in pretended not to understand and asked what had happened. The soldier spoke seriously and ordered him not to pretend and to tell him everything he knew. Lee Tae-in was silent and then simply asked again, turning around completely. Meanwhile, the monster's tentacles were making their way into the car, and chaos was wreaking havoc inside. The driver of the car was devoured by the monster while the others tried to get out, but the doors would not open. Then the teenagers decided to climb out through the window. Park Choa tried to break it with her foot, but she didn't have much strength. Then Soyon remembered her gavel and ordered everyone to leave. Meanwhile, Park Min stood behind everyone and did not move. He just shook his head and looked at something. The teenager watched the car driver being devoured. He seemed to be numb. And then the guy looked to the side and noticed something. Park Min looked at the lighter that had been left on the seat, and a strange plan came to him. At that moment, the blogger yelled at him and called him a murderer. He began to threaten Park Min and said that he would smash his head in at any convenient moment. Suddenly, the blogger felt something and screamed. It turned out that the car was smoking. There was a gas leak somewhere inside. The blogger smelled it and told everyone to get out immediately because it smelled like gas. It turned out that the car was running on gas. Park Min watched everyone get out of the car, but he stood still and took his time. Meanwhile, the military captain was dealing with Lee Tae and asked if he had infected everyone with water, lying about it being medicine. The commander scolded him because he did not understand his actions and at such a time to kill soldiers. Lee Tae was silent. The man continued to say that they were all trying to survive, and then he claimed that apparently he was also infected. The guy was still silent. The commander was losing his nerve and ordered him to answer immediately. He added that now there was nothing left to hide. Suddenly, Lee Tae just laughed. Again, he apologized and said that he tried his best but failed. The soldier held the bar and did not react to the man's behavior. At that moment, they were interrupted by civilians who were screaming and running away from the car. Lee Tae said that he was more likely just curious. At that moment, he reached out his hand to one of the men. He was hurt and sick and screamed. He didn't fall on his own. They were paralyzed on the road and couldn't move. The soldier shouted for Lee Tae to stop doing it, but inside he couldn't understand how the man had done it. The man smiled and said that now he understood it, that it was his gift, and he had been trying to study the virus all along. He said that knowing that neurons are connected to each other people's cells were stimulated together and activated their own cells. Inhibition of cell proliferation with the help of anti-cancer drugs was used, and then the cells reached the brain. Lee Tae said he knew he could control other cells at will. He added that it felt like controlling someone else's brain. The soldier pointed his assault rifle and ordered me to stop immediately, threatening me. But Lee Tae didn't stop talking and said that he later realized something else. He realized that these cells existed to be controlled. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and black smoke came out of the weapon. Lee Tae's eyes opened wide, and he finally shut up and stopped as he was asked to. The soldier exhaled heavily and swore. The man looked at his clothes. There was a hole in them that was soiled. The commander said not to be offended by him because he had warned him. He added that Lee Tae was to blame for this. The soldier began to blame himself and said that he did not want to shoot him at all. He had no choice. But Lee Tae suddenly asked the man again and was surprised to learn that there was only one bullet. The man's eyes and face became frantic. He added that everything happened so unexpectedly, and he had just told him the whole meaning of everything that was happening. The soldier could not believe his eyes. Lee Tae could not survive. His wound began to heal, and a virus appeared there. The man smiled and ordered me to look. He pointed to civilians and said that they were multiplying incomparably all over the body. The woman was already covered with cells and growled like a real monster. Lee Tae happily noted that the changes were happening very quickly. And then he stretched out his hand and asked if the soldier knew what the last brightest moment was. Suddenly, the two bodies just merged into one. The soldier stood there in a stupor, and Lee Tae had done it all. The man couldn't even move, because he didn't know what to expect from this madman. Right before his eyes, two monsters merged into one. They attacked a soldier. The man realized that it was also Lee Tae's work and started shooting back. Meanwhile, the guy just laughed at the fact that his white clothes were dirty and decided that they should be changed. He turned around to go get some new clothes. And then he laughed again and said that he had a lot of materials. I asked him what other good things he could do while looking at the Han River. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion sound and Lee Tae looked back to see what had happened. A car exploded behind him and the monster attacked him. Meanwhile, the teenagers tried to break the car's windows with their feet. The monster and its eggs were getting into the car more and more. The teenagers panicked because they could not get out of there. Sung-yeon was screaming and begging for something to be done. The monsters entered the car. They had a matter of seconds. In the end, she managed to break the glass and the teenagers just fell out of the car. They quickly gathered themselves and began to flee. Everyone was running as fast as they could, not thinking about what was in front of them. Behind him, Park Min was in no hurry looking back at the car. The monster swallowed her whole. Out of the corner of her eye, Soyon noticed that her classmate had stopped and was not running away. She stopped and called out to Park Min, who was holding a Molotov cocktail. The girl asked him what he was doing and told him to run away immediately because it was dangerous. Park said he would leave soon. Cold sweat was pouring down the teenager's face. He mumbled something about having to kill the animals, and then he set fire to the cocktail, commenting that the monsters were afraid of fire, so he would burn them. Yeonwoo noticed that Soyoung wasn't running and was dealing with Park Min. He called out to the girl and stopped, but she was running after Park Min. She ran to her classmate and asked what he was doing. Seo-young wanted to stop Park Min, but she didn't have time. Park Min threw a Molotov cocktail at the monster. Then there was a loud sound and an explosion, because there was gas in the car and there was more fire than expected. Black smoke and fire rose into the sky. The teenagers gasped loudly. They fell to the ground from the shockwave. No one had time to realize what had happened, because everything happened too fast. Yeon-woo came back to see what had happened and was shocked. The monster seemed indifferent to such a huge explosion. The teenagers realized that he had not died, even though the gas had exploded. Suddenly, someone's hand touched Soyon's shoulder. It was Yeon-woo, who ordered the girl to get up and run away. But the guy didn't finish because he noticed something. Park Min was lying on the road, not moving. The teenager was the closest to the explosion. Yeon-woo called him, but his classmate was silent, his body trembling. Seo-young told Yeon-woo about it and asked him to help her because Park Min was in trouble. But the teenager rejected Soyon, which left the girl in a stupor. She returned, and Yeon-woo said that he was not here to save Park Min. And then he simply turned around and ordered Soyon to quickly follow him. But the girl stood her ground and asked what Yeon-woo was talking about. She said that he shouldn't have done that and abandoned Park Min because Seo-young could have been in his place. Kang Ji-hoon ran to his classmates and asked how they felt. But suddenly he stopped and overheard a conversation between Yeon-woo and Soyon. He asked the girl if Park Min would have gone to save her, adding that such a bastard was not capable of such a thing. And then he said that he was here for his parents and did not care what would happen to him or to Lee Hong-mi. Kang Ji-hoon heard this, and he asked if Yeon-woo didn't care about Han-mi. The teenager was very angry. He said that Yeon-woo was acting selfishly. The guy said that even if he did, Kang Ji-hoon didn't understand what he was feeling right now. Then Soyon interrupted the conversation, and Yeon-woo looked at the girl. She said that otherwise, if he did not help his classmates, he would help his parents. And then So-young paused and asked why Yeon-woo was still here. Meanwhile, the blogger ran away as fast as he could. He didn't listen to the teenager's arguments and just ran for his life. Suddenly, he stopped because he saw something terrible. In front of him was an overturned truck and another abandoned car. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon told Yeon-woo to go and look for his parents, calling him a bastard. The teenager was very angry and offended, turned around and said that no matter what happened to Yeon-woo, he would not help him. Suddenly, the guy felt pain in his arm, and this spoke of only one thing. Then Yeon-woo heard the monster growling. He shouted and told his classmates what he had realized. Sung-yeon and Kang Ji-hoon started running away at once, the girl screaming that the monster had woken up again. The monster's roar became louder and louder. Kang Ji-hoon cursed as a feeling of danger and fear gripped his body again. No one expected the monster to wake up, because everyone hoped that the explosion had killed it. Suddenly, Yeon-woo realized something about the feeling of fear. The thought hit him like a bolt from the blue. At that moment, the blogger shouted excitedly to the teenager and told him to guess what he had found. There was a weapon hanging on the boy's back. He took it in his hands and raised it to show it off to the others. But he didn't finish. The blogger fell silent because the monster rose and growled. Then Kang Ji-hoon approached him, stretched out his hand and ordered him to give him the weapon. The blogger didn't even have time to object and simply asked what the teenager was planning to do. Meanwhile, the giant monster roared and was about to attack the unfortunate children again. Kang Ji-hoon opened fire and ran screaming at the ugly monster. He thought to himself that he simply had to destroy them. After all, the monster was very slow, and this was their advantage. Kang Ji-hoon opened fire on the giant. At this point, the monster also began to be hit by bullets from gunfire. It was a blogger. He was aiming at a monster, and behind him was Park Choa running with a Molotov cocktail. The blogger shouted that he had to take revenge on these monsters for his friend, whom they had just eaten. Meanwhile, Soyon ran up to Park Min and tried to let her classmate down. She was screaming and sincerely worried about the teenager. So-young asked if he heard her, tried to somehow bring Park Min back to consciousness. Yeon-woo was watching. He was thinking about something, but he was in no hurry to act, as if he was hesitating in his decisions. Meanwhile, Park Choa swung a Molotov cocktail at the monster, screaming. The giant, ugly monster kept burning and smoking, but still did not die. The teenagers made every effort to defeat the evil. Kang Ji-hoon fired a flamethrower at the monster. The teenager spared neither the monster nor the weapon and gave it his all. Suddenly, the guy noticed something bad. It turned out that the fuel in the flamethrower was not infinite, and the fire ran out. Kang Ji-hoon was in danger because the monster was right next to him, and he had nothing to defend himself with. The monster growled and looked directly at the teenager, letting him know that he was in its sights. Suddenly, Lee Yong-woo appeared out of nowhere. Kang Ji-hoon was even happy to see him. The teenager stuck out his hand, as he usually did, and ordered the monster to leave. But the gigantic monster didn't even freeze. Yeon-woo made every effort he could without sparing himself. These cells caused so much pain that his fingers went numb. A blogger stood behind us and ordered everyone to hurry up, and Yeon-woo told them to get rid of the monsters. The teenager tried his best and thought that they could not escape and that this monster would definitely die. Suddenly, Yeon-woo felt like he was on fire and then looked at his hand. Virus cells began to appear on his palm, exactly like the ones on the infected and monsters. The tentacles came out of Yeon-woo's hand as if they were attacking someone or running away from his body. The teenager did not understand what was happening. He was panicking and screaming. After that, Yeon-woo just fell to the ground. Everyone else gathered around their classmate. The blogger was holding a gun and shouted and asked what was going on. Yeon-woo was silent and looked at his hand in shock, loudly recoiling. Kang Ji-hoon looked at him in fear. Everyone could not say a word because they were too emotional. Then Yeon-woo turned to the side to see what was wrong with the monster. The monster stood still, then growled softly. And then it just turned around and walked away. The monster was heading in a different direction and was not as aggressive as before. But Kang Ji-hoon ran at him, saying that he was not finished yet. The teenager decided to attack a huge giant, which even the military could not handle, without weapons. But the monster went underwater, and Kang Ji-hoon was upset that he had dropped it. The blogger asked the teenager if everything was fine and what had happened to make him attack so violently. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo was all alone, holding her hand and just looking at her. There were no marks on my palm. It was just shaking violently. Yeon-woo swallowed loudly and tried to regain consciousness. There were no thoughts in his head, just a mess. Kang Ji-hoon also stood silently looking out at the water. Then Sung-yeon interrupted the conversation and asked what they should all do. She was indignant that the car was broken. And then the girl turned to Yeon-woo and said that it all happened because of him. Sung-yeon suddenly screamed and started to hysterical because she just wanted to leave Seoul. And then she remembered Park Min and blamed him for everything too, ordering someone to check on the guy. The blogger approached the teenager and pointed a gun at him, calling out. Soyon immediately intervened and ordered everyone to stop. She screamed that no matter what happened, it was wrong to do so. Park Choa stood behind me and approached everyone else. Suddenly, she pushed Soyon and asked her what she was doing. And then Park Choa asked if her classmate wanted to die. So-young stalled after being asked why she was defending Park Min so strongly. Park Choa said that the animal did not deserve to live, and that Soyeon's kindness would destroy it. Kang Ji-hoon suggested that everyone stop and just leave, and added that his classmates should pick up any weapons they see. Suddenly, the teenager noticed something and turned around. Park Choa asked him what happened when she saw his strange behavior. Kang Ji-hoon said that Lee Yong-woo had disappeared for some time. Meanwhile, the teenager was running across the bridge with all his might. Yeon-woo did not stop, as if he was running away from someone or something. The guy didn't even look at the road in front of him. He was just moving his feet quickly. It felt like he was not controlling his body, but it was running away. Yeon-woo looked at his hand, from which virus cells were crawling out again. The teenager screamed in fear, and because he did not understand what was happening to him. After that, he looked at his hand again, and it was clean, only trembling and sore. Yeon-woo stopped and sat down on the ground, thinking it was his glitch. He decided to calm down and think about everything that had happened to him. This has never happened to him before, and if one of the soldiers notices it, he's in trouble. Yeon-woo had to understand what had happened to him, and as soon as possible. He suddenly realized that the cells were multiplying. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts. It was a familiar voice, and Yeon-woo looked up. Lee Tae stood in front of him and asked if the teenager missed the monsters. The man scratched his head and commented on the dumping in the Kan River, saying that even he would not have guessed that, and then added that next time the rest of us should take the dumping away from the river. And then Lee Tae turned to Yeon-woo and smiled. The man asked what kind of expression the teenager had on his face. Yeon-woo looked scared. Meanwhile, the other trucks that had been crashed by the monsters were burning. The monsters attacked civilians and the military, who had nowhere to go. One of them devoured a soldier who had been infected with Lee Tae. The monster was next to a truck that seemed to be intact, but without a driver. There were civilians inside. They were hiding quietly to avoid being noticed. They watched as the monster devoured the soldier who was protecting them and realized that now they could only rely on themselves. One of the men asked what they could do now. Yeonwoo's father looked on silently and analyzed the situation, while others were more panicked and fearful. There were monsters on the road ahead, eating soldiers. He addressed the woman as Yeonwoo's mom and told her to wait for him, and he wanted to go check what was going on. The woman was shocked and asked if her husband had gone crazy. He replied that if they stayed in one place, the monsters would definitely find them and they would die. And then he added that the soldiers had weapons lying on the ground. The man said that while they had a chance, they had to run there, especially since there was fire. Yeonwoo's mother said it was dangerous and that she would rather contact Park Min and then he would come to them with soldiers. Lee Hong-mi, who was sitting next to me, heard this, but the man didn't listen. He started to get out, saying that there was no point and they had to make their own efforts to survive. Then a homeless man, Choi, approached him. He said he would go with his husband. Meanwhile, the monster just ate the soldier and did not pay attention to the others. The men got out of the car. After that, they climbed over the fence on the side of the road. Others watched them closely, and most thought the men were suicidal. Suddenly, someone called Yeonva's mother. It was Lee Hong-mi. She cautiously addressed the woman. The girl immediately asked about Park Min, how the woman knew him. My mother was shocked and confused by this question. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo was recovering from his meeting with Lee Tae-in, and at such a bad time. The man explained, as if between words, that some crazy person had wounded him, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die from it. And then Lee Tae-in asked why Yeon-woo was alone and where his friends were. But the teenager was silent and looked very bad. Suddenly, he grabbed hold of Lee Tae-in's hand and asked her to help him. Tears suddenly flowed from Yeon-woo's eyes. He looked very bad and just begged for help. Lee Tae-in silently watched this spectacle. He seemed to be savoring the moment and enjoying it. And then a smile appeared on the man's lips. He was pleased that everything had resolved itself and that the teenager had come to him. Lee Tae-in laughed at everything that had happened, and Yeon-woo could barely breathe, laughing loudly. And then he sat down with the teenager and put his hand on his shoulder, expressing sympathy and asking what happened to him. Yeon-woo started screaming, a cry of despair. He said that he did not understand what was happening to him and only felt that the cells in his body were growing. Lee Tian laughed again, and then asked if Yeon-woo's cells next to him were unresponsive. And then he added that the teenager should have adapted because this will happen often. Lee Tae-in said that it would be easier for Yeon-woo if the cells adapted to him faster, so he had to focus on them. And then the man turned around and said that if Yeon-woo needed help, he should follow him. Lee Tae-in was just about to activate the dormant cells. Yeon-woo asked what the man meant. Lee Tae-in asked whether Yeon-woo really thought he would let people out of Seoul that easily, since many of them were infected. The man explained that he wanted to get them out of the shelter before they all died. Yeon-woo asked if it wasn't dangerous because then they would all become monsters, and monsters under the water, Han. Lee Tae-in interrupted the teenager and laughed again, saying that his plan was simple regarding monsters. The man said something that made Yeon-woo's blood run cold. He said he wanted to unite all the monsters into one. Meanwhile, the monster was still busy with the soldier. Suddenly he heard something and turned around to look around. His eyes fell on the bushes where the men were. They were cautiously peeking out from behind the greenery, and the man said that fortunately the monster did not notice them. And then he grabbed for his weapon. The man carefully took her in his hands and began to take her away from the soldier. He could barely breathe, but exhaled a sigh of relief when he finally got his weapon. The man told the homeless man that his parents were waiting for him to return. And then he added that now he decided to exterminate all these animals and he had a gun. Choi pulled the assault rifle over his head. And then he said that he didn't have much experience in fighting monsters, so he had to prepare a little bit. Meanwhile, the teenagers were running around looking for Lee Yeon-woo. Kang Ji-hoon was the first to run and seemed to want to find him the most because one guy was calling him. So-young was carrying Park Min, who was exhaling loudly as if in pain. Then the girl asked how the guy was feeling. He rudely asked her why she was helping him at all and told her not to expect help in return. The girl was shocked by this behavior because they had gotten along well in the past. Then Park Min walked away from So-young, saying that everything was fine and he could leave. So-yeon stood in a stupor, and the guy muttered under his breath that he had lost it. Then the girl called out to Park Min, saying that he had misunderstood her. She said she felt the same way when she was being helped, because sometimes she just wanted to die. Park Min didn't believe the girl, but returned to her. So-yeon changed her tone and said that she could not forgive him, and then asked why he had done this to the car. Park Min replied that even if he told So-young, she would still not understand him. And then the girl asked if it was because of an infection. It seems that So-young has struck a nerve because Park Min has stopped. The girl continued that he was infected, just as Yeon-woo had said, and that was why the teenager was behaving so strangely. Park Min put on a mask and asked if So-young had anything to say to him. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon saw something on the road and told his friends about it. They sped up because it looked dangerous. Finally, the teenager saw a monster there. The blogger took aim and ordered Kang Ji-hoon to shoot as well. The monster noticed them and raised its head, revealing who its victim was. Kang Ji-hoon recognized the man and it shocked him. The blogger asked what happened and whether he knew the man. The teenager shouted that it was the soldier they had met. Soyon recognized the man and covered her face with her hands in fear and horror. Kang Ji-hoon suddenly tensed up and screamed. It turned out that the monster had attacked them while the teenagers were standing in a stupor and thinking. The teenager was seriously scared because everything happened too fast. And then, he pulled the trigger on the machine gun and gave off a lot of fire. This saved them, and the monster simply burned down. Kang Ji-hoon gasped loudly from the shock he experienced, and then resented the fact that Yeon-woo had disappeared. Meanwhile, there was a car nearby with civilians getting out. Soyon heard and noticed them and told the others. The men were the first to come down and shouted that help had come to them. The teenagers just looked at it with open mouths. People were running as if they were running away from something. They were scared. Kang Ji-hoon suddenly noticed something that alarmed him. A man ran toward them, his face already infected, but he asked for help. Then the teenager stood up, shielding the others, and ordered them not to approach them because they were infected. But the man argued that he could not have been infected and kept begging for help, coming closer. Then, Kang Ji-hoon shouted sharply and ordered him to stay away. After that, there was a lot of fire. All civilians were no longer running or threatening. Kang Ji-hoon crouched down on the ground and loudly sniffled. Sung-yeon said he was crazy and was loudly indignant. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to burn. These were necessary measures and they could not do otherwise. Kang Ji-hoon could barely stand on his feet. The stress he had experienced was so exhausting. Everything happened too quickly, and before the teenager could even react, he had already burned the danger. The blogger said that there was nothing to be done, so they would not blame anyone. Park Choa stood behind me and came closer to the fire. She looked down at Kang Ji-hoon, and then she asked me what was going on. The company came closer to the car, and there were a bunch of virus cells like a spider's web. The blogger went to the bathroom and asked if there was anyone alive there. Meanwhile, the monsters were still burning. Park Min stood over them and watched what was happening. Suddenly, he got a call from someone. He took the phone out of his pocket and picked it up. It was Yeon-woo's mother. Kang Ji-hoon heard this and paid attention. She was happy that Park Min was alive so he could save them all. She started by saying that their classmate Han-mi was with them. Park Min repeated her name and asked if she was sure she was with them. Kang Ji-hoon heard this. The teenager immediately approached Park Min and asked her questions about the girl. But the guy was not happy about it. He was generally annoyed to be in this company. Park Min ignored Kang Ji-hoon and asked Yeon-woo's mother if she had done everything he had asked them to do. Meanwhile, in the truck, the woman next to him felt unwell. Her husband asked her how she was feeling. Han-mi noticed that the woman was trembling and it made her tense. Then she called her mother Yeonva. Meanwhile, the woman was getting worse and her husband was worried and did not understand what was happening. Her face began to cover with cells. She was trembling, and it scared her husband so much. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon and Park Joa quickly ran to Hong-mi and Yeon-woo's parents. Park told them that they were all on the other side. Kang Ji-hoon was running so fast his heart was beating furiously. He wanted this moment so badly and to see Han-mi. Suddenly, the teenager saw something that made his heart beat faster and faster. The road to the truck was covered in monsters and fire. The teenager stopped to avoid coming any closer and endangering himself. People jumped out of the car and ran away screaming, as if from something or someone. Kang Ji-hoon stood waiting. It was killing him inside. He only wanted to see one familiar face. He did not recognize anyone in the crowd. Suddenly, his beloved Han-mi ran out from behind him just as he remembered her. Kang Ji-hoon immediately shouted and called out to the girl as soon as he noticed her. A monster on the road attacked one of the men. Others who were running nearby screamed and ran for their lives. It was complete chaos. Choi and Yeon-woo's father came out of the bushes and attacked the monsters. The homeless man ordered everyone to flee immediately. Lee Hong-mi was running and noticing no one and nothing. She was scared. Kang Ji-hoon ran to meet her and called out to his friend. This time she heard it and turned to the sound. She could not believe her eyes. Kang Ji-hoon called her to him, repeating the girl's name over and over again, as if he didn't believe it was really her. Lee Hong-mi froze and looked at her friend with her mouth open, wondering how long they had been waiting for this moment. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo and Lee Tae-in spent time together. A man with red hair showed the teenager how he forcibly activated cells to merge them into one body. Then Lee Tae-in joyfully shouted out that everything worked out, adding that there is a monster in the Han River, or you can invent your own kind of monster. Yeon-woo did not understand what was happening and asked the man about it. He was scared, because it was dangerous for people, and he told Lee Tae-in so. The man just turned around with his typical smile. Yeon-woo told him that this was crossing the line. And then he added that Park Min said that he had a plan and there was a way to get immunity to the cell. Lee Tae-in interrupted him, saying that he had only one plan, and then he was silent for a second, pausing in anticipation. Then he said that he wanted to infect everyone. This made Yeon-woo's blood run cold. Lee Tae-in simply stood up and asked if the teenager understood everything as if nothing had happened. The man added that as long as they were not infected, they would all be quarantined. But if everyone is infected, they will remain gods. Lee Tae-in had that smile on his face. Yeon-woo could not believe what he was hearing. It was as if he had been doused with a cold shower. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon grabbed Lee Hong-mi's hand and led him away. There was no time to talk, they had to run. The girl asked her friend where he got the flamethrower and how he got here, but Kang Ji-hoon did not answer. Then, the teenager told Hanma to just follow them because all their friends were here. She couldn't believe it and asked if it was true. Kang Ji-hoon said to just run faster, but Lee Hong-mi then told him to stop, and the teenager asked a little irritated what had happened this time. The girl said with resentment that he had not even asked her how she was feeling, and then said that he did not miss her. Kang Ji-hoon couldn't believe that Hanmi would think that. He said that he had been through so much. The girl was outraged that he was blaming her again. Meanwhile, the others were running to meet them. Hanmi saw familiar faces and no longer thought about the quarrel. Soyon shouted the name of a friend she had just spotted. She was happy to see her alive. The classmates threw their arms around each other. Kang Ji-hoon was angry and ordered everyone to run away because there was no time for that now. Lee Hong-mi said how happy she was to see them because she thought it would never happen again. Kang Ji-hoon heard her being asked if she was okay. The teenager stared at his Honda and still couldn't believe it. He wondered if she was really okay. Yeon-woo's parents were running behind him. They arrived just as the teenagers were discussing the fact that he was nowhere to be found. My mother saw the company and asked me to wait. Kang Ji-hoon turned around and saw frightened and exhausted adults asking if they were Yeon-woo's classmates. The teenager immediately realized everything. Now they were all running in search of Yeon-woo, and Kang Ji-hoon reassured his parents that he couldn't have gotten far. And then, he added that if they went that way, they would be able to find Yeonwoo. The mother believed everything they said because she had no hope. Then she thanked them all. Meanwhile, Lee Tae-in told Yeon-woo that he was a little upset and asked if it was all because of his friends. After all, they were all in a fierce battle for survival. Then Yeon-woo said he didn't mean it that way. The teenager was annoyed and said that if he was planning to do something like that, he would not be with him anymore. Lee Tae-in tried to convince Yeonwoo that if he did this, he would be able to survive. But the teenager was convinced otherwise. He said that even without this, Yeon-woo had also held on to his friends before. This only made Lee Tae-in laugh out loud. The man almost fell to the ground as if Yeon-woo had told a joke. Lee Tae-in said he was amused that the teenager believed in such fairy tales, and added that no one but himself would protect him. And then he asked why Yeon-woo asked him for help, since he had run away from his friends. The teenager suddenly realized that Lee Tae-in was right here. Yeon-woo had simply left them alone. The man asked what had been on the boy's mind for a long time. He asked if Yeon-woo was afraid of infecting his friends, and that's why he ran away and tried to stay away from them. Lee Tae-in added that in the end, they would still be absorbed by the cells, and Yeon-woo understood this. Suddenly, someone shouted out the teenager's name and everyone turned to the sound. They were his friends who were looking for Jonah. Lee Tae-in realized that his plan had failed and that he would not get the teenager's support. Then he pointed his hand toward Yeon-woo. The guy immediately twisted and felt severe pain in his arm, which was impossible to bear. Lee Tae-in didn't even look in Yeon-woo's direction and said that if he didn't understand, he had no other choice. Virus cells began to appear on the teenager's arm. Yeon-woo had never felt such unbearable pain before. Kang Ji-hoon screamed because he realized that something bad had happened. Yeon-woo fell to the ground and then everyone saw that the teenager was in trouble. Soyon grabbed her face because she was worried about her friend. Li Tian laughed and whispered in Yeonwoo's ear that his friends would not help him when they found out who he really was. He offered to check it out right now, and we stopped running away. Then Li Tian called out to the teenagers, who were standing in a stupor and did not know what to do. He cheerfully asked if it was their friend and that he looked bad. Yeonwoo did not fully understand what was happening around him, but he tried to come to his senses. More and more virus cells appeared on his arm, which he could not control, no matter how hard he tried. Suddenly someone called his name, which made the teenager compose himself instantly. It was his mother's voice, and he looked up and saw his parents there. His father said that he was there and would come to his aid. Yeonwoo could not say a word. The mother was so worried about her son, whom she had not seen for so long, that she could not just stand still. She just took off and went to Yeonwoo. The woman did not listen to anyone and just ran to her son. Yeonwoo twisted in pain but tried to find the strength to say a word. The short word "mom" came out of his mouth. Then a loud shot was heard in the sky. It was a homeless man named Choi. He drew attention to himself and asked if Li Tian thought they didn't know who he was. The homeless man pointed a gun at him and said that the man had infected other people and decided to infect Yeonwoo. Kang Ji-hoon couldn't believe what Choi was saying. The homeless man ordered Li Tian to move away from Yeonwoo, otherwise he threatened to kill him. Li Tian laughed, put on a smile, saying that it could not be otherwise, and then he raised his hands in the air and took a few steps back, emphasizing this point. After the shooting, Yeonwoo's mother was lying on the floor. She quickly began to run when she realized that Li Tian had moved away from her son. The woman was shouting to Yeonwoo, and he realized that she was getting closer. The teenager tried to say something, but it was so difficult. He could hear her footsteps coming closer and louder. So his mother got to Yeonwoo, leaned over and asked him how he was feeling. Then the teenager squeezed out a short "go away." Yeonwoo raised his face. He was crying. Tears flowed like a river, and the teenager begged his mother not to come near him. But the woman was so shocked and scared for her son that she could not help herself. Then, the virus cells grew rapidly and enveloped the woman. A frightened father watched from the sidelines, unable to figure out what to do. Everyone else just saw that Yeonwoo's mother was covered with the virus. There were a lot of cells stuck to her suit. My father screamed. He could not believe what had happened. Then he decided to run to the rescue. Events moved back in time. Someone opened a group chat for the class to discuss a trip to Seoul. It turned out to be Yeonwoo. Then his mother came into the room and asked him if he had slept. And then she told him in a pleasant voice that he should go to bed early because he had to get up early. Then Yeonwoo turned around and said he was going to bed soon. The woman understood the gesture, but she hadn't said everything yet. She accepted her son anyway, even if he was evil. She came closer to the teenager and asked him to look at her. And then she held out the money and said it was a gift. Yeonwoo did not expect such generosity. My mother smiled and said she was giving them to me in secret from my father, advising me to eat something tasty with my friends. And then she looked at her son with her kind eyes, saying that this was their first trip. Events have returned to reality. My mother was shocked and scared by what happened. She screamed and was still worried about her son, even though she was in danger. The woman asked her son what she was supposed to do. She held his hand and called him her Yeonwoo. His mother still did not see him as a monster. The son could not hold back his emotions, and his tears flowed like a river of pain and love. My father ran to the family to help them. He shouted to Yeonwoo, and then he grabbed his wife and pulled her away from the infected son, but the mother resisted. My father looked at the culprit of his family's grief. Li Tian approached the man and told him that the cells had activated, so he had to save his wife very quickly. My father did not understand and asked what it meant. The man hurried him along because there was no time to explain and quarantine measures should be taken. And then he turned to Yeonwoo's friends. Li Tian told them not to come here because it was dangerous because of the infection. The blogger pointed a gun at them and was loudly outraged by what was happening. He said that Yeonwoo was immune, and so he could not be infected. Kang Ji-hoon was also shocked by what was happening. The teenager thought that he was right about Lee Yeonwoo. Meanwhile, the guy was struggling with his emotions and feelings. Li Tian spoke to him in his mind and laughed, saying that now Yeonwoo had to realize that he could not follow him. And then the man said out loud to the others that there was no choice, and they had to kill Yeonwoo immediately, in accordance with the quarantine. Li Tian then told Yeonwoo in his mind that he would now prove him right. His father was sticking the gun. The man told him that he had a protective suit and could still save his wife. Li Tian told Yeonwoo that he would show everyone who he really was. Suddenly, my father screamed loudly, followed by several loud gunshots. Everyone was looking at what was happening in shock. My father shouted for the man to calm down, and then he told Lee Yeon-woo to be a man and come to his father. The cells the teenager made were shot through. The father asked what was happening to their son and what help he needed from them. Yeon-woo was silent, he could not move. Then my father shouted even louder and ordered me to come to him. They opened fire on the cells again. The man was furious and ordered them to answer him. Sung-yin hinted that they should all run away. The teenagers stood in a stupor and did not know what to do. Lee Hong-mi couldn't believe that Lee Tae had done this, because she thought he was good. She looked at her husband, who did not react to what was happening. And then Han-mi turned to the homeless man Choi and asked what it all meant. She asked if the man was really spreading the infection. Kang Ji-hoon also overheard the conversation. Choi began to tell him how he found out about it. He said he met the soldier at his home, and he found out that this Lee Tae was infecting others, but he never found out the details, but the soldier was following this man. Then Kang Ji-hoon asked if it was the platoon commander, and then he added that the man was no longer alive. Choi could not believe what he was hearing. Kang Ji-hoon said he met him on the road and he was already infected. Cold sweat dripped down his body and goosebumps ran down his face. Meanwhile, a bullet flew near Lee Tae, but he managed to dodge it. It was Choi, yelling at the man and angry about his friend's death. The homeless man simply exploded, demanding an explanation of what Lee Tae had done to the platoon commander. The man said that Choi had gone crazy and that the soldier had attacked him and that he was only helping people. Then the virus cells started to come out of his shoulder and he grabbed onto it. It turned out to be Yeon-woo. He pointed his hand at the man. Lee Tae could not believe that he had done it. How could he find the strength to do such a thing? Yeon-woo told this bastard to suffer as well. The man froze and just looked at the boy who knew everything he did. Choi shouted that Lee Tae-in was also infected, so he should have been killed as well. The man realized that he was not in a favorable position now. At that very moment, he was shot by a homeless man, Choi. Lee Tae leaned back and landed on the fence, and then he turned to a homeless man and said that he did not trust people. Lee Tian looked up. His eye was injured and virus cells were protruding from it. The man explained that people were cruel creatures. At that moment, another bullet hit him and threw Lee Tae even further away. The man fell over the fence and onto the road. Lee Tae sprawled out on the road, not making a sound or movement. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo felt a little better because the effect of the infection was over. He raised his head and looked at his mother. Now the teenager could appreciate the damage he had done. Yeon-woo spoke to her, but she was silent. Then the teenager saw something terrible. The virus was about to reach her body because the protective suit did not cover the entire woman. Then Yeon-woo quickly directed his hand into it. The virus cells reached out to him, leaving the mother's body. Yeon-woo was breathing loudly because he didn't even have time to realize what had happened and what he had done. The virus cells simply stopped and were completely under its control. Only one of his wishes and the movement of the cells stopped by his will. Yeon-woo suddenly realized that this meant that he could manipulate living cells. He couldn't believe it. At this point, someone said that this did not negate the fact that Yeon-woo was also infected. It was a blogger, and he told the teenager that he spoke very strangely. He was annoyed that Yeon-woo did not answer, so the blogger pointed a gun at the teenager and ordered him to answer. The man asked him if he wanted to die. Then Yeon-woo's father approached them. The man pointed a gun at the blogger and asked him if he wanted to die. The father yelled at the boy that no one would dare to lay a finger on his family. Yeon-woo decided to intervene in the conversation and turned to his father. The man looked at his son out of the corner of his eye. The teenager said that when he stayed on the cable car, he tried his best to survive, but the infection could not be avoided. He went on to say that he wanted to survive somehow, and the cells were burned to prevent the body from mutating, but it was just different. Everyone was shocked by this information. Yeon-woo said he could not tell them about his condition because he did not understand. And then Yeon-woo looked up and begged me to believe him because he wanted to save his mother and could possibly stop the infection. Park Min listened with his mouth open. He could not believe what he was hearing. It seemed impossible. Meanwhile, her mother was getting worse. Yeon-woo reached out to her, feeling that her mother's cells were gathering in one place. He thought that if it were possible to just burn them with fire. Meanwhile, homeless man Choi was standing near the bridge and was about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. The man looked down and saw that Lee Tae was not there, not even a trace of him. Meanwhile, the mother was in so much pain that her eyes widened. She fell to the ground and screamed loudly, and Yeon-woo could not understand what was happening. He shouted for his mother, but she did not answer. At that moment, Yeon-woo heard a familiar voice laughing at him. It was Lee Tae who came out from under the bridge. The man said that Yeon-woo had to let his mother develop. Then the homeless man Choi appeared, ordered Lee Tae-in to stand still, and pointed his weapon at him again. But it seems that the man was not afraid at all, but rather laughed as usual. Lee Tae-in said he had already explained to the homeless man that guns would not help him here. And then he asked if there were a couple of monsters behind the teenagers. It looked like everyone was in danger. These were the hybrids that Lee Tae-in had united and perhaps called them to attack. Then Yeon-woo got to his feet and ordered them to stop. Lee Tae-in looked at the teenager and smiled. The man asked Yeon-woo if he could stand up and answer him. And then he told him to think about his mother and friends instead of just sitting there and watching. Lee Tae-in told Yeon-woo to listen to him because the idea of saving his mother was the stupidest thing he could think of. The man advised the teenager to burn it with fire and heal it, which was the best way to do it now. Yeon-woo got hung up on the word way and wondered if it would be better to leave it at that. The teenager looked at the water, and there was the monster he had ordered to leave. It seems that the teenager has a plan. He looked at Lee Tae-in's ugly face, which was puckering up as if it had some kind of power. And then Yeon-woo just attacked the man, screaming. The man continued to stand there and only calmly asked what Yeon-woo was doing. The teenager ran and did not pay attention to Lee Tae-in's words that he should just accept it. Then, the man pointed his hand at Yeonwoo, and a hybrid monster attacked the teenager. But suddenly Lee Tae-in's face showed incomprehension because everything hadn't happened the way he thought it would. Yeon-woo stopped the monster's attack with his own strength, grabbing all the cells with his hand. The teenager did not realize how it all happened because it was too fast. Lee Tae-in then approached Yeon-woo, laughed, and asked him what was wrong with his hand because it looked like the teenager was transforming. Then, he sat down and reminded Yeon-woo what he had once told him when they first met, that he shouldn't run away from monsters anymore. Lee Tae-in smiled, saying that Yeon-woo knew he could not do anything. Meanwhile, the teenager's father ran to help his son. The monster reacted to the screams and was about to attack the man. My father reacted quickly and pointed his weapon at the monster. Meanwhile, Lee Tae-in was talking to Yeon-woo, saying that he himself understood that he was scared, that everyone was suffering from a kind of useless fear. And then he started talking about how when he was in elementary school, there were cockroaches in the academy. The children were screaming and running away. They looked very pitiful at that moment. But in the end, Lee Tae-in could not stand it. And so that everyone understood, he took them in his arms and scared the others. Then the man took off his gloves and asked Yeon-woo what he thought others thought of him. And then Lee Tae-in touched the monster with his bare hand. Yeon-woo could not believe what he was seeing. Lee Tae-in said that while the children were screaming in fear and terror, they thought he was a monster. And then he said that in the end, it turned out that the real monsters lived inside them. Then everything happened too fast, and Yeonwoo was attacked by the monster's virus cells. Meanwhile, the teenagers were defending themselves against the monsters that attacked them. Kang Ji-hoon defended everyone with his flamethrower and told everyone not to be afraid of these animals. Lee Hong-mi was acting a little strange, as if she wasn't feeling well. Kang Ji-hoon couldn't help but notice. Then the girl started coughing, and the teenager asked what happened to her. Han-mi raised her head and looked at her friend, and then she gave a short sorry. Kang Ji-hoon didn't understand what was happening, but he was alerted because he sensed something bad. Lee Hong-mi looked into his eyes and begged him to forgive her if he could. Meanwhile, Lee Tae-in watched with amusement as Yeon-woo tried to handle him. The virus cells covered the teenager's head. The man laughed at him and told him to just accept it. And the man was happy about it, watching and enjoying the spectacle. Yeon-woo spoke incomprehensible words and lines. Lee Tae-in leaned in closer to hear them and teased if Yeon-woo didn't want to help his friends now. He mocked and said that they were now with monsters. Lee Tae-in added that the friends would not be able to do it alone without Yeon-woo's help. The teenager tried to get out from under the monster's clutches, and then he gathered all his strength and told Lee Tae-in that his friends could manage on their own. Yeon-woo said he would destroy it, just ask for help from stronger monsters. Lee Tae-in was frightened for a second, and then he calmed himself down and turned away. It seemed that strange things began to happen in the water of the Kan River. Suddenly, the head of a monster appeared from there. I think it was that big guy. Lee Tae-in just silently watched what was happening and waited. Then the man calmed himself down and said that he recognized the Kan River monster. Then the monster came out from under the water and roared. Lee Tae-in could not hide his surprise that Yeon-woo had called him and that he had come. The teenager said he did not know whether Lee Tae-in had encountered this monster or not. And then he added that he was not one to give up for nothing, saying that monsters are smart enough to hunt bait. Yeonwoo asked if Lee Tian could carry such a huge monster and advised him to run away if he did not want to be prey. The man turned to the teenager with a strained smile, saying that he was not so easy to intimidate. And then he added that Yeonwoo was a busy guy. After that, the monster holding the teenager let go of Yeonwoo and quickly ran away. Suddenly, the teenager's eyes grew wide and his heart beat faster. He saw his mother being attacked by this monster. She could not do anything to protect herself. Lee Tian smiled, asking me to give my regards to my mom, and added that he and Yeonwoo would see each other again. But the teenager did not listen to him and abruptly exploded to protect his mother. Yeonwoo ran and screamed, his voice piercing into his heart. Such was the pain he felt. The guy could not believe what had happened. Then, Yeonwoo screamed as loud as he could. This desperation could not leave anyone indifferent. The others noticed this, because they were busy with the monsters attacking them. The company saw Yeonwoo attacking his mother and trying to clear her of her cells with his hands. The teenager was so desperate that he did not care about the danger and threat to his life. I could see my mother's face, but even it was covered with virus cells. She was infected. My father just fell to the ground. His legs did not hold his body. The man could not believe what had happened. He had just lost 2 of his closest people. Cold sweat dripped down his face and he could only manage to squeeze out a short, "Darling." Yeonwoo could not hear anyone or anything. His body and thoughts were separate from each other. The teenager was just looking at his mother. It was not her fault that she loved him so much and put herself in danger. Tears flowed from Yeonwoo's eyes. He had hurt the person who was most precious to him. The guy kept trying to get her out from under the cages because hope was the last to die. Lee Tian simply turned around and left with a smile, because he felt he had finished his work. The man added how sorry he was, but it sounded more like sarcasm. And then, he raised his hand to his head, as if he was looking somewhere far away. Lee Tian looked at the monster. He wanted to say something about it, but he didn't have time. The man scratched the back of his head and stopped, because he heard footsteps, someone running very fast and calling out for Lee Yeonwoo. Lee Tian turned toward the sound to see what had happened. It was Kang Ji-hoon. He ran to help his friend. He asked Yeonwoo if he had really decided to just give up. And then, Kang Ji-hoon pointed his gun at Lee Tae-in and opened fire, asking his friend if he would really let this bastard go just like that. Lee Tian did not expect this and did not dodge. The teenager took him by surprise. The strong pressure of the fire threw the man back. He only managed to cover his face with his hands. Before that, Hon-mi told Kang Ji-hoon to forgive her because she still couldn't figure out if she was infected. She continued that she didn't want to believe it, but when Kang Ji-hoon called her, Hon-mi started crying. She said she was so happy to hear him and didn't want to be alone again. The girl was holding her stomach and said she thought it was an infection due to the wounds the monster had inflicted on her. She added that she began to feel very strange. Kang Ji-hoon was just silent and unable to say a word. Lee Hong-mi was crying, saying that she was very scared because she would become a monster. Then the teenager simply grabbed her by the shoulders and ordered her to shut up. He was angry and just didn't want to hear about losing Han-mi again. The teenager said she looked good because she was not infected. Tears flowed from Lee Hong-mi's eyes and all she could say was yes. She was pleased that Kang Ji-hoon was so concerned about her, and then he told her to wait for him here. Kang Ji-hoon realized that Lee Tae-in was responsible for these wounds. He thought about Lee Yeonwoo. There had to be some way. The teenager gave off as much fire as he had anger. It was getting harder and harder for the man to resist. Suddenly, the fuel ran out and the fire was gone. Kang Ji-hoon complained and tried to give out some more fuel. Then Lee Tian asked him if he was done. The teenager's face showed fear and shock. The man directed his virus cells at him. Everything happened too quickly, and Kang Ji-hoon did not have time to react. The teenager fell to the ground and called Lee Tian a damn monster. And then the man asked who he was talking about, hinting at his friend Yeonwoo. Lee Tae-in said that Kang Ji-hoon was not very friendly, and then asked if he wanted to die of an infection. But the teenager did not want to hear him, interrupting him, saying that Lee Tae-in was talking nonsense. Kang Ji-hoon stood up and said that the man had no right to say such things about his friends, because it was not just friendship. The teenager stood up, looked Lee Tae-in in the eye, and said that he had crossed the line when he touched his mother. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo was sitting next to his mother. He was silent and did not move. His mind was full of thoughts and at the same time empty. Suddenly, such a strong anger gripped the teenager's body that he clenched his hands into a fist. At this point, the virus cells began to gather around him. They were very close, literally near his hand. In a second, these cells reached the teenager's hands and grew on the skin. Yeonwoo was still silent, but he was listening intently. I could tell that he was concentrating on something. At that moment, Lee Tae heard a familiar growl. It was the big, hefty monster that Yeonwoo had promised to call. Then, the man asked if he should have killed them all faster. Then he pointed his hand with the cells at Kang Ji-hoon, ordering him to simply die. Then Lee Hong-mi screamed in terror. She was genuinely worried about her friend. Suddenly, Lee Tae felt something, a familiar sensation. He looked to the side and saw what he expected. That was Yeonwoo. Virus cells were wound around his arm, and the teenager was constantly calling for his mother. He seemed to be delirious and said something about revenge, about his mother. Kang Ji-hoon froze in his pose as he dodged Lee Tae-in and was surprised to see the teenager. Another monster on the road suddenly woke up and walked toward Yeonwoo. He growled, but the teenager was not afraid of him at all. The monster's cells were attracted to Yeonwoo like a magnet. The other monsters also began to converge on the teenager, and everything looked very creepy and strange. Lee Tae could not believe what he was seeing. It was a merger without contact with the monster, and he didn't know how to do that. Suddenly his eyes widened, and fear spread through his body. He was facing a really strong opponent. Then, a large pile of cells attacked the man and pushed Lee Tae away by force. Yeonwoo looked at the man with his glassy eyes and said he would kill him. The teenager's voice was very strange. Lee Tae asked Yeonwoo what was wrong with his arm and said that he was not stronger than he was. Yeonwoo ordered him to shut up and added that he would not forgive him. He said that he would make Lee Tae regret his actions and kill him in agony and pain. But the man just laughed. But I could still feel the fear from him. Lee Tae asked Yeonwoo who infected his mother and added that it was his cells. Then the teenager exploded even more and ordered him to shut up. The anger was so strong that more cells flew at the man. Yeonwoo was breathing loudly. It seemed like he was on fire. Lee Tae said that even if he had reported that Yeonwoo could infect people, his mother would still not be alive. He added that he said that the infected and uninfected could not be together. Yeonwoo thought that the flamethrower had burned too many cells and would be difficult to resist, so he had to wait for it. And then the teenager said it was time to do it, and then his hand tensed and the cells started moving. Then, the virus cells began to be sucked out of Lee Tae's body, and the man could not do anything about it. Yeonwoo shouted that no one was to blame, and all the infected people are here. Lee Tae told him to shut up, but he looked miserable. Yeonwoo said that everyone would die here anyway. Lee Tae shouted loudly, and the other cells continued to gather and crawl toward Do Yeonwoo. Kang Ji-hoon was there and didn't understand what was happening, so he didn't move and just waited for the moment. Monsters were crawling up behind him, and it was quite dangerous for the teenager. He asked what was going on and assumed that Yeonwoo had killed all those monsters. Suddenly he noticed something. Hon-mi was sitting on the ground and looked very bad. It was obvious that she was not well. The poor girl was breathing loudly and looking at the floor, all twisted up. Lee Hong-mi held onto her stomach, where infection cells had already begun to appear. Tears flowed from her eyes from pain and the realization that it was the end and she had become a monster. Kang Ji-hoon saw this and realized everything. He shouted to Lee Yeonwoo. The teenager asked him to stop several times, but Yeonwoo did not react, so he just hit him, ordering him to stop. The teenager fell to the ground. Kang Ji-hoon ran away from him and shouted Hon-mi's name. Yeonwoo turned to see what had happened. He ran to her when the girl didn't even react to anything. Kang Ji-hoon stopped at a safe distance and swallowed loudly, his chest burning with fire. Lee Hong-mi felt it and said that her wound hurt a lot. Kang Ji-hoon couldn't believe it. He couldn't lose Hon-mi again. When she took her hand away, she could see blood and virus cells on her stomach. Hon-mi said that she missed her parents a lot. Her face was contorted and cold sweat was running down her cheeks, and she said she wanted to go home. At that moment, virus cells burst out of her body and attacked Kang Ji-hoon. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo stood up and loudly shook his head after the blow. Suddenly, the teenager apologized. He apologized to everyone. Kang Ji-hoon, Lee Hong-mi, Kim Ju-bin. At that moment, a monster came to him. Yeonwoo looked at his friends one last time and apologized again. Then, the monster's cells simply covered Yeonwoo like a roof. The teenager began to merge with the monster. Yeonwoo's entire body was pierced by the tentacles of the huge monster like needles. It was painful, but the teenager did not care. Tears stood in his eyes because he had not expected it to end this way. He felt that he had already been swallowed up, but Yeonwoo was still conscious. Suddenly, someone called out to the monster and thus brought the teenager back to his senses and consciousness. It was Kang Ji-hoon. running to Yeonwoo and the monster and shouting for the teenager not to give up. Yeonwoo realized by the voice that it was Kang Ji-hoon. Then, a lot of flames poured directly into the teenager and the monster. Yeonwoo looked at Kang Ji-hoon and what was happening, and couldn't figure out whether he wanted to kill him or save him. But in any case, it was over. Suddenly, Yeonwoo's mother, who was lying on the road without any signs of life, stood up. The teenager felt it, because the woman was infected and the teenager felt such things. His mother got up and just walked in their direction. Meanwhile, the news was reporting on the Gyeonbu line, which was under military control. The woman said that after several quarantine measures, it was time to use the terminal. The defense minister said that infected citizens should visit the nearest quarantine facility and take action. And then they showed a video that was filmed near the Khan River. The news said that the shooting was illegal, and they promised to find the culprit and arrest him. The military and police were patrolling the city. It seemed that there were no monsters or viruses here, except for the almost deserted streets. Isuri and Kang Min watched from the window. The guy was looking at his phone and said that there were no other roads along the Khan River, and the military had already taken up residence there, so there was no other way out. She asked if Kang Min had contacted the others, but the answer was no. He added that he was worried about his friends, whether they were even alive. Kang Min started to say something else, but suddenly stopped. They heard someone's voice, but no one else was supposed to be there. It was a girl and her father, looking through the windows to see if anyone was there. They turned the corner and passed through the teenagers. The girl supported her father, saying that everything would be fine, and then said that she was hungry. Kang Min sat down closer to Isuri and said that they were supposed to help these people, but Isuri refused. She added that if they needed help, they could go to a shelter. Kang Min argued that not everyone knew about him and he thought that these people were not aware of him. After that, Isuri turned and looked at her with a penetrating gaze that killed from the first seconds. This had a good effect on Kang Min, and he opened his mouth not knowing what to say. Then I finally decided to ask her what she meant, and at that moment, the guy was hit hard on the cheek with a fist. Isuri stepped back and calmly told him that Kang Min's breath stank and that he shouldn't have come close to her. The teenager barely managed to resist such a blow and simply shook his head, outraged by what had happened. He told Isura that she had a terrible temper and started talking about what she was like in high school. But the girl turned to the teenager again and looked at him with her menacing gaze, and Kang Min shut down immediately. He apologized and said that he didn't mean it, because he didn't want another blow. But Isuri interrupted him and said she was tired of talking. Meanwhile, night fell. Kang Min was awake, sitting by the window looking at his phone, waiting for someone to contact him. He thought that being alone with Isuri was too hard, he needed company. Isuri was sleeping peacefully on the floor, or she just pretended to do so. After all, the girl was troubled by obsessive thoughts that would not let her rest. A man with glasses said that he was very sorry that the teacher had made a mistake, and this was the fourth remark. Isuri looked at her husband with her stony gaze as he said that some of the objections would be difficult to consider. He spoke very timidly and added that the school rating had not changed, but Isuri interrupted him and told him about the rule and the regulations of the academic degree office. It said that if there were any objections, the grade would be reviewed. Isuri asked to open a committee on academic performance and added that she did not need an apology. Meanwhile, everyone in the classroom was making a lot of noise and talking about something. Then Isuri came in. The girls sitting at the desk laughing noticed her. One of them said how calm Isuri was. The girl heard this and said it was because they were noisy and distracting. Then the friends whispered to each other that they did not understand what was happening. One of them said that something could have happened because Isuri always goes to the teacher's office to check his grades. Then the girl just exploded and screamed at them to shut up but said please. And then Isuri turned to the frightened girls and asked why she had heard them and asked them to be quiet. But her friends continued to discuss the fact that the girl was very strange and sometimes crazy. Isuri has remembered this to this day. It was not a pleasant situation in her life, but she could not do otherwise. Meanwhile, in reality, Kang Min was waking up Isuri and asking her to wake up. The girl jumped out of bed because she thought something terrible had happened. Kang Min was very excited and said that his classmates had contacted him, but it seems that Isuri was not so happy and excited about this news. Meanwhile, dawn came and someone was running fast through the streets of Seoul. They were Isuri and Kang Min. The girl asked how her friends could cross the bridge if there were soldiers there, but the boy said they were already there. It turned out that the teenagers had found another way. They were running very fast, and Isuri asked about the details of their friends crossing, while Kang Min looked at his phone. Meanwhile, the teenagers have already reached a very nice place. They went inside and went down the stairs. It was dark and very quiet, as if they were the only ones inside. Isuri asked if her classmates were definitely here, because there were no signs of life. Kang Min replied that this was the only subway station around, so they were definitely here. And then he offered to check it just in case and told me to be careful, because there could be cells inside as well. Isuri said she would take a fire extinguisher because the unexpected could happen. The teenagers were quite loud and quarreling, so someone noticed them. Isuri and Kang Min were called out and they turned toward the sound, slightly startled. It turned out that it was Park Choa, who greeted her friends with joy, calling them fools. Kang Min did not hide his shock and joy that he was no longer alone, and Isuri kept a stony face. The girls seemed to sarcastically confirm the fact that they were all still alive. Seon-young replied sharply and rudely, sending the girl away, and then asked if Isuri wanted to die. Then Kang Ji-hoon came inside. He carried water in his hands and threw it to Kang Min when he saw his friend. That was the greeting. The teenager immediately realized that something was wrong and asked what had happened in Kang Ji-hoon. Isuri added her own questions about where the others were and singled out Lee Yong-woo. Kang Ji-hoon stopped, but stood with his back turned and remained silent for a while. And then, the teenager abruptly exploded and threw his bottle on the floor, swearing loudly. Sung-yeon screamed and called him a bastard for doing this. Isuri did not react in any way. It seems that her ability to keep a straight face was a very well-honed skill. After a pause, Kang Ji-hoon said that the bastard Yeon-woo was alive. And then he added that if everyone was gathered and they had to go home. After that, Kang Ji-hoon returned and told the newcomers that he was going to finish off Lee Yong-woo. Meanwhile, events moved back in time when Yeon-woo merged with a monster and did a lot of damage. Kang Ji-hoon tried to save his friend and burn the monster that was consuming him. But Yeon-woo's mother suddenly stood up and headed toward the teenager. The guy felt it because the woman was infected and they developed a connection. When Yeon-woo saw his mother, he seemed to sober up. His eyes opened sharply in shock. Kang Ji-hoon continued to burn the giant monster and did not notice that the teenager's mother was coming up behind him. He was not afraid. He just did what he had to do because he wanted to help his friend. At first, the monster seemed to not even react and let itself be killed. But then, as if something changed in his behavior, the monster's mouth began to open wider. Then the teenager got scared because he realized he was in danger. The monster attacked him, growling loudly and pouncing on the teenager. Park Choa suddenly came to his aid. She quickly pushed the teenager away. The teenagers flew to the side because the girl pushed him hard to save him. They fell to the ground together, but Kang Ji-hoon was rescued. The guy was loudly shaking his head and analyzing what had happened. Yeon-woo kept calling for his mother as if he were crazy. And then the teenager reached out from his monster prison and asked his mother if she was asleep. After that, Yeon-woo began to crawl out from under the monster and break through its cells. When his head appeared, I had goosebumps. He looked so scary. Yeon-woo asked if a miracle had happened. He thought he had killed all the monsters, but he hadn't. When he saw his mother, he was suddenly frightened. His eyes widened greatly. The teenager said it was not his mother. Yeon-woo's father tried to get out to his family, but Choi kept the man by force. Yeon-woo said it was not his fault. He added that he did not try to hide the fact that he was infected. All of his friends were screaming in fear and incomprehension of what was happening. Yeon-woo coughed as he spoke. The teenager's voice sounded terrifying and demonic. The guy kept repeating that it was not his fault. He added that he was a nobody and did not want to harm them all. Kang Ji-hoon listened to this nonsense and looked at what Yeon-woo was turning into, and it seemed to make him angry. Suddenly, the teenager just exploded and attacked his friend with a weapon and called him a scumbag. He shouted at him to stop talking nonsense and regain consciousness because he had just saved him. But Yeon-woo crippled Han-mi, and Kang Ji-hoon said that there had to be a way to get rid of the cells. Park Choa tried to hold her friend because he was out of control. Kang Ji-hoon asked him to let him go, but Yeon-woo told him to just do something already. Suddenly, Yeon-woo started to get out from under the monster and just ran away. Everyone else was shocked. The teenager thought that running away would be better for everyone. He was covered in virus cells, as if he was turning into a monster, but his consciousness was still with him. Yeon-woo consoled himself with the thought that his mother would have done the same and run away far, far away, to a place where there were no cells, if it existed at all. Events returned to the present, and Kang Min asked Kang Ji-hoon what he meant. The teenager started screaming, asking after Lee Hong-mi if it was really true. Park Choa intervened in the conversation, saying that in the end, the bastard was infected. And then she added that Lee Hong-mi was also infected. Sung-yeon interjected her opinion, saying that she hadn't liked it from the beginning and didn't understand why the situation had to be made worse. And then she was outraged that she had suffered so much with these classmates that her nerves could no longer stand it. Suddenly, Isuri interrupted Seon-young, asking what was going on. They all turned to the girl and she said that everything seemed very strange to them and called them here. And then she asked if they weren't all friends with Lee Yeon-woo and Han-mi, but the teenagers denied it. And then Isuri asked if they were also infected. Seong-young interrupted, saying that was enough, and then asked if Isuri knew what they were doing with the infected. And then she screamed that she didn't see Lee Yeon-woo turn into a monster. Then she added that Isuri talked to Yeon-woo the most. She spent most of her time with him, so she could have been infected. Isuri asked with a calm face what Sung-yeon was getting at. She replied that Isuri pretended not to understand, but she was defending the bastard so much that she could be up to something. And then, Sung-yeon said that Isuri and Yeon-woo were dating. The girl still held her face, even though the others were shocked. Kang-min quickly intervened, telling them to all stop, because it was not a good idea to fight with each other. Sung-yeon kept yelling that Isuri was to blame for protecting Yeon-woo. Kang-min calmed her down. Then Isuri furrowed her eyebrows and looked toward her classmates. Meanwhile, the events moved to another room in the subway, somewhere near the bus stop, where there used to be a lot of people and it was impossible to get through. It was completely empty. There was a food and drink vending machine nearby. Kang Ji-hoon was sitting next to him. It was as if he wanted to get away from the noise. The teenager was thinking about choosing something for himself, but suddenly froze and just looked at one point motionlessly. He thought about his Lee Hong-mi. Seeing her slowly die and turn into a monster was impossible. She told her friend how much she wanted to go home to her parents, but Kang Ji-hoon lost her again. The teenager was shaking from the memories, and there was such pain inside that would not go away even with time. At that moment, Park Cho approached him, and Kang Ji-hoon immediately came to his senses. She asked why the boy was here alone if there could be cells everywhere. Kang Ji-hoon wiped his face and eyes with his sleeve and said it was not important. Park Choa understood everything herself. She was very observant of Kang Ji-hoon and understood his feelings. And then she pretended that nothing had happened and took off her briefcase, offering to share it. Kang Ji-hoon was very cold and ran away from talking, so he just stood up, turned around, and told her to do what she wanted. Park Choa swallowed her insult and asked if the teenager wanted to stay in Seoul. Kang Ji-hoon stopped. The girl added that he was going home, but now he seems to have changed his mind. And then, as if nothing had happened, Park Choa took the food bag and asked if it was enough for her and if she could carry it herself. Then she returned to the topic and asked Kang Ji-hoon if it was because of Lee Hong-mi. The teenager could not ignore this question and asked what business Park Choa had with his relationship. The girl agreed, saying that it did not concern her in any way. And then she asked if Kang Ji-hoon was interested, and he looked at the girl. Then he turned around and swore. Park Choa stared at his back, sending him off with a look. Meanwhile, the others were in some room arguing. Kang-min asked everyone if they had taken the most necessary things and ordered them to check everything. Isuri stood aside as if she were not with them, thinking about something of her own. The girl could not get Yeon-woo out of her mind and the information that he had become a monster. Inside her was a maelstrom of emotions of misunderstanding and worry and sadness, but she didn't show it. But most of all, she wondered why it happened, because Yeon-woo wanted to survive. Meanwhile, Kang-min was asking Seon-young about Soyon, since she and the others were not with them. The girl tried to contact her, and then looked at Kang-min and seemed to be considering something. And then she asked if he liked Soyon. He asked if she really wanted to talk about it now. Then Seon-young began to tell us about Park Seo-young. It turned out that the girl had been running after her at first, like everyone else, but then its speed slowed down, and Soyon was always looking back. After that, the girl stopped completely, and Seong-yeon asked her what she was doing and ordered her to leave quickly. Kang-min asked if Park Seo-young had really just decided to stop. It wasn't like her. Isuri exhaled tiredly and then continued her story. It turned out that Seo-young stayed with Park Min. The teenager sat twisted on the road, whimpering and screaming in pain. Soyeon noticed that he was infected and told him about it. But she did not move away from the teenager, even though she was not wearing a protective suit. Park Min shouted that there was a way out and a way to survive. Soyeon did not understand what he was talking about and just stood there in a shocked stupor. Park Min ordered his pocket to be checked, and very quickly. Meanwhile, the events moved to a completely different location, where military helicopters were flying. It was visible from the window of the room. Soyon was sitting in it, leaning against the table as if asleep. She woke up to someone coughing. It turned out to be Park Min, who was lying on the ground. He looked pretty bad. The teenager stood up and looked away. But Park Min did not recognize the area. It was something new for him. So he asked Soyon where they were. The girl replied that it was the bank of the Khan River and added that luckily there was a place where they could hide. And then Soyon told me that now there were many soldiers there and they were probably looking for a big monster. Suddenly Park Min laughed out loud and said that he had survived again. Soyon did not look in his direction, and the teenager thanked her for saving him twice already. And then the girl handed him a package of pills and asked what they were. I asked him since when he had been taking them. Seo-young was outraged that Park Min hadn't told her this earlier because there was a way to prevent the infection. She yelled at him to help everyone, and Hanmi could have been saved then too. Soyeon also added to the effort for Yeonwoo. He needed help the most. The girl was screaming and angry, demanding to know the answer to her question. Park Min said that it was So-young who gave him the medicine and that he did not ask for help at all. And then he asked if the girl had decided to come and help him. Park Min leaned in very close to Seo-young, his eyes and gaze looking crazed. And then he said with a smile that he had received the medicine thanks to that red-headed man. After that, he simply grabbed the medicine from Soyeon's hands by force, and she didn't even have time to react. She just rubbed her arm, which was hurting because Park Min had hit the girl who had saved his life twice. The teenager laughed again, saying that in any case, he was alive again. Suddenly, he wasn't having so much fun anymore when he noticed something. It turned out that the package of pills was empty, and he did not feel it right away. Soyeon realized what had happened when Park Min looked at her with a surprised look and asked if the medicine was taken because of her help. And then Soyeon added that she had the medicine. Park Min attacked her to give them to him. Luckily, a homeless man, Choi, walked into the room. He caught them insulting Park Min and twisting Seo-young. At first, Choi was happy that the teenager had woken up, but then he changed his tone and ordered him to take his hands off Seo-young. Yeonwoo's father came inside and suggested that Park Min tone it down a bit. He added that there were too many soldiers so they could be heard. Park Min looked at the man silently but obeyed. They were holding guns, so the teenager was at a complete disadvantage. Then the teen whispered to Soyeon that she should have realized she was playing with fire, but the girl held her ground and asked if she should have asked him directly. Park Min said that she was annoying him. Choi interrupted the conversation and asked what the two were whispering about. And then he said that they checked the area around and looked away. Choi continued that they did not find their friends, only their cap, which was held by Yeonwoo's father. This is the only thing left of his son. The man said he knew for sure that they were not here now. Soyeon addressed her father Jeonwoo as Mr., but was interrupted. The man asked to be called Mr. and added that he wanted to find their friends. But the teenagers were outraged because they would have been better off finding a way out of Seoul. Yeonwoo's father objected, saying that they had to find all the teenagers and added that they were in big trouble because of his son. Park said something sarcastic that screamed indignation. Yeonwoo's father told them to try to survive until they came. Then the man left the room, but Choi stopped him and asked him to wait. Park Min thought about everything that had happened and everything that had been said. The thought that Yeonwoo could still be alive kept running through his mind, and it could be used in this case. The man hadn't left yet and stopped at the exit. Suddenly, Park Min called out to them and said he wanted to go with them. The man stopped and looked at the teenager, and he said again that he also wanted to find Yeonwoo. He justified this by saying that Jeonwoo was his friend. Park Min added that he couldn't just lose him like that. It might have worked for Yeonwoo's father, but the others knew the truth. The events moved to one of the narrow alleys between the houses. There was someone in one of them. There were no cells or monsters. Everything looked quite clean, but very deserted. Somewhere inside, down the stairs, there were dripping sounds. The cells would drain to the ground and make the sound of water dripping. It turned out that Lee Young-woo was inside. The teenager sat in complete silence and looked down with his head down. Jeonwoo looked at his hands. They were absolutely clean. All the cells had disappeared from his body. Only scars remained. The teenager was surprised that he had survived and not died. Jeonwoo wanted his mother to be like him. Suddenly, someone shone a flashlight at Jeonwoo's back and shouted. It was a male guard who yelled at the teenager, asking what he was doing there alone. But Yeonwoo was silent, and this scared the guard, so he asked if the teenager was human. Yeonwoo remained silent. Then the man shouted even harder and louder, ordering him to answer him. Then the teenager decided to get up from his seat. He straightened up and turned to the guard, but then the man began to panic, ordering Yeonwoo not to return if he was infected. The guard began to bombard him with questions about where he was from and who he was with. Then he shone a light on Jeonwoo's neck, which was covered with scars. He screamed in fear and squirmed. After that, he tried to calm down and started digging in his pocket, commenting that he had left the door open. And then the guard called out to Yeonwoo again, and this time the teenager responded. The man handed Yeonwoo some medicine. The teenager took them, and the guard commented that he saw how injured Yeonwoo was. After that, the man simply turned around and left, advising Yeonwoo to go to the nearest shelter if he had nowhere else to go. The guard turned from the corner of his eye, adding that wherever he went it was dangerous, so he advised him to be on the lookout. Yeonwoo looked at the man, who was very kind to him. The guard added that there was a lot of stuff here, and then he said that he was leaving and wished him good luck, without waiting for a word from the teenager. Yeonwoo was holding the medicine that this kind man had given him. He stood there silently and just looked at the medicine. There were many thoughts in his head, but he did not know how to act around people now. Meanwhile, the guard went into the room where the teenagers were making noise and thus attracted the man's attention. He saw that they were doing something strange, so he came in and asked them in a stern voice what was going on. A guy in a gas mask and duct tape in his hands looked at the man with incomprehension. The guard said how good it was that he found people here and said they would be allies now. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo decided to come out of his hiding place. Suddenly, he heard some sounds and looked to the side. There was a room with a transparent door, and it caught Yeonwoo's attention. Through the glass, the teenager saw a horrifying picture of a man tied to a chair, his body turning into a monster. Yeonwoo walked through the door and carefully examined what was happening inside as he got closer. The man seemed quite familiar to him, but Yeonwoo did not pay much attention to it, so he kept walking until he heard a voice. He heard the voices of teenagers laughing at the monster and calling him Grandpa. Then, Yeonwoo realized what was happening and immediately recognized the guard. The hooligans filmed the man and laughed at him. He begged them to stop and asked why they were doing it at all. One of them ridiculed the guard for simply crying while he was being tied up with electrical tape. Another guy said that their guard was doing hard work and held out a bottle of cells, offering him a drink. But he had his mouth taped shut, so the guy just poured the contents onto the man's face. The cells were dragged out like saliva, which was pretty disgusting. One of the company members asked if the guy had infected the man and then called him crazy. Just at that moment, the doors of the Yeonwoo were open. The company discussed that everything happened very quickly, and they wanted to put the camera in the man's mouth. Yeonwoo walked slowly, listening to what these bastards were talking about. They wanted to come up with something else they thought would be fun. The group was discussing something loudly among themselves, and didn't pay any attention to the fact that the door was open. Suddenly, one of the guys in the hood turned around because he saw something and swore loudly. Yeonwoo was standing in the doorway, and the guy asked who he was. And then he shouted at the teenager why he had to be so scared. Then they asked what Yeonwoo was trying to do, but the teenager remained silent. The other members of the company also took notice of the teenager and looked hostile when their leader was angry that he was being ignored. But Yeonwoo just turned around and left. He was not interested in this company, let alone in quarreling with it. The leader was outraged that the teenager had just left. Then the guy in the gas mask asked if Yeonwoo was alone. And then he turned to the exit, smiled, and said that he had an idea, suggesting that we infect Yeonwoo as well. The company leader said that in this case, the teenager would get infected and run at them, hinting that it was a bad idea. But the guy in the gas mask stood his ground, saying that he wanted to film it and that it was great horror content. The group went outside after Yeonwoo, and the leader told the boy to do what he wanted. The teenager just kept walking, did not look back. The guy in the gas mask said that he would take off Yeonwoo himself. The leader said that the water bottle was in his bag, and the guy in the gas mask was looking for something. Then he took out another bottle, which was half full of cells. The leader said he had recently collected them. Then the boy said goodbye to everyone, smiled, and told them to wait for him while the teenager took a couple of cool pictures. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo simply walked where his eyes led him. A guy was sneaking behind him. He took out a bottle of cells, hiding behind a corner, and smilingly waited for the fun to begin. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically and was no longer so cheerful, for Yeonwoo had answered him. Without turning around, the teenager said he could feel the cells approaching him. But the guy just laughed and called Yeonwoo a jerk and said he was so scared that he was speechless. He said that Yeonwoo did not even know who the guy was and asked why he was talking to him like that. Yeonwoo still hadn't returned and said he didn't want to do it. And then he thanked him for coming to him. Suddenly, the cells in his bottle began to crawl out and move. They went to the face of this scumbag. Yeonwoo said he had no right to play with people's lives. The boy begged Yeonwoo to stop, but the teenager did not feel any emotion, let alone pity. Meanwhile, other members of the company stood with their phones and did not understand why their leader had been gone so long and had not yet given a signal. The girl was looking at something on her phone. The other one was trying to contact Seb. At that moment, the guy in the gas mask noticed someone right in front of him. It was their leader, and the guy asked him what he was doing and why he was frozen in place. But Seb didn't answer and was acting strangely. After that, the guy growled like a monster, and his partner in the gas mask realized that something terrible had happened. Seb returned to him. Virus cells were hanging from his face, and it was clear that he was infected. The girls also noticed this and were scared. The guy turned even more, his mouth open as if he was going to attack them. The company started running away from the guy, screaming. Then Yeonwoo came out and walked by the monster without fear. The teenager did not even look up, just walked calmly. The girl noticed this and asked if Yeonwoo was also infected if he was acting so strangely. Suddenly, something happened. She was pushed and froze. After that, the girl just fell to the ground when everyone was running away as fast as they could. She raised her head and swallowed loudly. The monster's roar was getting closer. The infected boy ran toward the girl to attack her. She froze and only managed to cover her face with her hands and scream. But the monster did not have time to attack the girl, because its released cells seemed to be magnetized in a different direction. It turned out that it was Yeonwoo. For some reason, he decided to save this girl. The teenager told the monster to make him feel like a victim. Meanwhile, everyone else ran away as fast as they could and left their friend alone, just abandoned her. One of the guys said that the bastard was infected and asked what she should do now. Suddenly, the masked man stopped. Others noticed and asked what happened. Perhaps he was also infected. The guy said he remembered the bastard and came back. And then he added that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Others did not understand what was happening. The guy came back to the company and said that he had seen his brother on the air and added that Yeonwoo was immune. Meanwhile, others were not doing so well. A bottle of virus cells was lying on the floor. The girl looked at her and shook her head loudly. Cold sweat ran down her face. Then she looked at the leader lying on the ground. Then her eyes fell on the culprit of their situation. Lee Yeonwoo looked down on the girl but did not show his emotions. The girl started crawling away and screaming that he would kill her and threatened that he shouldn't touch her. But Yeonwoo did not listen to the girl. He acted as if she was not there, and then he came very close to her face. He silently looked into the girl's eyes as if he was examining and searching for something there. She asked what Yeonwoo was doing. Her face showed a lot of fear inside. So the girl started shouting and asking what the teenager was going to do to her and ordered her to answer. Yeonwoo remained silent and looked down. The girl continued to curse the teenager and threatened not to touch her friends. But Yeonwoo simply turned around and left without saying a word. After that, he just said a short phrase that there were no cells there, and then he advised her to be careful. The girl with her mouth open looked at Yeonwoo with her eyes. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo was still walking past some buildings and gas stations. The teenager thought that he did not know where he was going to go now. All the way he had traveled made absolutely no sense. Yeonwoo realized that he had no reason to live on. He did not know what to do next. The teenager could think of nothing else but his mother. Her image was in his head. She was always so kind and sensitive to him. His mother gave him a gift to make him feel comfortable in Seoul. It was her initiative. She was even ready to deceive her husband to please her son Yeonwoo. Even when he was rude to her, his mother still accepted him as he was. At that moment, a woman walked by the teenager, but being in his thoughts, he did not notice her. Then someone shouted the word, "Mom." It turned out that this woman was with her child. She told her that she was hungry and asked when their dad was coming. The woman hugged her child and reassured him that his father would be back soon. Yeonwoo followed them with his eyes. The girl was sincerely happy that her father would be with them soon. And Yeonwoo was trying to get enough of the sight. The mother suggested that she wait for her father in the shelter, and then the girl asked if there were any monsters there, to which the mother replied that the shelter was a safe place and there were no monsters there. Yeonwoo looked to the side and realized that he was indeed passing by a shelter, and there were many people and soldiers there. For a split second, he stared at the place as if looking for someone or something. The workers distributed protective suits to everyone, offering to help them choose a size. A soldier stood nearby and looked at the area. Then someone called out to him and the man came back. It turned out to be Lee Yeon-woo in a special white suit. The teenager began to say that it seemed to him that there was no quarantine here. He continued that there are sleeper cells, and it is hard to believe, but they had to evacuate. The soldier was outraged by the courage of an ordinary passerby. The man asked if Lee Yeon-woo was in his right mind, and said that it was inappropriate to joke at such a time. Another soldier intervened and asked what was going on, but his partner said that nothing had happened. They started discussing Yeonwoo. The soldier asked if he was the guy from the live broadcast. Then the man turned to the teenager and asked if he was in line, and then ordered him to go get a waiting ticket. He asked if Yeonwoo wanted food and shelter, but Yeonwoo remained silent and just looked down. After that, the teenager simply turned around and left. The military were surprised by this act, but then decided to ignore it. Jonah thought that he could do nothing. He would have no way of knowing. Then, one of the men in a suit and glasses started shouting loudly. Others ran to him and asked if he was okay. The man looked up and said that suddenly his face went numb. In fact, it was covered with virus cells. When others noticed, they started running away and screaming. The shelter was in chaos, and next to him was Yeon-woo, who was holding his hand toward the shelter. He decided that in this case, he would solve the problem himself. The girl whom Yeon-woo had saved from the monster was watching. She could not understand who this guy was and why he had such opportunities. Meanwhile, other civilians were running away screaming and not paying attention to what others were doing. And the man who was turning into a monster was screaming and begging for help. But the military opened fire on this poor man. The soldier fell to the ground and started to cough loudly. Then someone told him that he had talked about it. It turned out that it was Yeon-woo. He approached the soldier and looked at the floor. The teenager added that the place was infected, and he said so. Lee Yeon-woo turned his hand to other civilians. Several civilians also suddenly turned into monsters and screamed in pain. Then Yeon-woo clenched his fist and some cells were drawn to him like magnets. Cells began to come out of people's faces and were magnetically attracted to Yeon-woo. The teenager thought about what if he had done it out of the blue. If only he could get rid of all these cells. Maybe then his mother would be safe. Yeon-woo turned around and left, but someone was shouting at his back and calling for his father, someone's childish voice. It was that girl with her mother, who looked at Yeonwoo like a monster and asked her mother when her father would come. She cried when Yeon-woo looked at her and told her mom how scared she was. Yeon-woo turned around and just kept walking. He accepted the fact that he was the most horrible monster. Virus cells were dripping from his arm, dragging along the ground behind him like threads. He thought about his father. Would he forgive him, the murder of his mother? Meanwhile, Yeon-woo's father went in search of his son. The man forgave him. He never held a grudge against him because he was his family. The whole company went in search of Yeon-woo. They got to the shelter and there were soldiers who blocked their way. Choi asked the teens if they had tried to contact Yeon-woo. Seo-young replied that she had, but he hadn't answered. The man continued to ask how they kept in touch without a phone, and then suggested that Yeon-woo might have gone back into hiding. He was suddenly overwhelmed by memories of his wife. Was she sleeping peacefully now? When he was lying on the bed in the shelter, and his thoughts were disturbed. He turned to his wife and asked if she was asleep. She talked about their son, Yeonwoo, how he was feeling now. The father tried to reassure his wife and said that Yeon-woo was fine and he was waiting for them. The mother was silent for a while and just lay with her back to her husband. Then my father suggested that we go to bed and go looking for him again in the morning. But then my mother started talking and her tone screamed desperation. She said that if she was wrong and it was not like that, the woman would be very upset. Yeon-woo's mother was tired of the search and the silence from Yeon-woo. Her heart seemed to be unable to bear the experience any longer. She added that she didn't care if it was all a mistake. She would definitely protect Yeonwoo. She will not betray him even at the cost of her life and for no money. He is her son. The woman added that Yeon-woo was the most precious thing she had. She then asked her father to promise that even if one of us made a mistake, they had to protect Yeon-woo. Meanwhile, the company had already reached the shelter and was actively asking passers-by about Yeonwoo. The father described his son's features and appearance. In his mind, he promised his wife to do everything to the best of his ability. The soldier asked his partner if he had seen one, but the answer was unsatisfactory. The man thought that he had no right to leave his son in such a hell, no matter who he was. Then the military began to ask for more information about Lee Yeon-woo and his last whereabouts. The rest of the company was hiding around the corner, and Choi suggested that they all wait in place. Park Min was the last to stand. He didn't show much initiative and looked like a parasite. Suddenly, the guy turned to Park Seo-young and asked her to wait a bit. The girl turned around, and at that moment the teenager just threw her against the wall like some kind of animal, and Soyon hit her head. He grabbed her by the collar, and looking around demanded to find a cure for him. But Park Seo-young held her own and asked with a stony face what Park Min meant. The guy was confused because he expected the girl to be afraid of him and give him everything quickly. Soyon bombarded him with questions about why he was looking for Yeonwoo and why he suddenly wanted to help him. But Park Min just laughed when she called him shameless. And then he looked up and asked with a serious face if So-young thought she could make a difference by helping others, and reminded her that she had also left Yeonwoo at that time. Park Min added that Seo-young was the one who dumped this guy, just betrayed along with them. Then Choi came to them and shouted for them to keep up and follow him. They had to end the conversation, there was no other choice. As Park Min was leaving, he told Seo-young to stop pretending that she was good and innocent. And then he ordered me to give him the medicine while he was being nice, and emphasized that this was the last warning. Park Min approached Choi and asked the homeless man if they had been fighting again, but the teenager denied it. Soyon stood in a stupor from all these words that were said to her. She didn't agree with everything she was told, but she knew in her heart that she couldn't escape the truth. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo's father's circumstances were no better. Choi came up to him and told him to go to the shelter because the teenager was not far away. The homeless man agreed to go and added that they had to find his son. He also recommended hiding the weapons. The man asked Choi if he was sure he was okay, but the homeless man replied aggressively that his father was up to no good again and added that they had to find Yeon-woo now. The teenager's father froze for a second and seemed to be thinking about something. Then he suddenly asked Choi if he missed his family, but the homeless man remained silent. And then the man apologized if it was off topic, but added that they could find his family if they had one. But Choi again responded aggressively and ordered him to stop talking nonsense. The homeless man did not even turn to the man, he just kept walking. After a short pause, Choi said that it was not the right time and they had other things to think about. They approached the shelter further and there was complete chaos. Everyone was screaming and rushing around. One of the military said that a new outbreak of infection had begun. A lot of special vehicles actually arrived at the shelter and took people out. And there were a lot of bodies on the floor. Their special difference was that they were infected but already dead. The military and rescuers were also standing nearby, and they were all talking on the radio in one voice about people suddenly becoming infected. There were also a lot of people standing there. One of the soldiers told me not to be so afraid because the results will be after the investigation. Then Yeon-woo's out-of-breath father ran toward them. He was screaming loudly and hurrying, trying to describe his son. For some reason, he thought they had definitely seen him. Soyon stood behind and looked off to the side, listening intently to what people were saying. Civilians were huddled together, and a medic approached them and offered his help. Behind Park So-young, people were talking about the military having already gathered and why they hadn't stopped him. At these words, the girl turned and listened carefully. The little girl was talking about her brother, who had stretched out his hand and started screaming. The mother told her daughter to stop talking nonsense and not to complicate the situation. The girl showed how her hand was raised. Suddenly, Park Seo-young turned to the little child. She asked me in a sweet voice to tell her about that brother and which way he went. Meanwhile, Yeon-woo got into some trouble again. A group of teenagers stood next to him, laughing and seemingly aggressive toward Yeonwoo. One of the gang leaders in a pink jacket asked the others if they thought the teenager was joking with them. Another member of the gang said that the bastard Yeon-woo just decided to infect them himself, and that was it. Then a guy wearing a gas mask interrupted the conversation and shouted that it was the same immune scumbag on the air and ordered them to be careful. But others just laughed, saying that this could not be possible. Suddenly, Yeon-woo spoke after a long silence. He said that the gang was so pathetic it was funny. He went on to say that if the gang was not infected, he would not touch them and ordered them to leave. Yeon-woo said he was giving them a chance to leave. The company looked at him in silence and listened. Then one of them just laughed. After that, the gang leader simply kicked Yeonwoo and threw him back. Yeon-woo fell to the floor and hit the wall. The leader told him that he had attacked the wrong people. The teenager started to get up, and the guy laughed and asked if he should hit him again. The gang leader sat down with Yeon-woo and laughed at the fact that he was immune, saying it was all a fairy tale. Then, the boy decided to hit the teenager again and asked if he was immune to punches, but the teenager grabbed him sharply by the arm. And then Yeon-woo looked up and said that he did not know about this immunity, and then apologized. The teenager continued that his body had many cells. The leader's eyes widened dramatically, and his self-confidence disappeared. At that moment, a lot of cells came out of Yeon-woo's hands and hit him in the face. The boy silently and emotionlessly watched the previously smug, arrogant guy screaming in fear. After that, Yeon-woo simply stood up and turned around to leave. The other gang members ran away and screamed. Their leader was screaming and looking at his infected hand, threatening to kill Yeonwoo. But he did not realize that he was already a corpse. The teenager stood still and remained silent, listening to the threats in his direction. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw this bastard fall to the ground and hold his infected hand, and the virus had already spread to the other one. Yeon-woo said without looking at the boy that he was now infected. Then he put his hand out to finish the job. Suddenly, someone shouted in his direction, and this familiar voice made Yeonwoo stop and fall into a stupor. He turned around and saw Park Seo-young approaching him. Yeon-woo did not know how to behave or react. He just stood silently and looked at the girl who was approaching him. Park Seo-young smiled because she was sincerely happy to see him. The girl came closer and closer to Yeon-woo and did not feel any trouble. She called out to the teenager. Her voice was so pleasant only she could speak like that. Park Seo-young attacked Yeon-woo with questions about where he was and that she had been looking for him for a long time. And so had his father. She said that everyone was looking for him. Suddenly, Park Seo-young's expression changed dramatically and she opened her mouth wide. All because Yeon-woo just turned around and left. Soyeon tried to stop him and asked him to wait. Yeon-woo only asked why the girl was looking for him, and then he added that if they met again, would Soyon really think that he would follow her again? After that, the teenager asked her to leave, saying that he could not go with them. Park Seo-young did not understand what was happening and asked for an explanation. Yeon-woo then asked if she wanted to save her friends. The teenager then said that they couldn't be together, it wouldn't work out, and he wasn't going to go home. Yeon-woo went on to say that he now knew for sure that he was no longer human, and he only wished Park Seo-young to take care of himself. And then he added that the two of them were just classmates, and they are not even close friends. After these words, Soyeon's face showed shock and disappointment. After that, she only asked if Yeon-woo really thought so. She turned away and put her head down. She was so offended, she felt betrayed. And then after a short silence, she began to say that she thought differently, pausing between words and choosing her words. In the end, Park Seo-young said she thought they were friends, and then she repeated it again, but more confidently and louder. Meanwhile, that bastard was lying on the floor, smug and screaming in pain of transformation. He lifted his face, which was covered in virus cells, and began to stand up. Park Seo-young saw this and was just shocked, stood in a stupor and did not know what to do. Yeon-woo noticed this, and he came back to find a terrible scene. This monster just jumped on Soyeon, and she didn't know what to do because it all happened so fast. Suddenly, the monster stopped and just froze in place. Its virus cells were magnetized back. Yeon-woo stood behind him and held the monster back with his hand, loudly swearing. Soyeon flew down to the ground, shocked by what had just happened. She watched as Yeon-woo held this monster of a guy, and he yelled at him and called him a bastard. The teenager looked at Soyeon, at the way she reacted. Tears were streaming down the monster's face. He was shaking and screaming. After that, he called Yeonwoo a monster. The teenager was furious at these words and clutched his hand. It meant only one thing. The monster screamed in pain, but managed to pretend that Yeon-woo had killed his friends. He repeated it again, and then simply fell to the floor towards the frightened Soyeon, who covered her mouth in fear. The boy's body was sprawled on the floor along with the cells of the dead virus. Now this monster was no longer a threat. Yeon-woo held his hand and laughed out loud as he looked at the monster. Soyeon was also breathing loudly and covering herself with her hands, showing that she was afraid. Then the teenager looked at her. They met each other's eyes, and while Yeon-woo was calm and focused, So-young's eyes were screaming with fear. Virus cells dripped from Yeon-woo's hand like water. The girl tried to tell him something. The teenager looked at his hand, which was covered with cells. At that moment, Park Min ran to them and shouted to the teenagers if they were okay. As he approached, his face gradually changed and became less cheerful. Yeon-woo told So-young that he now understood everything, but the girl did not understand anything and just looked at her friend. He added that he understood why they could not leave together. Park Min ran to them and yelled at Yeonwoo, but when he saw what was lying on the ground, he abruptly stopped talking and stiffened. He saw the body of a monster of a boy lying without signs of life. Then, Lee Yong-woo called out to Park Min, but his tone was not sweet or pleasant. He looked into the eyes of his enemy and said that if they met again, Yeonwoo would finish the bastard. After that, he just ran away, far away from them all. Park Min yelled after Yeonwoo to answer him properly and explain everything. And then he looked at Park Seo-young, who had her head down and was trembling. Park Min watched where Yeonwoo was going and gasped loudly, analyzing what had just happened. He thought about how he knew that this bastard Yeonwoo could also activate the cells. If there were dormant cells, he could finish off anyone he met, just like Lee Tian. Park Min didn't understand how Yeonwoo could have become like this, but he knew for sure that the teenager was getting stronger. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo ran wherever his eyes were. He didn't care where he went, just as long as he got away from everyone. Due to inattention, the teenager reached a dead end. He stopped and leaned against the wall, swallowing loudly and analyzing who he was trying to escape from. Yeonwoo remembered So-young, her frightened look and her question about whether the teenager was okay. He was angry at himself. He was angry at who he had become and the pain he was causing his loved ones. Yeonwoo did not want to live like this, but he could not do otherwise. The guy realized that he was a monster now, and it was easier to never contact anyone again. Otherwise, he will regret it later, and this feeling destroys him. At that moment, he heard some footsteps and then a whistle. After that, someone simply attacked Yeonwoo and hit him on the head. And then other hooligans joined in, and now the teenager had to fight them all off. Someone yelled at him and called him a scumbag for touching their brothers. He looked at these guys standing over his head and laughing. They wanted to hear something from Yeonwoo, but he could not speak. Suddenly, someone he knew called out to the teenager, saying that they had seen each other again. It was the girl that Yeonwoo had saved. She waved to him, saying that they were her friends, and they would punish him a little bit and then stop. Yeonwoo continued to be silent, only looking at the girl with a slanting gaze. Then she changed her expression and called him a bastard. Meanwhile, the events moved to an abandoned room where there was no one. Lee Young-woo was sitting on a chair, tied up and beaten. He was shaking from side to side. It looked like he had lost consciousness and was just coming to. He looked to the side to survey the area, as he did not understand how he had ended up here. Yeonwoo heard someone discussing what to do with him. He then looked at the group, which was fighting with each other and discussing something loudly. She felt Yeonwoo's gaze on her and looked back. The teenager was sitting on a chair and trying to get out, even though his hands were tied. Then a gang of hooligans called him out. They approached him, turned on their phones, and started filming. Someone suggested feeding Yeonwoo to the dogs. One of them took out Lee Young-woo's school ID and began to read information about him out loud. This guy scratched his ear and laughed that Yeonwoo was so young, telling him to call him bro because they were all brothers. Yeonwoo was silent and just looked at his offenders. The guy asked where he might have heard about it, but he couldn't remember and simply threw the teenager's document away. Then he put on a gas mask and asked his partners if they had heard anything about Yeonwoo. It seemed like he was acting out a skit. His partner asked him why he thought he knew Lee Yong-woo and ordered him to stop with this clowning around. The guy in the gas mask was ordered to do what they planned, to fight Yeonwoo. He was afraid that the teenager could be contagious. Yeonwoo thanked him and said that he would not feel guilty if he infected them. The guy in the gas mask complained that Yeonwoo was at it again, and his partner was indignant, saying that he was very tired and wanted to sleep. After that, he just took a swing and kicked Yeonwoo in the face. It's easy to beat someone who is tied up and unable to move. The boy mocked Yeonwoo and felt cool for being able to overpower the bound teenager. But Yeonwoo didn't think about it. He decided that if he could bear it now, he wouldn't be to blame if he infected them all. Then a guy in a gas mask interrupted his thoughts and called out to Yeonwoo. He approached the teenager and told him that he understood what he was thinking and said that his brothers were not stupid, but if Yeonwoo did something, he would be dead. And then the guys standing by the fire tank asked if they had burned all the cells, hinting at Yeonwoo. The guy in the gas mask continued that everyone here wanted to survive, and the teenager understood this well. He added that his brothers were not idiots who could be intimidated by fairy tales. And then, this guy asked if Yeonwoo had ever heard of them, because they owned all the districts of Yonsan. After that, he took off his gas mask, saying that the teenager had fallen into the hands of the most notorious bandits. And then, he spoke for the girl Yeonwoo had talked to earlier, and asked if she was his friend. The teenager's expression changed and the bandit noticed. A smile appeared on his ugly face. He asked again if it was his girlfriend. And then he smiled so nastily that I wanted to spit in his stupid face. The guy said that now Park Seo-young would suffer because of Yeonwoo. The girl was indeed surrounded by guys who were laughing and calling her cute. Park Min stood behind him, raised his hands and asked who they all were, adding that they were not enemies. A guy in a green sweatshirt appeared behind the teenager and asked why they were alone, and then he put his hand on his shoulder and offered to be friends. Park Min said that it was better not to, but they didn't listen. Soyon was also approached from behind by boys, which scared the girl. She was grabbed by two guys, one of whom asked where such beauties came from, and his partner confirmed that Soyon was very cute. The girl ordered them to stop, otherwise she would scream, but the guys just laughed at her. Then someone ordered them all to stop, otherwise they would be shot at. It turned out to be Choi. The attacker turned around and saw the man standing next to a bunch of his brothers, who were beaten and lying on the floor. The guys came back and stood in a stupor. Choi approached them and said that he had warned them that he would shoot. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo's face showed intense fear and hopelessness. His abuser made a nasty smile and said that it was all his fault. Behind him were other gang members. They were significantly outnumbered, but Yeonwoo's strength was winning. The teenager said that he would forgive them if they stopped behaving like that, because Yeonwoo was infected. Then the two gang members started arguing with each other about what the teenager had said to them. Then the girl who had started the whole mess intervened and stopped the argument with a shout. She ordered them to stop quarreling and deal with Yeonwoo in high-pitched tones. Otherwise, no one knew what could have happened. Then the guy who was making the fire took the initiative. He held a fire to Yeonwoo and asked if he wanted to play. But the teenager was silent and did not even look up. He realized that fire was really something that could kill him. After that, Yeonwoo tried to move his hands and feel the power in them and his actions. Then the teenager spoke. His voice was calm and confident, and because of this, the smug expression on the offender's face disappeared. Yeonwoo said that it was very uncomfortable with his hands tied. But this is the only way to kill an infected person. Then, virus cells appeared on the offender's face. After that, Yeonwoo finally looked up and suggested starting with this guy. Meanwhile, Choi and the teenagers were no better off. The gang mocked the homeless man because they did not see him as a real threat, because they were outnumbered. Choi held his ground and showed no signs of fear. Then a guy in a green suit holding Park Min asked if it was his father, because he looked like a homeless man. At that moment, someone called out to the smug, impudent man. It turned out that it was Choi, and he hit the guy so hard that he flew away. The offender was no longer so smug, and Choi asked if he wanted to take his hand away from Park Min. The guy in the green suit was approached by his other friends and asked if he was okay. One of them brought his partner up and asked Choi what he was doing. The homeless man got angry about this and said that they were getting what they deserved. Then, the gang prepared for a fight, and they took up combat positions. Choi noticed this and told the brave souls to approach only in a crowd. A fierce battle ensued. Everyone attacked the homeless man at once, but Choi was skillful and repelled their attacks. The guy who was supporting his partner in the green suit was very scared when he saw his gang being smashed like children. And then he yelled at Choi, saying that they could have fought back. When he was about to attack, someone called out to him. The offender's eyes became the size of a penny. It was Choi, and he told the brave man in a confident voice that he was giving him the last chance to escape. But the boy did not listen, and told the man not to force him to use force. But at that moment, Choi had already punched the bandit in the face with all his might. Behind him was a path of all the defeated brave men. At that moment, Choi heard a familiar voice shouting for help. It was Seo-young, and she was grabbed by the guy with the bottle. He told Choi that he had hurt the wrong person. The man panicked and ordered the offender to stop, offering to talk in exchange. But the guy kept a bottle of virus cells near Seo-young and threatened to infect the girl if Choi made a move. And then he asked if it would be cute if Soyon became a monster and called the girl a woman of easy virtue. Then behind him, someone shouted that he had gone crazy. It was Yeonwoo's father. The man attacked the offender from behind, ordering him to stop immediately. He was very angry and just furious. He said that the offender had met a soldier on his way, so that was the end for him. The bandit was not expecting such an attack, and shouted at the man to let him go, threatening him with eggs. But Yeonwoo's father did not respond to his empty words, and simply threw the bottle of cells out of the bandit's hands. The open container fell to the ground, and the liquid inside spilled out. The bottle landed next to the boys who were lying on the ground. The bandit who was closest to these cells looked away at the bottle. Then he saw his hand covered with these eggs. The guy screamed, and the cells on his arm began to throw themselves at other gang members. Soyon's offender saw this and started running away, apologizing to his partners for it, but he couldn't get far because a bat was waiting for him. It was Park Min, who hit the bastard so hard in the face that he flew away. Meanwhile, the company looked at the gang's photos on social media. They looked very cool there, but in real life it was exactly the opposite. Soyon, the offender, was sitting unconscious behind him. Yeonwoo's father said he was disgusted to see it. Park Min assumed that the gang was local, and they were in the business of killing people and filming it, thinking it was funny. The teenager then said that they were crazy bastards, and asked how Lee Yeon-woo could have fallen for these assholes. The teenager's father was hurt by these words and was silent for a second. Then he looked at the offender Soyon and scolded him. The man came closer to the milkman, grabbed him by the collar, and demanded to know what had happened to Yeon-woo. The father yelled at the boy, demanding to know whether they had touched his son. The offender began to come to a little bit of consciousness and slightly opened his eyes, but continued to be silent without saying a word. Choi approached the man and asked him to calm down and not go crazy. Meanwhile, Soyon stood in the corner and looked at the washing machines. Park Min noticed this and looked at the girl carefully. Soyon was completely absorbed in her thoughts and did not pay attention to what was happening around her. The girl looked at her reflection in the glass of the washing machine and memories came flooding back to her. At that time, Yeon-woo's hand was dripping with virus cells and he was saying terrible things, as horrible as his actions. Soyon was in a stupor and did not know how to react to her friend. Yeon-woo said he now understood why they couldn't go together. Suddenly, So-young's memories were interrupted by Park Min, who asked the girl if she had calmed down, saying that everything would be fine. But the girl remained silent. So the guy asked her further why Soyon was standing there alone, since she had just been rescued. Soyon remained silent. Then Park Min asked what was really bothering him. When would he get his pills back because he needed them immediately? Soyon did not even look in his direction, ignored him. Park Min continued to whine about how he couldn't wait any longer. Then she started rummaging through her bag. Then she just threw the pills at Park Min, not even listening to him. The guy's only response to this was how unexpectedly it all happened. Soyon continued not to look at the teenager and only apologized. And then she added that Park Min could have taken them away. Seo Young's voice was completely indifferent. The teenager turned and looked at the girl. She had no face. So Young said she was always thinking about how to help Yeon-woo and even wanted to go with him. After that, Soyeon suddenly started crying when she remembered what happened to Yeon-woo's mom and said how sorry she was. Park Min turned to the girl and asked her what had happened, but she was already crying hard, covering her face with her hands. The teenager thought that he thought So Young was just pretending to be nice, but it seems that she was really close to that bastard Yeon-woo. Then Park Min went over to Seo Young, hugged her and calmed her down, asking if she really wanted to leave Yeon-woo like that. He said very nice things, saying that they were all here to help him, and even though they didn't get along very well, Yeon-woo's father decided to bring them together to help the teenager. Park Min looked into Park Seo Young's crying eyes and said that he would help them. Then he looked away as if he was remembering something, saying that he owed a lot to Yeon-woo. Meanwhile, the men were sorting things out in the other corner of the room. Choi suggested that So Young look at a place on the map. Meanwhile, Park Min was watching and analyzing everyone. He noticed that Yeon-woo's father and Choi were fighting well with their fists. Park Seo Young was also able to defend herself, and she was sincerely worried about the teenager. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Park Min's face, indicating that he had a plan. Meanwhile, screams were heard in the room where Yeon-woo and the gang were staying. The guy who had the virus and the cells started screaming, looking at his hands, and dropped fire from them. The other two arrogant gang members looked on in horror. They decided that Yeon-woo had infected his partner, but the teenager just sat there doing nothing, not even raising his head much. The guy offered to set Yeonva on fire because he didn't know what to do and how to save himself. The teenager heard everything that was happening, but he was absorbed in his thoughts and concentrated on his strength. The offender was lying on the ground under his feet, screaming in pain. Yeon-woo was still trying to control him. The teenager could not use his hands, and the cells that were far away were poorly controlled by him. Yeon-woo realized that he had to get his hands on something and decided to try one method. Suddenly, the teenager felt that when the abuser approached him, he was in control, so there was a difference of 2 meters. Then, If the cells connect with each other, what happened could happen. Meanwhile, two gang members with torches attacked Yeonwoo with shouts and fire. They threw them at him, saying that the teenager was burning in hell. But Yeonwoo dodged. He managed to get out and touch the offender with his hand and used his cells to shield himself from the fire like a shield. The gang members were simply shocked by what had happened, so they froze in a stupor. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo had gotten out and was even able to stand up, and his offender was on fire. The teenager realized that he could change the shape of the cells by contacting them. In the Kan River, that person could also do it. Meanwhile, another guy in a white shirt intervened in the fight and told the others that they had to finish off Yeonwoo. Suddenly, the teenager called him by the name of Chun-sik, and for some reason, Yeonwoo knew him. When the boy responded to him, his body suddenly became infected with cells and pierced as if with a needle. Yeonwoo held up his fingers in the shape of a gun, saying that he would have to just destroy them all. The teenager held himself with dignity, his voice sounded very confident and calm, and he added that they were all cockroaches and had to be exterminated. Yeonwoo looked at the frightened, once smug idiots and said that they had no reason to run away. A smile appeared on his face, and the teenager said that from now on, they were all his slaves. Everyone else started running away after these words in terror and screaming. Meanwhile, Yeonwoo was just calmly, slowly removing the rest of the tape. After that, he asked the gang where they were all running off to. The teenager reminded them that he said there was no point in running away. Chukshin was lying on the floor. He turned to Yeonwoo and screamed in fear. The teenager said with sarcasm how sorry he was. Then he pointed his hand at the boy and gave a command. Yeonwoo raised Chukshin's head and asked if he had seen. The teenager wanted to show what kind of people the boy had gotten involved with, because they had just abandoned him. Yeonwoo shouted directly at the scum his partners were, and added that he knew what it was like to be betrayed, and therefore offered to take revenge on them. And then he added that Chukseung's body would no longer be the same, but instead, he would take revenge on the traitors. Meanwhile, the other offenders ran away without looking back, but the guy in the black hoodie noticed something strange behind him. His partner was attacked by cells like tentacles. The guy stopped and fell down in fear, but tried to get up immediately and run away. His partner asked him to remove the cages, but he just turned around and wasn't going to do anything. The boy looked at Yeonwoo, who had disfigured his friend's face, and mocked him, apologizing for his actions. He realized that he was facing a real monster and had already regretted getting involved with him 1,000 times. Yeonwoo noticed this look on him and asked him what he was doing. The teenager asked if the boy was planning to escape, and then ordered the cages to attack him. It was the turn of the guy in the gas mask, who was lying on the floor trying to get up. Suddenly, the guy heard someone behind him laughing, saying that the bandit was only pretending to be strong. The offender looked at Yeonwoo and asked him if he felt afraid of him now. Yeonwoo wanted the gangster to understand why this was happening to him, so that he would feel guilty. The teenager asked if he had fun when he infected others. He went on to say that in such situations, the true nature of a person could be exposed, and how ironic that was. Yeonwoo said that now the bandit was standing in front of him and looking at him with completely different eyes. Then he asked if the offender was feeling afraid now. The bandit fell to the floor, covered himself with his hands, and began to apologize and beg for alms. Yeonwoo sat down and with a smile, or was the guy serious now, pointed his hand at him, making a gun. The bandit said he would make sure his friends were safe. Yeonwoo just laughed it off, saying that everything was fine and he would just pay him back. Suddenly, the teenager felt very sick. He felt a sharp pain inside. Yeonwoo leaned over and just fell to the floor, while the others were frightened and covered themselves with their hands. The teenager began to shake. It hadn't happened to him for a long time, and no one understood what was happening to him. The girl got up, approached the guy in the gas mask, and asked what was going on. Yeonwoo turned back and saw that all his monsters were on fire. And then the teenager realized that he felt the pain of that monster. This was bad because Yeonwoo became vulnerable, but the teenager could not understand why he felt his pain. And if he did not understand, he would not be able to solve this problem. At that moment, Yeonwoo lost his focus and something terrible happened. The guy attacked him and kicked him in the face, which knocked Yeonwoo backwards. The teenager fell down and recoiled loudly because he did not expect such a blow. Then the guy came up and hit Yeonwoo again and ordered his partner Park Jun to leave. The boy and the girl shouted excitedly and were happy that they had a chance to escape and be saved. Chun fell behind Yeonwoo and began to run away with the rest of the survivors. The teenager was lying on the floor and could not do anything, holding his arm. He could only raise his head and look at these scum who were running away without punishment. The gang ran out of the room and fled as far as the eye could see. Park Jun asked if anyone had a phone with them. Yeon-woo walked to the edge and looked at where the bandits were running away. But the offenders managed to run away and hide, and were nowhere to be seen. The gang stopped to take a break because they couldn't run that long. It wasn't part of the element of cool. When the gang ran away far enough, they were already on foot, and the girl started shouting at the guys, telling them to deal with Yeon-woo quickly. She was angry and blamed them for everything that happened. Then Chun came back and ordered them to stop screaming, otherwise they would be found quickly, because Yeon-woo would not leave them alone. After that, the gang started quarreling, arguing that Yeon-woo would persecute them all. Then Park Jun intervened, ordering him to stop shouting and listen to him. The guy picked up the phone and said that now they had to destroy Yeonwoo. He said he had something and it was nuclear explosives. They began to think about whether to use it on Yeonwoo and discussed it so loudly that they didn't notice what they had found for her. Then the guys started discussing among themselves and decided to launch a stream. Suddenly Park Jun stopped and shouted that he had finally remembered his name. At that moment, Yeon-woo called out to them and asked why they were standing there. The teenager stood and said with a smile that he thought they had gotten far. But it turned out that the gang was much dumber than Yeon-woo thought. The offenders began to panic and scream, and the teenager said that he had warned them. Yeon-woo started to come down and said that there were cells in his body that, when touched by humans, turned them into monsters. He asked if the gang really thought he was joking. Yeon-woo went on to ask that the perpetrators were afraid of being infected themselves. Then Park Jun held out his hand and asked me to wait a bit, because he really needed to tell him something. He said they were really terrible people and even people like them shouldn't have lived, but he promised that he would protect Yeonwoo's friends. Park Jun promised that he would stop being a scumbag, and then the boy added that he also remembered that one of his classmates also said that he was from Kyonan and from the same school as him. But Yeon-woo called him crazy and added that he would not believe him. Park Jun began to panic and swore that it was true and that he had heard it himself. Suddenly, the boy said that his classmate Yeon-woo was talking about a school trip and that his friends had abandoned him. The teenager realized that he could not have learned this simply from a school pass. Meanwhile, strange things were happening in the city near the church. A woman stood next to her and called on everyone to join them. They were dressed in dark suits and handed out advertisements. Inside was an ordinary church, and people were praying and behaving as usual. Among them were young people. After the service, humanitarian aid in the form of food was distributed to everyone. There were a lot of people because everyone wanted to get free help and food. At the end of the room, there was a crowd of people who were not in uniform. It turned out that they were Yeon-woo's classmates. Next to them was a group of young people who prayed before eating. Then one of the teenagers asked if they should have prayed as well. Isuri said that the food might spoil before they finished praying. Seon-young was outraged and asked them to stop arguing and just start eating. Kang Ji-hoon stood there just looking at the floor and then looked up. Then he just took off, and Kang Min noticed. They went down the stairs because they wanted to be alone. Kang Ming asked how long Kang Ji-hoon had been going on like this and ordered him to come to his senses. But the teenager was silent and just looked out the window. Then Kang Ji-hoon said he wanted to burn it. Kang Min asked what he wanted to burn. The teenager explained that there were a lot of people here and the cells were spreading. And Kang Ji-hoon thought about how to burn them all. Kang Ming said that these were very stupid thoughts. And then the teenager asked him again that it was pointless to wait for death. Kang Ji-hoon remained silent and just looked down at the street through the window. Downstairs, people were calling for people to join the church, and Kang Min told him to stop. He went on to say that he didn't know Han-mi well, but it wasn't Lee Yong-woo's fault, because it was an accident. He wasn't the kind of person who would just hurt someone. Kang Ji-hoon simply sent a friend in response and said that he would rather take care of everything himself without his help. Kang Min was silent, unable to say anything because Kang Ji-hoon continued to speak. The teenager said that Yeon-woo was no longer the classmate they knew. Meanwhile, the rest of the classmates were waiting for Kang Ji-hoon and Kang Min. Sung-yeon complained that her phone was about to die, but she kept looking at it, and then asked where they were going next. Isuri was sitting by herself, looking at something on her phone, when suddenly, thoughts came to her. She thought about the fact that only Park Seo-young and Park Min were not with them. But then where did that guy go? Park Choa said that she was fine here, and asked if they went back. She didn't know how they would get home. Isuri opened the blogger's channel on her phone and thought that they were probably looking for Jeonwoo. Suddenly, something caught the girl's attention. She saw a video on a channel called "I Finally Saw a Person with Immunity." Meanwhile, on the street, church members were handing out their advertisements and calling on people to join them. There were many people at the entrance, and a pleasant atmosphere of love reigned. Others also distributed water and food free of charge to passers-by and anyone else who wanted it. The woman in glasses and a brown suit suddenly noticed something, and her expression changed dramatically. The soldiers patrolling next to them also noticed this. A church member named Kwon-di fell behind the soldiers. The soldiers immediately began to approach them, thinking they were infected. But her friend said that the girl had a chronic illness. He explained that Kwon-di had colon cancer, and even in the hospital she was told that she could not be saved. The girl fell to the ground, folded her arms, and was shaking, but the military seemed to believe them. Kwon-di prayed without stopping, as her friend advised her. Meanwhile, Kang Min and Kang Ji-hoon were discussing Lee Yeon-woo and what had happened to him. It seemed that Kang Min was beginning to believe that their classmate had changed, and not for the better. Kang Ji-hoon was all in his thoughts and did not listen to what his friend was saying. The boy recalled Ji-han Hyun's words, who said that Kang Ji-hoon looked at himself from the outside because he was putting his friend in danger. Then, the guy just turned around and left without saying anything to Kang Min. The boy was surprised by his friend's strange behavior, but he accepted it and ran after Kang Ji-hoon. Kang Min asked him to listen, saying that they could help Yeon-woo because the cells were dying at high temperatures. He went on to say that the risk was now too great to simply burn them with fire. Kang Min meant that there were several ways. Then Kang Ji-hoon stopped and interrupted his friend, asking if he was serious. He asked if Kang Min really wanted to help Lee Yeon-woo, and this question stunned his friend. Suddenly, the teenager remembered a conversation with Isuri when they got out of the car. The girl asked him if he was a fool. Isuri asked this because she couldn't believe that Kang Min really wanted to help Yeon-woo. Meanwhile, the teenagers were descending the stairs, and Kang Min tried to reassure them that they had to do it. People around them were screaming and running to the ground floor. The guys heard someone say that the police had blocked the exit, and this made them wary. The crowd gathered at the door and shouted at the soldiers, and the military tried to explain that it was an emergency. They wanted to convey that it was all for their own safety, but one of the men was not happy with this. Song-yeona stood nearby and watched what was happening. Kang Ji-hoon approached her and scared the girl. Seon-young began to resent the fact that they could not leave the church now, but she did not know what had happened. There were more and more people at the exit. Indignation and shouting grew. Then the other teenagers came out, and Park Choa was surprised that Kang Ji-hoon had come. The girl said she thought it would be for a long time. It turned out that it was all because of the dead pigeons in front of the church. Their cells could be dangerous and cause mass infection. Meanwhile, 2 men were carrying a canister inside. 2 women also came in, holding hands because one of them was not feeling well. Sung-yeon passed by these women and shouted indignantly that they could not leave the church. The girl could not see anything in her path, so she hit one of the women with glasses with her shoulder. She fell to the floor, but Song-yeon responded by accusing the women to watch where they were going. The victim only managed to look up and apologize, and her friend scolded Seong-yeong. The sister helped the woman with glasses and led her into the room because she wanted to pray. Meanwhile, Kang Min tried to prove to Kang Ji-hoon that the heat was causing the cells to die and blocking the chance of spreading. But no one listened to him, so he turned to Park Choa and asked her to listen to him, asking why they thought about their lives, and just left everything as it was. The girl sarcastically said that one could go crazy how interesting everything was. And then she asked what the woman was doing with the canister. Kang Min approached her and offered to help. She was very pleased with the young man's help and ordered him to carry it right up the stairs. But Kang Min suddenly stopped and took his time to relate everything. He was carefully examining the tank he was holding. Then he stopped the woman and asked if he could ask her a question. He wanted to know if it was hot water in the tank. Meanwhile, the events moved to some underground place that looked like an underground parking lot. Inside, there were partitions in the form of grates. The room was surprisingly clean without any virus cells, but very empty. Park Jun cautiously walked out and approached the grate. Then he tapped it with his finger. A guy with long dark hair appeared from behind the wall. Park Jun immediately waved to him and called him his bro. Then the guy waved back when he recognized his friend. They opened the grate for the newly arrived company to enter. The boy waved to the girl because he was surprised that she had come, but his friend did not greet him very warmly. She only said that another one had come with him. The guy asked who it was, and Yeon-woo stood in front of him and didn't say a word. Park Jun said that they just came to get his things and that he had written to him. The boys were walking in a hug and discussing something of their own. My brother asked Park Jun if they had filmed 100 people, but this question made him panic and he looked back. Park Jun looked at Yeon-woo and his reaction to the boys' words that they had only infected many people, and his friend just laughed at him. He asked Park Jun why he was so tense, but he was not speaking clearly and tried to change the conversation. Yeon-woo understood his behavior but did not react. He seemed to feel useful among these people. The teenager was only thinking about where they all got the cells. Lee Young-woo tried to focus on his feelings. Then he saw the cells right under the guy's sleeves, and the other guy felt a flamethrower from the infection. It was something else. The guy who saw them all off and asked what had happened to Yeon-woo's face and where he was from was looking at him carefully. But the teenager was silent, so the others answered that he was from Cheonan, and the boy added that Yeon-woo was from the same school he had once attended. Then, the man said that his younger son was there and asked him what Yeonwoo's name was. The teenager answered without looking up. The man started repeating his name, as if he was trying to remember something similar. Then the teenager looked up and looked at the man. He stopped, turned to Yeon-woo, and their eyes met. The man said he had an interesting name and asked if the teenager understood what they were doing here. Yeon-woo showed dissatisfaction with his whole appearance and looked closely into my eyes. The man asked what kind of expression the teenager had on his face and asked what he didn't like. But Yeon-woo looked down and thought that they were all just trash and scum. The man asked if Yeon-woo was really their friend. The teenager looked at the man's hands. They were infected and wondered why they were all still alive. Then she yelled at the man, saying that if he continued to behave like this, she would leave. The man was scared and began to back away, saying he was just joking and offering to work with Yeon-woo. The girl whispered to the teenager that if he made a fuss, he would not find his friend. She looked Yeon-woo in the eye and promised that she would help him find his friend and save him. But the teenager just walked forward, speeding up his gait. And then he added that there was only one piece of garbage here anyway, and the girl fell for this provocation and got angry. Meanwhile, the guy with the fire extinguisher was on the phone and chatting with someone. After that, he called his brother and arranged to meet. Yeon-woo's attention was drawn to the information that his school friend was also here. The events were moved to the 5th exit of the room. Leaning against the wall was a guy wearing a cap and holding a phone. It turned out to be Han Song-yu. He was supposed to be with Isuri and Kang-min, but it seems that their paths diverged then. Meanwhile, a company approached him, and he cheerfully greeted his brother. Suddenly, his joy turned to surprise when the company came closer to him. Han Seong-yu saw Lee Young-woo and his surprise was overwhelming, and he shouted out his classmate's name in shock. The company headed up the escalator to the exit. Han Seong-yu went first and told his brother that it was clean and without soldiers. The teenager spoke strangely, like a cattleman. Then he offered to smoke and move on. It seemed that Han Seong-yu was running away from something or someone, but they caught up with him, and Yeon-woo said he was glad the teenager was safe. He caught up with Han Seong-yu and added that he didn't expect to see him here when his classmate turned to him. A smile appeared on the teenager's face and he asked how things were in Yeonwoo and what was going on here. And then Han Song-yu asked if that was the last time they had seen each other in a homeless shelter. He asked how Yeon-woo escaped and was not caught, and then apologized for that time, saying that Isuri had abandoned him. Han Seong-yu added that she was also looking out for him and asked if Yeon-woo realized this. Then the teenager asked who all these people were and whether he had communicated with them. Han Seong-yu said that it was his brothers who took care of him and they were very good in fact. Yeon-woo asked if it was true that they were just selling the cells to others. But Han Seong-yu just laughed at all this and asked where he had gotten his guesses from. And then he asked if Yeon-woo was really interested. Han Song-yu offered to listen to his story. He asked Yeon-woo if he knew how the gang obtained the cells. The teenager turned and looked at his classmate, and he said that it was all about arguments, and that they had produced a mutant. A smile appeared on Han Seong-yu's face. Meanwhile, the events moved to the church. Behind the glass was a hall where everyone prayed and held services. There was no one inside, but we could hear prayer. The woman with the glasses was sitting behind me, reading the prayer as she wanted. She was trembling, but believed it would help her. The woman looked at the cross hanging on the wall. Virus cells suddenly began to appear on her face. Unfortunately, prayer did not help with such things. 2 women came inside, not noticing anything and just talking to each other. But when they went deeper, they froze in shock and fear. In front of them was a huge monster that resembled a bird with large bone-shaped wings. Meanwhile, the pastor prayed and cried. He said that he saw and heard the voice of angels surrounding the throne of God. Other people prayed with him, and on the ceiling hung a huge monster, wrapped in a cocoon. One woman lifted her head slightly and opened her eye to look at the monster. The prayer said that their sister had performed a miracle with her sincere faith. Then the pastor opened his eyes, looked at the monster, and said that she had been born in the form of an angel by the voice of the Lord. Amen. Meanwhile, the blogger's video about the Khan River said that it was dangerous and many people died there. Isuri was sitting in the hallway watching him. The guy was talking about immunity and more specifically about Lee Yeon-woo. The girl watched and listened carefully to what the blogger was saying. If before it was nonsense, now it was the opposite. The guy said that in the future they would face something worse than incubation. He argued that as generations changed, species also changed, so we should stop panicking. Isuri, meanwhile, came down the stairs and walked somewhere with a stony face, thinking about the blogger's video. She met Kang Min, and the teenagers simultaneously rushed at each other with questions about what they were doing. The guy asked Isura if she had anything like a thermos. Kang Min pointed to the hot water tank, and the girl indignantly asked why he was experimenting here. But the guy was angry about it, saying that he was trying to save them, not conduct experiments. Isuri looked silently at her friend and his indignation. Meanwhile, outside, soldiers burned all the cells left by the pigeons. For one bird, 2 soldiers and flamethrowers were too many. Behind the glass, a crowd of people stood and watched carefully what was happening outside, because they would not be released until everything was clear. Kang Ji-hoon stood behind me and listened to everything people were saying. The teenager watched the soldiers work carefully. He seemed to sincerely enjoy it. Suddenly, he noticed something terrible. His eyes widened and his heart beat faster. A girl was sitting on the floor in the middle of the fire and was being burned alive. Kang Ji-hoon began to make his way through the crowd and shouted for everyone to stop. When the teenager got closer, he carefully examined everything that was happening. But now there was no girl among the fire. Then Kang Ji-hoon simply turned around and walked away. The crowd stared at him in outrage. Suddenly, someone called out to the teenager and asked if he was going alone. It was Isuri. She asked if Kang Ji-hoon knew about denial, anger, depression, and acceptance. Then she told him to do a self-diagnosis and determine what stage he was at. Kang Ji-hoon came back and asked what Isuri meant. The girl said that the teenager was still angry and added that Lee Yeon-woo was not joking. Kang Ji-hoon did not listen any further and simply walked away, giving his classmate the middle finger. But Isuri went on to say that Lee Hong-mi could be brought back to life and asked if this was not a denial of reality. She went on to say that people died and were born, and zombies and infection. But Isuri didn't have time to finish, because Kang Ji-hoon interrupted her and came very close, asking why the girl was not infected. The teenager became very angry, accusing Isuri of not even being near the Han River. And if she was ready to save Yeonwoo, she could go and do it herself. But Isuri asked why she had to do it, explaining that she was just curious. Kang Min and Park Choa were coming up the stairs from below, and they didn't hear the whole conversation, but they understood that there was a quarrel. The classmates ignored them and continued to argue. Kang Ji-hoon told Isuri to be straightforward and say how long they were going to pick on Lee Yeon-woo, but the girl with the calm face and voice said that it would be as long as it took, and asked in response how long Kang Ji-hoon was going to suffer with the bullshit. Then the teenager lowered his head and just laughed. He said he was sick of it all. His voice said that something terrible was about to happen. Kang Ji-hoon's teeth clenched, and he said through them that Lee Yeon-woo was just a scumbag who ran away. And this thought just tore him apart. Meanwhile, soldiers were climbing the stairs and their footsteps could be heard. Kang Ji-hoon wanted to continue his monologue about hating Yeon-woo, but they were interrupted. Soldiers came and asked the teenagers to get out of the way. They stopped the people praying over the monster, and the pastor wanted to stop the military. The soldier said they had a report. The pastor did not like this very much and asked again indignantly. The soldier asked if there were any infected or monsters in the worship hall, but the shepherd sharply and quickly began to deny it, saying that no one was inside. In fact, he lied and his reaction gave the man away. At that moment, another pastor was sitting right next to the monster and praying loudly. The man ended the prayer with an oath of loyalty to God. At that moment, he opened his eyes, and the monster growled. The monster looked directly at the shepherd. Strange sounds from the worship hall reached the military, whom the believers tried so hard to stop. Then, the soldiers had to use brute force to make them all disperse and make way for them. The soldiers opened the doors of the hall and immediately pointed their weapons in case they were infected. But what they saw simply stunned them. At first glance, the hall looked empty and clean, but the sounds were coming for a reason. Then people behind the soldiers started screaming in terror. In the other corner was a cluster of cells, and they understood what it meant. People began to flee and break through the military. Kang-min and Isuri noticed this as they approached the worship hall. Meanwhile, the events moved to the stairs. Someone was sitting alone by the bulletin board. It was Kang Ji-hoon. He went downstairs to be alone and calm down. He turned around and looked at the board and what was written on it. There were various prayers and instructions. Park Choa suddenly approached the teenager and asked if he had prayed. Without waiting for an answer, the girl called Kang Ji-hoon strange and said that Jesus would not help them now. The teenager just swore. Then Park Choa asked if he felt guilty. Kang Ji-hoon turned and looked at the girl, and she continued that the teenager was exhausted. After that, she just turned around and left, saying that she would come back later because she wanted to go downstairs. Kang Ji-hoon didn't say anything and just thought about Park Choa's words. The girl kept walking but did not turn back. Suddenly she stopped because she suddenly remembered that she hadn't seen Seon-young for a long time. Park Choa was walking down the hallway looking for her classmate. The girl opened one of the doors, entered, and called out to Seon-young. Suddenly Park Choa stopped and stood in a stupor at what she saw. In front of her was a huge monster that ate people. The monster was busy and didn't notice Park Choa. Then she decided to immediately cautiously flee the premises. Cold sweat ran down her face and she kept looking back to control the situation. Park Choa literally tiptoed out of the room and walked down the hall. At that moment, Kang Ji-hoon came in and loudly asked Park Choa where everyone had gone. He continued to speak, but when he saw the expression on his classmate's face, he abruptly stopped talking. The girl had no face, it just screamed danger and fear. She quietly ordered Kang Ji-hoon to stand still and not move. Cold sweat was running down her face. The teenager froze and did not even breathe. Meanwhile, the monster in the room heard something and was distracted. At this point, the monster broke the glass and attacked Park Choa, but the girl quickly reacted and began to run away. The monster landed in the corridor and looked at the teenagers who were running away from it. Kang Ji-hoon and Park Choa started running as fast as they could. The boy asked what it was, but the girl didn't know and just ran away. The monster was in no hurry to run after them and just growled. Then he shouted so loudly that the whole church seemed to hear it. Kang Ji-hoon also heard these sounds and turned back in shock. The teenagers were climbing up the stairs and the boy was surprised because the monsters couldn't be inside. A soldier was standing upstairs and he radioed that he was on the 3rd floor and was assessing the situation. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps and shouts from teenagers. They ran up to the man and shouted that a monster was chasing them and that everyone had to get out of the room as soon as possible. The soldier was in no hurry to run and wanted to understand what was happening, but there was nothing behind me on the stairs and no sound of a monster. The man didn't seem to believe them very much, saying that he hadn't seen anyone but them. But Kang Ji-hoon tried to persuade him to run away. At this point, the man seemed to agree, but the distrust remained, and it was then that the monster caught up with them. When the soldier noticed him, it was too late. The monster attacked him, and the teenagers hid in fear. They fell to the floor and gasped loudly, coming to their senses and realizing that they were alive. When the teenagers returned, they saw a huge monster attacking a soldier. Suddenly, it started talking to them. The monster turned its head and said not to be afraid of it. But the teenagers reacted to these words by running. They took off right away and ran as fast as they could. The monster was not in a hurry to follow them and just stood over the body of the soldier. The teenagers kept running and did not turn back. The monster opened its mouth. After that, it screamed loudly again. Meanwhile, the events moved to the worship hall. People gathered around the priest. Believers put their hands over their mouths in shock and despair. The pastor was covered in cells and virus. He did not move and showed no signs of life. Kang-min and Isuri were sitting behind me, listening attentively to everything the soldiers said. And the guy was filming everything with his phone camera. Kang-min suggested that when the man prayed, he was swallowed up. Isuri told them that they had better deal with everything quickly, because the door was closed. The girl thought further that the monster was inside, and that the priest had allowed himself to be infected. Isuri started looking around the room and noticed a window. She assumed that there was a window inside and that it was possible to leave through it. Kang Min supported him, saying that something strange had happened here, and that it was most likely that the priest was in the incubation period, and suggested that he leave. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard, and Isuri turned back. It seemed that these sounds were coming from the door on the other side of the room. Then everyone else in the room turned to the sound as well. People were just standing in a stupor waiting for something to happen. Then they started knocking on the door. After that, the sounds of laughing began to be heard, but it was unclear whether it was a monster or a person. The soldiers looked at each other. They signaled each other because they realized that the situation was strange and possibly dangerous. Then they started approaching the door with weapons. There was no sound outside the door, and this silence was only more frightening. Isuri and Kang Min hid behind him, and the boy continued to film everything that was happening. The soldier walked very carefully and slowly, pointing his weapon at the door. Then he reached for the handle to open the door. His heart was beating loudly. His blood pressure was skyrocketing, and there was tension in the air. After that, the man simply gathered his thoughts and opened the door. But looking around, everything was clear. The man looked in the other direction and was about to go back in, because there was no threat. The soldier came back and told the others that there was no one there. Isuri stared open-mouthed at what was happening. She carefully examined the weapon in the soldier's hands. Isuri asked Kang Min what it was, because she had never seen anything like it before. The boy explained that it was probably a flamethrower, but made of gas. Then, suddenly, virus cells began to sneak out from under the bottom of the wall. The soldier heard the sound, but didn't see anything strange at first. And when he returned, he saw that the cells had begun to make their way through, and there were even more of them, and the man fell to the ground in fear. People inside also began to fall and turn back screaming. The believers froze, covering their mouths with their hands in fear and shock. Meanwhile, the cells grew in number and covered the entire floor. The soldier was shouting at his partner to make sure he had checked everything well. The man swore that there was nothing there. He didn't notice anything. Then, the cells suddenly started spitting and scattering their small parts on the floor. The soldier then shouted that where could these cells have come from and how did they get inside? The men started shooting back. A partner with a flamethrower opened fire on the cells. One of them ordered everyone to quickly run for the exit, and then he gave the order to burn everything in the room. But he was suddenly stopped by the pastor, who said that he could not burn down the entire worship hall. Another soldier also stopped his partner. They looked around. The cells were burning and no longer posed such a threat as before. The man exhaled and said that it was all very strange. Suddenly, the priest began to say that they had definitely cleared everything, and then he began to pray and ask the Lord for forgiveness for his sins. The soldier cursed and shouted at the priest, asking if it was the right time for prayer. He was saying that right now many lives were being lost, and they were sitting here praying. The priest said that it was a test of the Lord himself, and that they were all just sinners. Suddenly, virus cells began to drip onto the soldier's suit. They appeared as if out of nowhere, just from the ceiling. His eyes widened sharply, and his heart began to beat faster. At that very moment, a huge monster attacked him from the ceiling. The man did not have time to escape or defend himself, so he had to take the brunt of the attack himself. The monster growled and opened its huge mouth. Others began to quickly run away screaming. Suddenly, the monster spoke and said that I shouldn't have looked back and been afraid of him. The priests and other believers stopped and watched what was happening. The monster said that what they all saw was just his appearance. Suddenly, a face began to appear from under the cells. The other pastors were in a stupor because they seemed to recognize the man. The face spoke of their faith, and that by the grace of the Lord they had chosen their weakness. One of the pastors was sure that it was their elder and asked the man about it. A soldier was climbing next to me and he fell when he ran away in fear. The man looked down and saw that his partner had been killed, but there was also a flamethrower next to him. The soldier began to run quickly to get his weapon. Suddenly, the tentacles of the virus wrapped around the flamethrower right in front of the man's hands. The monster turned to him and ordered him not to give in to the spirit of temptation. And then he told me to pray for repentance. This was all said by their elder. Meanwhile, Isuri and Kang Min were getting out of the room through that window when they heard loud screams. Isuri went back to see what was going on. The girl saw a horrifying picture of a monster devouring everyone who was nearby. Meanwhile, Kang Min had also climbed out, and the teenagers had almost escaped. Suddenly, someone distracted the monster's attention and he turned aside. It turned out to be a soldier on whom he had fallen. The man raised his weapon with trembling hands. After that, he wished me to die. Meanwhile, the teenagers got out of this madness and ran down the corridors as fast as they could. They ran through a room and Isuri said they had to find a way out quickly. But Kang Min asked in response what they were supposed to do with the others, and Isuri did not know. As they ran, they saw another monster ahead of them. He was the soldier who was infected by the monster. The teenagers decided to turn and run up the stairs, but unfortunately they reached a dead end and had nowhere else to go. Then, at the same time, they decided to go into one of the rooms and hide there. Kang Min was the last to enter and closed the door behind him. When the teenagers came in and realized they were safe, they calmed down and loudly laughed. They looked at the door as if they expected someone to come in and catch them, but there was no one and nothing there, and the teenagers were able to break away and escape. Then the classmates exhaled and relaxed to the end. Kang Min said they had to find the others. Suddenly he heard the sound of the phone ringing at that moment. It turned out to be Kang Ji-hoon. He called his friend and immediately asked where they were. Kang Ming asked him the same counter question, and then asked if his friend could bring him something like fire. The teenager asked to hurry and said they were on the 3rd floor. But Kang Ji-hoon said that they were also in an ambush and that this monster was as if invisible. Then the teenager looked to the side and said that they had the same situation. Outside the door, he saw quarantine soldiers approaching the church. Kang Ji-hoon informed Kang Min about this. Isuri was eavesdropping on their conversation when suddenly something occurred to her. Kang Min continued to talk to his friend about something when Isuri called out to the teenager. She told him to hang up and look down. The look on Kang Ming's face changed dramatically. Her eyes widened and cold sweat ran down her cheeks. Isuri said that they had to find a way quickly, otherwise everyone would die, because the virus cells had begun to crawl through the door. Meanwhile, the military had already entered the church with weapons. The man who went first ordered his partner to look to the side, but he didn't notice anything. It was empty. Park Choa and Kang Ji-hoon were behind the glass. The girl asked if they had come here because of the quarantine, and the boy asked if they were going to catch them. The soldier who was burning everything inside was asked if he was worried about them, but the man answered in the negative. Meanwhile, Kang Min and Isuri were no better off. The monster was getting deeper and deeper into their hideout and seemed to sense the victims. Isuri opened the door to the closet where she kept her ministry clothes. These clothes could have been useful to them, but they just had to think it through and plan properly. Isuri looked into the closet and panicked, cold sweat streaming down her face. She knew she had to think of something fast. Suddenly, Kang Min interrupted the girl's thoughts and called out to her in a frightened voice. It turned out that the cells very quickly penetrated the room and were ready to attack the teenagers. Kang Ming was screaming and panicking that the monster had almost come to them, but Isuri ordered him to shut up because he was disturbing her thinking. The girl looked around, namely upstairs, looking for any way out of the room. But there was nothing there, so Isuri ran along the ceiling, looking for a way out in different corners. Unfortunately, there was not even a ventilation hole to get out of. Then she thought she could make a barricade out of the cabinets in front of the door. But this idea didn't work either, because the monster was too close. The girl started to panic. She didn't know what to do. Isuri told Kang Ming that there were no windows. The boy suggested that they just push the monster in. Then, the girl suggested that Kang Ming play a rock-scissors-paper game, but the boy did not understand what she was getting at. Isuri explained that one of them would be the bait when the door opened, adding that the smartest thing to do now would be to sacrifice one of us. But Kang Min was outraged and began yelling at Isuri not to give up because there was still hope. Isuri got angry in response, saying that this was the most rational option. She shouted and asked what other choice they had and offered to play if Kang Min didn't want to sacrifice. And then she yelled at the guy to come up with something to do with this monster himself. Suddenly, the thought of how they could escape flashed through his eyes. Kang Min shouted, "That's right!" Isuri did not understand what was happening. The teenager said there was something in her bag and reached for her briefcase. Isuri turned to the door, her face covered in sweat from fear. On the other side of them was a monster who knew for sure that the teenagers were inside. The monster screamed loudly because it could not reach its victims. The military heard these screams and decided to go upstairs. Meanwhile, Kang Ming poured boiling water over the virus cells. They stood with Isuri in the corner in a hug. The guy was holding a thermos and shouting. The teenager was loudly laughing and thinking that they were all about to die. When Kang Min was bringing in the hot water tank, he asked Isuri for a thermos. After that, the teenager joyfully shouted that he had found it. He started rummaging through Isuri's briefcase, asking him to wait until he put it down. Isuri got angry and thought that Kang Min was trying to annoy her, but he only asked for one time. In reality, the teenagers fell to the floor and began to cough loudly. Kang Min held a thermos in his hands, shaking his hands and shouting loudly. He shouted that his prediction had come true. The guy was incredibly happy that it worked. The monster was roaring and boiling. The teenagers looked closely at the monster and made sure that it was completely dead and did not move. Isuri was still in shock and recovering from the fact that they had almost died, and Kang Min was rejoicing. But the question remained how to get out of their hiding place. It seemed that the monster could not transform. Kang Min noticed that Isuri was not happy at all, so he asked her what was wrong, because they had succeeded. He laughed at her when Isuri offered to play to the death, but when the girl turned and looked at him with her murderous gaze, Kang Min immediately apologized. The girl just pushed him and told him that he did a good job. Isuri told Kang Min that he was not afraid and strong. They found a way out, and that was the most important thing. Meanwhile, the military had already reached the corridor where the teenagers were. Suddenly, the soldiers noticed something and stopped, and then called someone. It turned out that they were priests, and they did not look strange or arouse suspicion. The military pointed their weapons and asked them if they were okay, as there were cases of infection. One of them asked in surprise if it was really true, as if he didn't know about it. The soldier said it was dangerous to be here and looked back through the open door. Meanwhile, Kang Min looked at his video that he had recorded on his phone. The teenager carefully examined every detail because something there seemed very strange to him. The video did not show the monster at first, nothing at all. Isuri also decided to watch the video, and Kang Min told her to see that there were no traces. The monster appeared as if from nowhere very suddenly. Isuri watched and opened her mouth wide in surprise. And then she talked about disputes. The girl explained that they began to mutate. After that, the teenagers decided that they had to run away quickly in case they met again. They turned into a corridor where there was another monster trying to get in. The monster growled, so it was still alive. The teenagers stopped when they saw the monster on their way. They were screaming because they could not believe that there was another monster here. Then the teenagers noticed something downstairs. Black smoke came out from underneath, and the virus cells also darkened. The teenagers realized that there seemed to be a fire outside. There was some noise and commotion outside the door. Then, the teenagers decided to hide behind a pile of boxes that were nearby. Footsteps could be heard outside the door, and the teenagers whispered that soldiers were nearby. Kang Min asked what the soldiers were doing there and added that he didn't know much about them. Isuri agreed, saying that they had to hide. Suddenly, someone flew into them. The teenagers were shocked and frightened by what they saw, because soldiers did not always protect civilians. But it turned out that it was Kang Ji-hoon and Park Jo-ah. They came to rescue their friends, so now they all decided to escape from this crazy place together. Kang Min managed to ask how his friends found them, to which Park Jo-ah said that the monster's screams echoed throughout the building. Then the teenager asked if they knew anything about what had happened, but they did not understand anything. A priest and other pastors met them at the bottom of the stairs. There were also military men next to them, and they were all just quietly discussing something. When the priest saw the teenagers, he was overjoyed, as if they had been waiting for them. The man called them children and said that they had brought Satan into the worship hall. The military simply looked on in silence and did not react. Isuri ignored the priest's words and interrupted him with a question about how he survived. But the man just smiled with his eyes closed. Isuri continued her interrogation and asked if the man was not infected. Everyone was silent, so the girl continued to bombard him with questions about why he was here at all. The priest opened his eyes when Isuri said that it was all strange. He seemed to be annoyed by it all. Suddenly, the soldier pointed his weapon at them and ordered them to move quickly. The other soldiers also pointed their weapons, and the man continued that it was a quarantine procedure, and they would be grateful if the teenagers cooperated with them. The company was very scared and put their hands up. Kang Ji-hoon, as the leader, said for everyone that they were not infected and would cooperate with the military. The priests watched the situation in silence and smiled as if they were enjoying it. Isuri looked at them carefully. She felt something wrong, but she could not understand what it was. Then she whispered to Kang Min and asked if he had seen it too. Isuri looked down and told a classmate to look at the pastor's feet. Kang Min was shocked by what he saw. His eyes widened sharply, and he panicked. After all, the feet of all the priests were infected. They were shedding virus cells, and these pastors were dangerous to them all. Cold sweat ran down Kang Min's face, and he had to come up with a plan quickly. A drop of the frog egg virus fell on the floor. They began to leave a trail, so the situation became critical. Everything began to happen too quickly, and the pastors did not even have time to react. Kang Ming took out a thermos and shouted to offer the priests hot water. Inside was not just hot water, but real boiling water which was steaming. The classmates did not understand what their friend had done, and the pastors screamed in pain. Kang Ming finally saw their true faces under their robes and gasped loudly. Their faces began to be covered with virus cells and they screamed in pain. After that, the priest fell to the floor, and the military immediately rushed to their aid. Suddenly, the man noticed something nearby that he had never seen before in his life. Some strange shadow of a monster ran by him. It looked so unreal, like in a movie. The priest looked at the soldier. His face was dripping with virus cells. Then the soldier realized that something very terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared out of nowhere, and it was definitely not positive. The soldier gave the command to open fire on it, but the monster managed to open its mouth and prepared to attack. The teenagers were shocked and frightened, standing in a stupor. The monster pounced on the soldiers who were closer to it and attacked. Kang Ji-hoon was going to run away while they had time. But Isuri said there was no point, because it would find them anyway. The girl continued that the answer was very simple. Whether they were looking for Lee Yeon-woo or not, the teenagers had to kill these creatures themselves. Everything was on fire. The room looked like a post-apocalypse. There were many soldiers lying motionless on the floor, covered with cages. But one soldier still survived and sat on the floor, folding his arms and praying. At the end of the prayer, the man bowed low and asked for strength from the Lord. At that moment, someone called out to him. The soldier looked frightened, with cold sweat running down his face. There were priests and the monster himself, watching the soldier pray. The pastor said that the man would witness a miracle of rebirth into a new life. Then he asked the angel to join them and finish the prayer. The soldier told the pastor to relax, because this is not an angel, but a mutant due to the fusion of all cells, and this is not God's help. The soldier looked these people in the eye and said that they were just sick bastards. The man continued that they were all walking squirrels for the monsters, and nothing more. Hearing this, the monster growled and got into position to pounce. The soldier already understood this, so he simply prepared for his death. The pastor turned away and left, saying that it was Satan. The priest noticed that the children had run away, but his partner said that it didn't matter, because they would find them. They could not escape from here. Meanwhile, the teenagers got to a room with tables and a stage for their performances. They ran very fast when they were running away and just stood there shaking. The room was empty and not infected. There was a briefcase on one of the chairs, and Kang Ming shouted happily when he found it. The teenager grabbed his bag and hugged it, shouting joyfully. The park chos were outraged that they had all traveled all this way for one bag. But Kang Min just smiled back, saying that it was not just a bag. The girl was already waiting to see what was inside her. Then the teenager poured out everything inside the briefcase. There were many things that could be useful to them during survival. Others also came up and watched with open mouths to see what was interesting inside. There was fuel, a lighter, and even a Bible. Kang Ji-hoon commented that this was enough for them, but the question remained how they would catch the monster. Then Isuri interrupted the conversation, saying that when she saw them in the worship hall, she realized that they were smart and fast. Moreover, they are very difficult to spot and locate. Kang Ji-hoon replied that they would not look for the monster. Isuri asked how to catch him then. The teenager replied that they would lure the monster here. Footsteps were heard on the stairs. Then the priests came out. They have already checked the first, second, and third floors, and only the basement remains. The pastor told the children that he knew they were here and advised them to repent. Suddenly, the priests stopped and looked down. They saw the guy's shadow on the door. The pastors went inside and saw the teenagers there. The man said they hid like rats, but after Kang Ji-hoon's command to start, the priests' mouths dropped open in shock. The teenagers were ready with Molotov cocktails and a flamethrower in the form of a fire extinguisher. They threw their weapons at the men and they flew back in a wave. The pastors screamed in pain because the cocktail immediately worked and everything went up in flames. Kang Ji-hoon ordered everyone to run away as quickly as possible and not to approach the priests. Otherwise, they would be infected. But the pastors did not give up easily. The man was on fire and ordered the teenagers to repent, otherwise the angels would punish them. It looked terrible. Kang Ji-hoon ordered the pastor to shut up and shouted at him loudly. Isuri said to watch the stairs because the monster could be there. Kang Ji-hoon stopped for a second and was in a stupor. After all, the monster was there and was already approaching the teenagers. Then the teenager ordered everyone to run away quickly and get out of here. The monster was enraged and furious. It was screaming and ready to attack them. Isuri told the others to hurry up, because the monster was catching up with them. Park Choa turned on the fire extinguisher and sprayed it on the monster. Everything was as if in a fog, which reduced the visibility of the monster, but it was not visible either. The teenagers ran on, and Isuri looked back, because she was the last one to run. She saw a monster in the white fog. The girl shouted for the powder to be brought out quickly because they had to drive the monster into the corner of the corridor. Isuri was sure that the monster would fall for their trap. Park Choa told me that she had already used it with Lee Yeon and Namsan Tower, but it didn't work. They argued whether this strategy would work now. Park Choa said that there were many of them, and in any case, they were supposed to be a lure for him. Kang Min was the last to close the door to the stairs. He said to set fire to it from this side and close it. And then he ordered us to run to the door, and Kang Ji-hoon asked if Kang Min was really going to set the monster on fire. After that, he asked for a little more time and ordered Park Choa to run faster. Kang Ming stood by the door and cleared his throat loudly, his heart beating furiously. After that, he turned to his friends and told them to stop. Kang Ji-hoon looked back out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't understand what was happening. The monster simply stopped in the middle of the corridor and did not move. Kang Min said the monster simply disappeared. The teenagers thought that the monster could have guessed everything, and now doubted whether he would come here. Kang Ji-hoon ran down the stairs and called out to Park Choa. He asked the girl to wait a bit and assured her that they had a chance. Park Choa ran quickly to the stairs. She was on an important mission, to get there in time to do her job. She motivated herself and begged to make it, and Park Choa ran as fast as she could. Meanwhile, the monster continued to stand in the middle of the corridor and did not move. Then he looked up at the ceiling. It seems that the monster noticed or heard something. Maybe it was footsteps. But now it was clear that the monster had changed its plan. Kang Ming noticed this and had to come up with something fast. The monster simply turned around and decided to attack from the other side. Kang Min didn't know what they would do if the monster went to the stairs. They would ruin the whole plan. Then the teenager started screaming and calling the monster to him. Isuri approached him and reached into his briefcase. The monster did not respond to the teenager's cries. It seemed to be smarter than other species. The elder's head began to speak and growl from the back. Isuri took out the Bible and began to tear it, defacing the pages, and the pastor reacted. Kang Min asked Isuri if she had succeeded, because he hadn't seen the monster. But the girl saw him clearly, and realized that the monster saw her too. The monster stopped and turned its head. Isuri had to do something to attract the monster's attention. The girl scattered the leaves of the Bible on the floor. After that, I just stood on them and asked if it worked. The monster growled. Its head turned and looked at what Isuri was doing. Kang Min was happy that they had succeeded and had annoyed the monster. Meanwhile, Park Choa was going down the stairs and running fast. Suddenly, she saw a monster in front of her and could not understand why it was still there. His back was to her, but she had to react quickly and do something. Park Choa reached into her briefcase to take out something, but her panic made it impossible to do so without unnecessary movement and fuss. The monster heard this and turned its head to look. Park Choa caught his gaze and realized in a second that she was in trouble. The monster growled loudly and opened its mouth to pounce on her. The girl swung a Molotov cocktail at the monster with a lighted Molotov cocktail. Meanwhile, some people were running up the stairs to Park Choa. It was Kang Ji-hoon. He was shouting and calling for the girl. The teenager was running as fast as he could when suddenly he stopped. He saw Park Choa, who was barely walking, coming up to him. The first thing Kang Ji-hoon asked her was how she was feeling, and she replied that she was fine. Park Choa was tired and exhausted and said she thought she was going to die. Kang Ji-hoon listened to this with his mouth open, but she was happy that it had worked out. She couldn't believe it herself. Meanwhile, the monster was downstairs and surrounded by fire. The monster looked back, but there was also fire from all sides. Park Choa cleared her throat a bit and listened to Kang Ji-hoon. The teenager yelled at her for risking her life and going alone. Meanwhile, the others joined them, and Kang Min was very happy and satisfied that they had succeeded. Park Choa told Kang Ji-hoon that she was annoyed. She pushed him and asked him if he really thought that if they sat here and waited, they would succeed. Park Choa went ahead and called them all slow. Suddenly, she pulled out her cell phone, because I received something strange on it. She called out to the others walking ahead, her tone suggesting something terrible. Park Choa was texting with Song Yeon, and she said she was also in the basement. Behind the door in the closet, I could hear someone's sounds bordering on crying. It was Seong Yong, almost crying and begging her friends to come to her as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the stairs to the top were on fire, and there was no way to get in. The monster was downstairs in the basement, watching in a stupor as everything burned. Then he began to pray and put his head down. Then he stood up abruptly, throwing his head up. The monster simply stood up on its hind legs and now looked completely human. The monster shouted at the teenagers, calling them devils and saying they would burn in hell. Seon-young sat in the closet and watched in horror. She looked through a small slit, but what she saw made her blood run cold and her heart beat at an incredible rate. Meanwhile, the teenagers discussed their future plan of action. Isuri moved away from everyone while the others looked down at her. The girl asked if her classmates had anything to say, and then added that Seon-young could have been left alone. Isuri argued that the girl had decided to run away alone, so there was no point in looking for her. But Kang-min tried to stop her. Isuri was adamant and interrupted everyone, standing her ground. She asked if her classmates were willing to risk their lives for her. She added that Seon-young was useless among them all anyway, and it would be good if she disappeared altogether. Park Choa yelled at Isuri, saying that Seon-young might have died because of the fire they started. Isuri did not fall for provocations and asked with a calm face if Park Choa really believed that Seon-young did not know. Kang Ji-hoon stood up for his friend, saying that he didn't really like his classmate either, but they had to leave together. Isuri stood her ground, saying that her plan was to get out of this madness as soon as possible, because you never know when the soldiers will come. Kang-min stopped everyone, saying that they could have distracted the monsters and saved Seon-young. Isuri told him not to make the teenager repeat himself and asked why she had to participate in this. Kang-min asked if his classmate was really ready to leave her partner to die. He asked her what Isuri would do if she lost a paper-scissors game to him. Park Choa and Kang Ji-hoon were unaware of what was happening and asked again. Isuri simply told Kang-min to do as he pleased. Then she just turned around and left. Her classmates shouted after her and were outraged. Kang-min stood in a stupor and did not believe that this was really happening. Kang Ji-hoon ordered me to write Song-yeon, and he and Kang-min were going to try again. Isuri stood in front of the door and did not dare to leave. She was at a crossroads and knew that if she left now, she would never come back. Her classmates were running around the floors rescuing their friend, whom they didn't like very much. Isuri thought they were scum. Meanwhile, the monster did not move on and remained in the basement. Suddenly, someone shouted at him, calling him a freak. It was Kang Ji-hoon and Kang-min. They were running to him and calling him names to annoy him. Suddenly, they froze when they saw the monster in person. He was downstairs on a staircase that was burning with fire. The monster was calling them children of Satan and that they would burn in hell. Meanwhile, Park Choa was in hiding and on a mission to find her friend. The monster was too close, so the girl had to be careful. Sung-yeon was sitting inside holding the phone, shaking. When she looked up, she heard the door creak. Then she saw Park Choa in front of her. The girl was the first to watch the monster. She told Sung-yeon that the monster was right in front of them and asked them to be quiet. But her friend didn't understand the orders. Park Choa was annoyed and asked her to shut up and follow her. Seon-young began to panic and almost cry, saying that she really couldn't because she was scared. Park Choa turned to her and asked if she was serious. The girl simply grabbed Seon-young's hand, asking if her classmate wanted to die. The girls were a meter away from the monster, hiding behind the corner of the wall. Park Choa assured them that the monster was not looking at them and was busy with something else. And then, she ordered Seon-young to just run silently and run away as fast as she could. They did it carefully on tiptoe. Park Choa tried to support her friend, whispering to her not to turn back. Seon-young looked down and just followed her friend. But the fear was stronger, and she couldn't help but look back at least out of the corner of her eye. And what she saw made her freeze. Sung-yeon has never seen a monster so close. The girl just broke down and ran away screaming. Park Choa did not understand what had happened and was simply in a stupor. She looked back and saw a terrible picture. The monster roared and immediately attacked the girls. Kang Ji-hoon and Kang-min saw this and started running to their classmates. The monster did not pay attention to them and just chased the girls. Kang Ji-hoon desperately threw herself at him to help her friends. The monster said it was afraid of them and asked for something. The teenager did not understand what was happening. The monster then denied everything and roared. After that, it attacked Kang Ji-hoon, and the teenager fell to the floor. Kang-min was screaming in a stupor. He didn't know what to do or what the plan was. Suddenly, someone called out to him with claims of what the teenagers had done here. It turned out to be Isuri. She said that her classmates were really idiots, holding a tank of boiling water. The girl said she didn't know how to comment on it. because all their survival equipment was in the bag, and ordered her to listen quickly. Meanwhile, the monster screamed and opened its mouth to pounce on Kang Ji-hoon. The teenager was on the floor, the monster's cells tied him up, and the monster told him that they would all die. When Kang Ji-hoon saw that his hands were infected, it was the end of him. The teenager was in a stupor. He did not know how to react and what to do. It was as if everything was broken inside. Kang Ji-hoon looked at his hands and saw the virus penetrating his skin. Meanwhile, the monster did not hesitate to attack the teenager, and the boy only managed to cover himself with his hands. Meanwhile, Kang Min and Isuri wanted to pour boiling water on the monster, and they had to do it as far as possible. Otherwise, they would all die here. Kang Ji-hoon looked back in shock because something had happened. The monster just started running away from them. The teenagers saw this, so they had to move faster. They couldn't just leave it there. Then, Kang Ji-hoon grabbed the monster with his own hands, asking where he was going to run to. It worked. The monster stalled and the teenager held it down. Kang Ji-hoon did not realize what he was doing, but he had nothing to lose. At that moment, the teenagers threw boiling water at the monster, but it also hit Kang Ji-hoon. There was an empty boiling water tank on the floor. Kang Min and Isuri gasped loudly as they looked at the monster. A monster was lying on the floor a little further away, and the teenagers were watching closely to see if they had killed it. Suddenly it growled, and Kang Min was so frightened that his hair stood on end. The monster growled next to Park Choa. The girl was the furthest away and fell to the floor as she ran away. She came back to the shouting to make sure that the danger had passed. Next to him on the floor was Kang Ji-hoon, the monster calling the teenagers children of Satan. Suddenly, someone started screaming loudly, and Kang Ji-hoon looked up to see what had happened. It was Park Choa, who attacked the monster with a Molotov cocktail and wished the monster to die. It growled and opened its mouth to pounce back, but he didn't have much strength, and Park Choa managed to attack first, so the cocktail broke and set the monster on fire. Now the monster was definitely overcome. Kang Ming stood up and exhaled a sigh of relief, saying how hard it was. He turned to Park Choa and asked her if she was okay, but she swore at Seong-yeon. The teenager started a roll call and asked if everyone was okay, and then suggested that we leave. But Isuri stopped him. She was looking somewhere to the side, and the girl's tone was full of bad news. Kang Min also looked away after his friend. Isuri looked at what had happened with a stone face and let out only a brief indignation that said, "Well, I told you so." Kang Ji-hoon was sitting on the floor, not even getting up. The teenager gasped loudly and looked down, still unable to believe what had happened. Park Choa began to realize, her heart beating faster and her eyes widening. Kang Ji-hoon did not look up and said that he thought he was done. The teenager looked at his hand. It was covered with virus cells, and they were only growing. Kang Min began to panic and deny reality. Isuri mentally realized that the monster did not leave for the very reason that Kang Ji-hoon had captured it. Kang Min approached his friend and started yelling at him not to give up and that he would find a way. He asked if there was any hot water left and offered to take the cells from my hand. But Kang Ji-hoon ordered them to leave quickly, because they understood everything. The teenager did not even dare to look up. He put his hand on his head and said that if he touched his classmates, they would also be infected. It was over. Kang Ji-hoon was ashamed to even look his friends in the eye. Park Choa could not believe her ears and eyes. After all, Kang Ji-hoon became infected because of her. He risked his life for her. Park Choa just started to realize this, and everything seemed to collapse inside her. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon started screaming and ordered everyone to run away quickly. The teenager was just furious. Isuri supported him and ordered everyone to leave, but Kang Min stood there like a pillar. Then the girl repeated herself and asked if they had all heard Kang Ji-hoon. Isuri was the first to leave, adding that they all had to get out of here quickly. She concluded by commenting that the boys had dug themselves into this hole. Next to her, Sung-yeon was standing behind the wall, shivering, waiting for her classmates to come. Suddenly, she heard their footsteps and looked out, hoping to see her friends. Sung-yeon was right and called out to her classmates. She was about to start resenting the fact that they were so late, but she was interrupted by Park Choa, who pushed the girl. She was just furious, holding Seon-young by the collar and threatening to kill her. Seon-young began to apologize and make excuses for being scared and unable to help herself. But Park Choa was too angry. It seemed like she was about to burst into flames. Then the girl just threw Sung-yeon away and she flew down to the floor. A classmate was outraged, saying that Park Choa had almost ripped her hair off, but she didn't even look in her direction. Suddenly, Sung-yeon asked about Kang Ji-hoon. This made Kang Min's hair stand on end. The teenager opened his mouth to say something or explain, but Seung-yeon asked him again where he was. She kept asking and said that he was supposed to be with them. No one reacted or even looked in Seon-young's direction, so she asked where they had left Kang Ji-hoon. Kang Ming ignored this question and asked his friends if they were really going to give up so easily and how long they would run away like this. Isuri thought about these words and what had happened in general. Then she said that it was all Seon-young's fault. The classmate exploded after hearing that. Isuri said that if they didn't want any of them to die, they had to do the right thing and see what was happening outside. Everyone gathered near the church because there was a fire, so the teenagers had to find the back door. Somewhere in the crowd, they saw familiar faces. Kang Ming could not believe what he was seeing and screamed out loud. Soyon also noticed her classmate's response and could not contain her emotions. Meanwhile, the monster, or rather what was left of it, was lying on the floor. Kang Ji-hoon was sitting next to him and loudly snorted. He was getting sick. Sweat was on his face from the smoke caused by the fire and infection. He thought to himself that all of this was meaningless and that it was best for him not to endure the torment and just die. Kang Ji-hoon's arm hurt terribly. He couldn't even move it. Finally, he asked Lee Hong-mi if his beloved felt the same way at the time. Kang Ji-hoon came to the conclusion that it was his fault, and he apologized to Hong-mi because he had been an asshole at the time. The teenager held a grudge against everyone that was supposed to be directed at him. First, he was angry with Lee Yeon-woo, and then I realized that he was angry with himself. The teenager was apologizing to everyone. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon felt sick. He got up and came to his senses. It was the first time the teenager had ever felt this way. The boy came closer to the monster. He saw in front of him what he could turn into. Kang Ji-hoon didn't want to do that. He didn't want to die. Suddenly, the teenager realized this when he pulled himself together and came to his senses. He looked around and found a canister with boiling water in it. Kang Ji-hoon fixed his gaze on her and decided to act. With no friends around, he had to think of something on his own. The teenager ran to the canister to find boiling water, but there was not a drop inside. Kang Ji-hoon felt as if the ground had slipped away from under his feet, and he only found hope to live. But this emptiness in the canister was infuriating. Kang Ji-hoon became angry, picked up the tank and swung it, cursing loudly. The canister fell and rolled on the floor. The teenager said that he did not want to die. Kang Ji-hoon fell to the floor and started crying because he did not want to end his life like this. The teenager was curled up on the floor crying and thinking about Lee Hong-mi. He remembered their moments together, how he would get into the frame when she was filming her blog. They were so good then, and he wanted it to be like that forever. He always wanted to be with her. Suddenly he saw a shadow coming down the stairs and shouting his name. Kang Ji-hoon began to open his eyes because the voice was very familiar and dear. Suddenly the teenager saw Lee Hong-mi, his beloved, there. She screamed his name and ran to Kang Ji-hoon. Lee Hong-mi, she came for her friend. Meanwhile, the events moved to one of Seoul's Gyeongnam neighborhoods. Somewhere out there among the narrow streets, among the abandoned buildings and shops that have already been looted and destroyed. On the stairs, there were young people talking to each other. The company met on the stairs. The leader of the gang asked the masked man if he had any medicine and said that these were children he had never seen before. They went into a room where very strange things were happening. There were monsters in cages inside. The gang was just passing by. Behind them was Lee Yeon-woo, who was told to watch carefully because this was their new world. The teenager was looking at these monsters. They were suffering. Everyone there was suffering. Yeon-woo stayed for a while and looked at everything that was happening inside. The boss turned to him and welcomed Lee Yeon-woo to their room. A smile appeared on the man's face. The teenager watched what was happening in silence. The monsters were under a strange purple and blue light, and were not dangerous. Yeon-woo realized that these monsters were different from those he had seen before. It was obvious that these were people who had been infected with cells, but Yeon-woo did not see the cells. There were guards standing nearby. They were healthy adult men who protected these monsters. They were talking to each other when suddenly they became interested in something. The guards looked at Yeonwoo, who was sitting close to the monster and examining it. In fact, the teenager raised his hand to feel if there were cells inside, but Yeonwoo did not feel them. Then he wondered if he could touch the monster. The teenager did so, but nothing happened. It was not like touching a real monster. The guard was walking toward Yeonwoo and shouting at him, telling him not to touch anything with his hands. But it seems that the teenager was indifferent and again, in his usual style, did not respond to his words. Yeonwoo continued to study the monster. The guard didn't like it and said out loud that the teenager was not responding to him. Then Han Seong-yu stood up for Yeon-woo, grabbing his classmate and apologizing to the guard. Healthy men looked at what was happening but did not understand anything, so they did not act. Han Seong-yu took Yeon-woo away and apologized again to the men. The teenager asked his classmate what it was and what he saw. Yeon-woo couldn't get those monsters who were infected without cells out of his mind. He asked if this was what Han Seong-yu had told him, but his classmate didn't really understand what kind of cells Yeon-woo was talking about and asked him again. And then he seemed to realize. The teenagers looked at the monsters and Han Seong-yu said that it was flesh. It was the first time Lee Young-woo had heard of this, so he asked again. Han Seong-yu said with a cheerful face that these were all people who were addicted to various substances, and as the cells spread, all those monsters became like that. He asked Yeon-woo if he thought it was funny. He went on to say that as long as the monsters did not touch them, they were in the role of test subjects. Meanwhile, in the other corner of the room, the gang was talking about something among themselves. The main man waved to his partners as he spoke to the guards. His gang was waiting for him to tell them about the conversation with them. And so it happened. A man came up and ordered everyone to watch closely. He handed them all some sticks, but no one understood what it was. The man just laughed in response. The girl, meanwhile, looked back. She saw teenagers talking to each other. She didn't seem to like it. She thought they were up to something again, and it was annoying. But Yeon-woo and Han Seong-yu did not pay attention to the gang and did not even return. She thought that she had to distract herself with something else so that she wouldn't be so angry. The main thing that annoyed their gang was that the girl did not listen to him, and he told her about it. While they were talking to each other, one of the monsters began to move strangely and crawl out. The monster deliberately approached the gang, looking for new victims. The girl noticed this and turned around to a growl. Meanwhile, the monster had already climbed out enough. Its tentacles were everywhere. This monster had no face. Its body resembled ice cream that had melted in the sun. The guards also noticed this and went to eliminate the monster. Suddenly, the monster spoke, trying to ask them for something, but the guards did not listen, and the man asked for an ejector. Han Seong-yu told Yeon-woo that these monsters were not supposed to come out, but it happened that one of them woke up and they got rid of it right away. It's all because the monsters continued to be addicted and rebelled strongly without substances. Han Seong-gyu told Yeon-woo not to worry because the teenager saw this almost every day and asked him to wait for him. The teenager ran up to the guards and offered them his help. Meanwhile, the monster was simply burned alive. Lee Young-woo stood there looking at this monster and what was happening. Everything seemed very strange. Suddenly, the teenager felt something. He felt a connection to this monster. His arm began to hurt and feel strange, and Yeon-woo did not expect this. Suddenly, the teenager felt all the monsters. He felt their bodies and cells, and it seemed that the monsters also felt Yeonwoo. But the teenager could not understand why it happened now and so suddenly. Perhaps it was because he touched one of them. Suddenly, Yeon-woo felt a terrible pain that interrupted his thoughts. Now he felt all the pain that the monster who was burned alive had experienced. Yeon-woo thought it would be nice if the feelings were divided, like the last time. Meanwhile, the guards fought against the monsters, which became even more numerous. This was very unusual for them, as monsters are usually completely peaceful. Suddenly, someone ordered the guard to stop. It was Lee Young-woo standing in front of him and loudly laughing. Suddenly, the man's expression changed dramatically. After all, Yeon-woo's hand was wrapped around these monsters. The teenager tried to transform the monster just like then, but it was harder because he didn't know their specifics. Meanwhile, the guard yelled at the teenager because he did not understand who he was and looked infected. Then Lee Young-woo attacked him with the monster he could tie to his arm. Meanwhile, a very arrogant guy with glasses entered the room. He was followed by a security guard, and the men heard screams when they went inside. Yeon-woo and the guard were shouting. The man called him a bastard. Then the guy with the glasses made a gesture. Then he asked what the noise was. He came up to Yeon-woo and asked him questions about who he was, because it was the first time he had seen him. After a while, this guy poured himself a drink in a glass. He called Lee Young-woo funny, saying that this was the first time he had seen a person with immunity, and he had only heard gossip before. The guy introduced himself to Yeon-woo as the head of this room, and he was also known as a trader in various substances. The teenager was silent, so the guy asked if he could talk to him and offered him a drink. But Yeon-woo said he was underage. The guy was surprised by this and just drank from his glass. Then the boss asked Yeon-woo if he had come here to sell cells. He continued that the teenager could earn some money because he had a lot of it. Yeon-woo was silent. Only the boy spoke. He asked if the teenager had seen the infected outside. The main one wanted to say that they were as infected as Yeon-woo. but they were using substances. The guy paused and then said that he was happy about this fact. And then he went on to say that the funny thing was that even if they got infected, the cells mutated in a strange and peculiar way. After that, the boss paused again and then said that he couldn't tell Yeonwoo everything in detail, but that wasn't the point right now. The chief looked Yeonwoo in the eye and asked if the teenager could do him a favor. He asked what kind of service it was. The guy just said that it was a very important matter. He said that there was a VIP room downstairs, and there was a certain thing inside. Yeonwoo interrupted and asked why he had chosen him to ask for a favor. The head asked to listen to the end, because the teenager was infected and therefore only he could do it. Then the guy stood up and said that if Yeonwoo found out what was in there, he would hardly refuse, because the boss knew how to overcome the cages. He asked if the teenager understood what he meant and then looked Yeonwoo in the eye and said that there was medicine in there,